over the first half, 2 wins at home, 2 on the road. They will head out west this week to play the LA Chargers. Late Sunday afternoon kick, 4:25 p.m. Commanders a 2.5-point underdog. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they will have Jaden Daniels back at quarterback. Expected to return after missing 2 games. No specifics really Monday from Dan Quinn. Just said they have a practice plan in place, and we will see on Wednesday. Chargers left tackle Joe Alt is going to be out several weeks with a high ankle sprain, so their offensive line, which has been banged up, suffered another blow. He will miss Sunday's game against the Commanders. And in baseball, National is going to introduce former Bo Sox assistant GM Paul Taboni as their newest head of baseball operations tomorrow at a press conference. We'll carry it live on the Fan. Junkies will be out at Nats Park for their broadcast tomorrow, 9 a.m., here on the Fan. Baseball playoffs begin today, 4 postseason series, getting things started with their game ones. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
The Momo. Let me take you to the Queen side. I'm taking it to Brooklyn side. Almost there.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're downtown, Navy Yard Studios, 1067 The Fan. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. He's an NFL legend. I am a big-eared blogger. B. Mitch, some bad football last night, dog.
It was good on the way on my court, but it wasn't totally bad. Denver came through.
It was just boring.
I don't know, man. Y'all want to see, 45, 50 games?
No, Cincinnati was completely inept. The
Yeah,
Jets were pretty damn inept.
So when one side is inept, the other side, I just give them credit. Halftime.
Yeah, maybe, but Cincinnati just – Jake – so I saw this tweet last night from this dude, Resh Manuel, and I retweeted it. I think he hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever limitations Marcus Mariota has, nothing can make you appreciate him more as Jaden's backup than watching the Bengals try to survive without Burrow by trotting Jake Browning out there.
Yeah.
He was terrible, dude.
He was.
I feel like he's played decently before. Those days are over, man.
This could have been last night. You know, he could come back and play some good games this year.
You're seeing everything through rose-colored glasses.
Not rose-colored glasses.
14 of 25 for $125 last.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying, 14 of 25, he's over 50%. But the whole thing about it is everybody's not going to do 70%, and some of the starters don't get 70%.
Agreed. That offense was just, offensively, they got 159 yards. They gave up 512, so it's not like their defense showed up.
Well, their defense, we knew already their defense was no good. And when Joe went down, hell, going from Joe to Browning, it's a drop-off.
That's a
and I think
Grand Canyon.
What this year, what having a guy like Marcus Mariota shows teams is you got to stop just going with the guy that you're comfortable with and go with a guy who can actually help you. And a lot of these teams go with the backup quarterback who their guy is comfortable with or who they're comfortable with. The backup needs to be somebody that can go into the damn game and win games for you if something happens.
I think, agreed. And Browning previously had shown some ability. This year, though, it just hasn't been the case. They have talent on that offense. He's not able to get him the ball. Bo Nix did make some really impressive throws.
Yeah.
The drive right before halftime.
The running game down the stretch for Denver was good.
I mean, when you're up 28-3, it should be. It should be
I'm
pretty
saying
good.
though, they ran the ball effectively, both the starting running back and the backup.
Yeah. Denver looked pretty good. That was kind of the Denver I think we were expecting. Finally starting to show up. I thought Nix has a rocket of an arm, showed that a few times. The other game, Jets-Dolphins, I told you I wasn't going to stay up. I tried watching
when
both.
Tyreek got hurt, I think that whole game just took a turn. Like, being in a situation where I've seen guys get hurt and you see his knee, like his leg going the way that it's not supposed to be going, that messes people's heads up. It's hard to just say, oh, I'm just going to go back and play. You have to do it, but it's not that easy for everybody.
Looking at that Jets-Dolphins game, the Tyreek injury, obviously you hate to see it. Have you ever known someone to dislocate a knee? It seems like
I didn't see the knee, but I saw Shep come out, and this part of his arm was going that way. So watching the elbow be dislocated, and all, it's hard as hell to just jump back out there and just go for it. But in essence, you have to, or you're going to end up hurt.
Tyreek at this stage, this seems like a pretty severe injury, I would say. Tyreek is now 31. He'll turn 32 in August. He'll be 32 before next season starts. I think we assume his season's done with a dislocated knee, right? I don't know. I haven't. Maybe there's reports out there of how long he's going to be out. What do you think this means for Tyreek's career? A speed guy,
Well,
with now a massive injury.
But
He's never sustained
they say his
injury.
knee was dislocated.
That's the report. I don't know.
So if they don't come out and say all the ligaments are torn, hell, he could bounce back quicker from that than he would an ACL.
No, dude.
So everything's torn?
The latest report, I'm seeing this from NFL.com. Hill's dislocated knee has multiple torn ligaments, including his ACL.
That's going to be tough. A dislocation with all those ligaments, and he's a speed guy, it's going to be tough. Now,
From Rappaport, Hill will undergo surgery today. It is possible that additional surgeries could be required, and there's no guarantee he'll be ready for 2026.
well, there's no guarantee he'll be ready. First of all, you lose one. You have one ligament. You got multiple ligaments, and you got to get everything back. Listen, anything is possible.
Sure, of course.
But that takes
we saw Alex Smith come back.
That takes Alex Smith's knee was worse than his. Her leg was worse than his. That takes a hell of a lot of dedication. And is he still a guy who's that dedicated? You get what I'm saying?
Sure, it's a fair question.
I think a younger person who hasn't made that money may have more drive to do it. Or Tyreek could be the guy who just want to prove people wrong.
Can I say just one random aside, like a personal silver lining? Perhaps for you too, because you get the question too. I don't think Washington was ever going to trade for Tyreek Hill. I don't think he strikes me as a Dan Quinn, Adam Peters kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
But like now, as we get close to the trade deadline in a month, it's not going to be a topic.
That's not going to be a topic. It's not going to be.
It would have been.
It probably would have been, but I think the ultimate thing, listen, bro, you got to look at what they're trying to build. And I think the problem with this whole thing right now is, and this was mentioned a lot last night at the little dinner I went to, we had so much success last year that people forgot that we are building something. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The success last year made people think we are already there. No, we're still building. And you're trying to build something that's going to be sustained, that could be sustained. That's where the problems are. So we got to understand that. We get to a point where you see something positive and everybody just jump to the end instead of understanding, although it looked good last year, you still got a lot of things to get going.
I mean, if you're looking for optimism for Washington, it sure seems like Jaden's going to play this week. There's a report over the weekend, I think from Rappaport, that, there's all signs point to it. Dan Quinn yesterday was, hardly definitive, but he said Jaden had a really good workout and we've got a practice plan for him this week, and that's how it's going. I tend to agree that I personally, I think Jaden's going to play this week. That's my reading. I'm not reporting anything there. That's just my reading of the situation. I I think that will give them a big boost. What do you think it'll mean for Jaden to be able to go back to L.A. and play in his – he's from inland from there, but he's a SoCal kid.
Yeah, he's a SoCal kid. And like the thing about it, no matter who, where, when, you get a chance to play at home and you know it's going to be some of his friends or family there, you want to put on a great performance. But the thing I like about Jaden is that he is not going to try to do more than anything. He's just going to go play the game, and when somebody gives him something, he's going to take it. I don't see him as a guy, and we watched him all last year, that gets to a certain situation and say, oh, I'm going to try and do this, and go away from what the offense entails.
I think in the Green Bay game where he did get hurt and he was just getting smoked throughout that game, just getting hit, I think the offense broke down so much that Jaden probably tried to do a little more on his own.
Well, if the offense breaking down and you're not blocking, I'm going to try to protect myself. So that's what he's trying to do.
Right.
You know, if you watch any quarterback, I don't care what level they are, rookie, 14-year vet, 18-year vet, if you constantly see the other color coming through the line, you are not standing still. You're getting the hell out of there. And I would recommend it.
Yeah. I mean, the Green Bay game was such a disaster for them that everything kind of broke down. I think, the Atlanta game, they really did have chances. They just couldn't get a stop. What do you think, as today's the players' off day, I'm sure a ton of them will be in today regardless. Yesterday a lot were probably in watching film, getting treatment, whatever. What do you think? DQ yesterday, I tried to ask him, because if you try to ask a question like, yo, you're going to bench Marshawn, like, he's just not going to answer that. But I asked Dan, hey, man, is there like a timeline where you stop wondering if it's an execution issue and it needs to be a scheme or personnel issue? Like, we're now 4 games into the season. Mm-hmm. The coverage busts have been a problem through 4 games of the season. We're a quarter of the way into this thing. Yeah. It's not a small sample size anymore. Mm-hmm. What, like, when you were playing, I mean, you played for 2, one current, one future Hall of Fame coaches. Yeah. When would like Joe and Andy decide, all right, this isn't working, we need to do something else, whether that means change the people on the field, change how we're coaching it, change how we're
The coaches are already tweaking and trying to change things. They don't wait until week 4. They already know if something's not working, and they are trying to tweak little things. And if it continues, then they're gonna make a move. I think you will see some level of change after this week, and it may not be anything that we're going to notice, but they're going to make a level of change, because right now, if they've already adjusted the scheme, or if they had different people on the field, they're going to change that. You also have injuries in there that's included. Do you count some of that stuff in? When Percy comes back, does something change up a little bit? We don't know. But I think coaches, we see it way after they see it. But they're not
agree with that.
They're not going to just throw it in the trash after a week or 2 or 3 when they've been putting this in for the last 6 months or whatever. You know what I mean? You're not going to just trash the whole thing, because if you have something you believe in, you're going to keep trying to push it. And then maybe at this point, they may say, well, we got to get other personnel out there. Or somebody better start communicating better. Because, like, a few years ago, if the ball's being snapped and you're still talking, that's a problem to me. Because that ball snapping, you looking at your player, all of a sudden that damn receiver's in your chest. A little too late now. All that stuff should be done. When that quarterback gets under center and start talking, boom, communication over. We should know what we're doing right now. And that didn't look like that on Sunday.
Where do you lean? Like, do you think communication's a problem, execution's the problem, scheme's the problem, personnel's the problem?
If communication is a problem, execution's going to be a problem.
Right.
If communication's a problem, no matter who you have out there, the personnel is going to be a problem. You see what I'm saying? So they have to figure out a way and find out. Listen, my mindset is old school. You got to move at a quicker pace in practice to be able to know how it's going to happen in the game. In practice, a lot of times it's so low-key, laid back, and especially these days. But in that game, you don't have all that damn time. You know what I mean? You have to be able to do it quickly, and then have it become second nature to you. Didn't look like second nature to me. I saw a lot of talking going on, but in the end, we didn't see any solutions being derived.
Totally.
So
I asked Dan, like,
why? What? I don't know.
My question was like, is there a timeline where you wonder about execution versus players' scheme? And I thought his answers kind of echoes your point, B. He said, you want to do both. You're kind of coaching all the time through it at first to make sure the technique's right. Can we dig into something to get it aligned like we want it to align? Then the second thing you want to see is there repeat issues that could come up, whether it's scheme or player, and now you have 4 games of work as opposed to 1 or 2. So I think there's this thought that, like, they're not looking at stuff or trying to make adjustments. I think that's crazy. They're obviously trying.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to. Listen, bro. Nobody in the NFL look at the stuff that's not working and say, I'm not going to try to adjust it. You know, whether you have a conversation and say, hey, try this, and if you see this, do this. If the person goes out there and he doesn't do it, I tried to make a change, did I not? So it's going to come down to, they'll figure it out. But this is the time right now, week 5 now, you're talking about almost a third of the way through the season. You got to make adjustments to be able to move forward.
And now you've got a big game on the road in LA. They've had these slow starts on the road. I just feel like slow starts on the road cannot be. That just cannot continue to happen.
Slow starts.
4 out of 5 games are on the road right now.
Slow starts can't continue to happen. It's not just on the road. Whether they're at home, on the road, you can't start off slow. Now, it gets exemplified. It gets to be even magnified when you're on the road because you're fighting a hostile crowd, and if they get the crowd behind them, that's trouble. That's trouble for you. They just got to figure that out, and that's not just that's not just a coach thing. It's players too. You know, players get to the point where I'm at home, I'm comfortable. Well, hell, do the things as close as you possibly can on the road like you do at home. You know, like, let's say we had a Monday night game. If I were here, we already have gone to the hotel anyway. So on the road, I tried to do everything exactly like I did it at home. You know, I want to get to the stadium at the same time. Like, when I was either here or in Philly, whenever we had a late game, I got immediately out of that damn hotel. I don't lay around when I'm at home on any game. So why am I going to lay around all day just because I'm on the road or something? I get up and I go somewhere. And then all of a sudden I come back home about that 3 to 4 hour point where you start to get yourself prepared for the game. I did that. Guys got to figure out a way. And as I said before, there are certain guys on the team where you look for energy and motivation. Whoever those guys are, they got to be that guy bringing your guys with you. Because some guys don't need to be motivated. Some guys just naturally that way.
I heard Von Miller on with the Junks this morning, and they asked a question that was kind of like, hey, you know, you guys just lost. The Chargers just had a bad loss, too, to the Giants, who hadn't won yet. What does it mean going into a game like that? And Von was like, they're pissed, but we're pissed, too. It's just going to be a bunch of pissed-off teams.
Yeah, that's it. And it's who both people are pissed, but it comes down to who gets their mind right and gets and correct the things that they did not do well last week. Who does the best at that? You can be pissed all you want. Being pissed off don't make you win games. Correcting it and finding out why you're pissed off and why the game went the way that it did, why you couldn't do the things that you're capable of doing. When you figure that out quickly, you can go and be successful. But if you're just pissed off, you're going to be just a pissed off person. That don't make you better.
John Keim, ESPN Commanders reporter and host of the John Keim Report, will join the program next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. Monday Night Football last night, Dolphins beat the Jets in Miami. Coming out of that one, though, the Tyreek Hill injury is the big concern. The big news, he suffered a serious knee injury, dislocated left knee in the third quarter. Hill was hospitalized overnight in Miami. Adam Schefter reporting today he has multiple torn ligaments, including a torn ACL, and is having surgery today. The other game, Broncos beat the Bengals 28-3 in Denver. Baseball playoffs start today. 4 postseason series getting underway. Tigers in Cleveland, 1 p.m. Padres, Cubs, 3 p.m. Bo Sox and Yankees will renew their rivalry at 6 in the Bronx. And the late game tonight, Reds and Dodgers in L.A. at 9. Business success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and strong home advantage. In Fairfax City, companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them and a place where employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit gofairfaxcity.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Excited to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to our friend, Mr. John Keim. You can follow him on Twitter at John_Keim, Keim. You can check him out at the John Keim Report, all of his work for ESPN.com. Johnny, how are you, bud?
What up, guys? How are you?
We're good. How are you?
Dude, how do you balance?
I don't know.
It's 4 games in. They're 500. They're 2-2. But a lot of people think the sky is completely falling.
Yeah.
The sky probably isn't falling. There are also some recurring issues, particularly in the secondary, that seem like a problem.
Yes.
How do you balance where things are?
I think, and this is not putting this one on the offense the other day, because the offense scoring 27 on the road should be good enough to win a game. But I think when you have a Jaden Daniels, he just covers up a lot of other roster issues, perhaps. And not that he's playing defense, but I think he just makes you more explosive on offense. And that puts a different fear. You know what I mean? So you get your guys back before, I think the defensive issues I'm definitely concerned about, because how are you going to solve them? Is it a personnel issue? I think you can look at it and think it's maybe a balance of it, right? Uh-huh. I don't know how that's going to be solved. But as far as the sky is falling, like,
I'm going to throw John on hold, see if we can get him. John lives out there in the country, so maybe he's on a bike ride.
Yeah.
Let's try to see if we can get John into a good spot. But what he's saying there is you got to start with the fact that they went to Atlanta, scored 27, and were down.
With a backup quarterback.
I mean, they're down
missing your best
5
receiver.
Starters.
And you still, and a lot of people off of D, and you still score 27. You have to figure out a way. And ultimately, I think this. You are not going to go out and get players that are better than the ones you have right now. So either you got to get them to play better, or you just got to figure out a better way to get them to play faster, or just simplify things so they can just go. But you're not going to find a better player out there just walking around right now better than the people you got.
Let's see if John's ready. John, the biggest issue they've got going right now, in my opinion, are these giving up big plays, coverage busts down the field.
Right.
What do you think the fix is?
And I agree with B. Mitch. You're not there's no magic way to bring in different players, right? So you've got to tweak whatever you're doing, or, you know, and it's funny because, like, the first couple games, a lot of man, a lot more blitzing, a lot more or at least a lot more 5-man rushes. Last 2 games, more zone, more 4-man rushes. So I think they're already trying to adjust to, like, can you help by playing different coverages? And, you know, can you keep, that's why, like, Frankie Louvu hasn't been rushing as much, because they're dropping them into coverage a lot more to you know, maybe to help with that, and it hasn't worked. So I think, the funny thing is, and I heard be missed too, like, do you simplify it? And somebody asked Dan, maybe you asked Dan Quinn about that yesterday, somebody did. And, like, they don't feel like it's at that point. But it's last year, I remember talking to Benjamin St. Just about this, and, like, he said that one of the things he liked about this coverage, about the defensive scheme and what they could do, is that it did kind of simplify for them what they needed to do. And if you're in a certain coverage, that if you give up route A, that's the weakness of the coverage. So, like, they're not going to ping you for it, right? But it simplified what they had to do. So it already felt like it was in a good spot. So I don't know, like, I think you have to hope that, is Marshawn Latimore going to become any different than what he is now? No, this is who he is right now, and so I think what you have to hope is that the pressure, they can put more pressure on and start to create turnovers. Because that, like, we've seen in I don't know, and I think that's, and can you do that? They haven't done it. They haven't done it, last year, and they've only created one this year. But that, like, that would be a good way to help more, is to create more turnovers. But how are you going to do that? So I think it's going to be tough.
I think so I went back to look and check out the play that Penix to Whitcomb on the double move.
Yeah,
he ran a 10-yard out and up. Penix took 7 steps.
Yeah,
he hitched twice. Nobody was anywhere close to him.
Yeah,
and see, defensive backs, they are out there. They get blamed. If one of those damn linemen get to Penix, he's not hitching, and he allowed to get that far down the field.
Right.
So my thing is that if the trenches don't start winning, we can say what we want about Latimore or whoever else. Nobody else gonna be better, because if you got time, receiver gonna get open.
Time and comfort, and
yes.
I think, like, on that play, like, there were a couple of times where they had hands in his face and he still made the throw. Like, Penix, one of the things he did the other day too was throw with anticipation. There were a couple of plays where it's like it was unreal, the anticipation he threw with, but also I thought, like, he was comfortable in the pocket too much. Yeah. And, like, on that one too, and Latimore talked about this after the game about, like, sometimes being over aggressive on things because of what they've shown the first 3 weeks. And on that one, I think even Grant tweeted this out, like, 70.3% of the throws to Drake London were on air yards of 0 to 10 yards. So you're playing for that tendency, because they ran the double move on both sides, and Amos on the other side also was beat. And, they had a step because, like, they were aggressive on the tendency. And so, like, that was a tough one. But you're right. Like, if a guy's comfortable, it makes it a lot easier. And, like, that's going to have to be the answer. Like, can you create more pressure somehow to help? And then, like, the hard part is too, if the man coverage is breaking down, well, then it's harder to blitz more, because that's what you're putting them in. So, you know what I mean? Like, so what is the solution there to generate more pressure? I think one thing is, maybe it is that, like, you need to send Frankie more somehow. Like, can you do that and feel good about it? You feel good about the coverage in the back end holding up. But then again, like, the linebacker coverage is not their strength.
No. And, I thought DQ had a listen, like, try not to be reactionary. A lot of people are reacting to a bad game in Atlanta,
right,
with some explosive players on the field.
Right.
You don't want Wagner off the field a ton, but you do wonder what opposing offenses are seeing. Do you think there's a space where they try to get – I think people got to realize that just because Medrano ran a really fast 40 at the Combine, he was inactive 2 weeks ago for an undrafted guy ahead of him. You know what I mean?
That's not the answer here. And that, like, the other thing is, too, what guys run in the 40 is not always how they play.
Totally.
And, and, like, even on that, even on, like, the one to Robinson, that was a well-designed play by the Falcons. Like,
underneath crossers really.
Yeah, like
that slowed up anybody trying to get out there to him.
Yeah. So I'm not, I think like that one's a tough one, but yeah, like I don't know that that's the solution, and I think the guy, to be honest, if you were going to put somebody in, it almost has to be like, okay, is there a full-time solution? And I don't think they're not going there, because, if they're running the ball or whatever, so then it becomes like, oh, is Jordan McGee that guy? But they're not going there. We're just talking about coverage. So, I don't know that. I don't know, again, pressure. And I think sometimes too, like with some of the linebacker stuff, like there were times in the past where it's going to be, scare people, but like when Jamin Davis would be in coverage and he'd be in a bad matchup, and it's like, yes, we know it's a bad matchup, but play your leverage and mitigate the damage, right? Like that's sometimes the linebackers do. And so if you're preventing them from getting over the middle, getting an out route, and you give up 5-6 yards, like, okay, you'll live with that versus the potential big play. So you know what I'm saying? And like that's where the experience comes in. Can you do that? Because there were definitely times where he covered Robinson. Robinson's such a weapon too, and that's the one thing with that game that when you go back, before that game, like the Carolina game looks so different than their other games, even though they weren't scoring as much. Like Penix looked like just a different quarterback in that game. It's like, where is this? Who is this guy? Like you kind of knew, like they have the ability to hang a lot of points on people because the talent is there. And so, but again, like let them get comfortable, let them get off the mat early, and then you're going to be in for a long day, and that's clearly what happened.
But see, people look at that one play and say, oh, we need somebody else out there. That other person may be able to check that play.
But what about
the other 68 plays, he's going to get his ass whipped. And they're going to be happy with that? It's just like, look, man, football has gotten to a point where we always want to talk about the exciting thing aspect of it, but you know what? Football is simple. You win in the trenches, you win football games. If your guys give your guys time, and you can run double moves, you can score points. If your guys stop the other guys from having time, they can't run double moves, you stop them from scoring points, you win football games. Yeah. But the exciting parts, the receivers, the big plays, that gets so exciting to talk about. The trenches tell you everything about a football game.
Listen, ask Justin Herbert how the trenches are going right now. Like, he's getting pressured left and right because you lost tackles. You're having issues there. And so you have this quarterback who's terrific, who's having, who had a lot of issues against the Giants. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? Like, and the Bengals, the way to mitigate the loss of Joe Burrow is with the line, which they've never been able to fix. So, and so like it certainly makes a big difference. And, like, I think this D line can be pretty solid. And I think Payne and Kinlaw, I think Dorrance has done a lot of good things, but you don't have the Trey Hendrickson, but you have groups. But if you can do, and even Quinn talked about, like, they should have done maybe more stunting and things like that to help. And maybe you see a little bit more of that in other games. But yeah, I agree. Like, if you can get that going, then it makes the back end it will help the back end for sure. And maybe you create like Carolina, that pick six against Penix. Well, they created that with pressure. And then they forced a guy, into discomfort, and he throws without getting his feet around. He just lobs one to the side. It's a pick six. Like that stuff happens when you apply pressure, and but when you get comfortable, that guy's just a different quarterback, and everybody is. So yeah, I think that's where you have to go, because the talent level is not going to change. It's just not. And if that's what people are worried about, like you're not going to go out and trade for other guys, right? They did that last year. So, that's not going to be the answer here. So, how else can you help that coverage group? In addition to, as Quinn said, like, you can't, the coverage busts are different. Like, you need to fix that.
Yeah.
And that's something you can fix. But, there's something that's capable of fixing. But will they? Will it get fixed? Because that's an easier one. And if you can do that, now you've cut out several plays from that game Sunday just by better whether it's communication, recognition, whatever it is, right? That would have helped a lot. That would help a lot too, and that's something you can certainly fix. It's just that, will it be fixed?
You feel pretty good about Jaden this weekend?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, this sounds like it's yeah. And so, I mean, you got to get through the week. We know the deal on this one, but yes, I do.
Good luck to the Guardians, buddy.
Yeah. I hate those 1:00 games, though, man.
You're gonna be something while we're in the break between practice and the locker room, watching this game on your computer in the press room.
Oh no! It'll be on the phone. Trust me. I'm gonna ask Jaden. Like, Jaden, can you believe that Austin Hedges is up there swinging 0-2 and a low and away kick?
Thank you for the time, too.
All right, Jay.
All right, see ya.
Thank you, John. That's our friend John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. Let's run through some injury information. John Bates, Commanders tight end, will join us at 11:30. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Dan Quinn spoke at length yesterday, and NFL head coaches don't provide a whole lot of information, let's be honest. DQ's engaging, but I don't want to say defensive, but like I think he's trying to make sure his tone is calm and kind of big picture, which is probably not the tone most fans are hitting right now, but it's 4 games into a 17-game season. They got a ton of injuries. Now, I think there's a lot of optimism surrounding Jaden. We'll hear more tomorrow. We'll probably hear from Jaden tomorrow. But that's not the only injury, obviously. It's the headliner, but Terry McLaurin, John Bates, Percy Butler, Noah Brown. I mean, there's a lot of injuries going here. This was DQ kind of providing a little bit of an update to the rest of the players, the injuries, non-Jaden Daniels division.
Yeah, I would say overall trending in the right space on there, John. We'll have a better update on Wednesday in terms of practice planning and that. But arrows are heading up for a number of the guys. The big news today was Javonte with the game. But for the guys that have missed some, we're making progress.
DQ did confirm yesterday that Javonte Jean-Baptiste will go on IR. He's got a torn pec. He's got to get surgery. I don't expect JJB back this year.
Torn pec? Nah.
Yeah, like it was interesting. So somebody asked for clarification on JB because Dan Quinn didn't necessarily provide it, and he's like, well, it's a torn pec. It's going to be months. So I don't know that he's in their plans. I mean, that is hitting a defensive line that had already lost Dietrich Wise, especially as a big edge guy. JB had overcome some injuries already in his young career, and then to be hit with that. I saw him leaving the locker room, and if you've got a sling on and you don't have an arm injury, shows that they're trying to stabilize the chest, and you saw in his eyes that it was significant, and he's a nice young man, just had a sack the week before. That is bad news. I don't think they're getting Terry back this week, but I do think just getting Noah and Bates back would help a lot.
Oh, hell yeah. Bates, look, they ran the ball effectively and could have run even better if Bates was on the field. I still have the mindset if they run the football well, they're going to win a lot more games because now that's when Jaden becomes more dangerous, and now that play-action pass works even better. Bates helps that. Noah coming back will help. Those two guys will help this team. You know, Terry ultimately would take it over the top, but those guys would definitely help the team.
Another guy that could help is Sam Cosmi. He's eligible to return to the practice field. He's now missed 4 games. They could activate him. Dan Quinn talking about Sam Cosmi's availability.
Yeah, we're gonna huddle up here soon, but he's getting closer for sure for begin his window to begin practice. We'll give you a definite answer on that Wednesday, but he's really put in a lot of work to begin that window to begin the practicing. So we'll huddle up on that tonight and tomorrow, but I'll give you an answer for that Wednesday. But it's definitely trending in the right spot, Nikki.
I've seen and talked to Sam a bunch over the last 2 months. He's itching to get back out there. You got to let medical drive the bus, but I thought
does that help? Does that make the offensive line even better? I mean, you get Sam Cosmi back there, okay? Now, Wally, who's been playing well, I think overall, he can – you don't know if you need to have to worry about just Coleman or Paul. Wally can help out.
Yeah. I thought the interior of the line, I was kind of surprised. Biotish had some really low snaps in that Atlanta game.
Low and off to the side.
And there have been in the last 2 weeks, there have been a few different, what just seem like, and you hate to provide excuses on it, like miscommunications or something, where there has been a blitzing linebacker go untouched a few different times. I think getting Cosmi back at that right guard spot will help a lot. And to your point, B, like it gives you that much more flexibility. If you get Cosmi back and he's performing at the level you've become expected to, then all of a sudden you've got Wiley, Paul, presumably Coleman, and Allegretti. Like you've really started to build some depth for the whole operation.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that can be positive. I also, in an effort to try to maybe turn the narrative locally where a lot of fans, I think the sky is kind of falling. That's not the opinion nationally. And then if you look around the league, there are a few teams I would say that have separated themselves that look really good. Philly, Buffalo. I'd include the Lions.
Yeah.
But this is a whole big old jumble in the middle. And you want football teams playing their best after Halloween, not on September 10th or whatever. Let's take a look at kind of what the national perspective is on the Commanders when we return.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with Monday Night Football. What happened in Miami with the Dolphins down the Jets 27-21 last night. Tyreek Hill carted off the field, serious knee injury, a dislocated left knee. We got more details today. Hill was hospitalized overnight. Adam Schefter says he has multiple torn ligaments, including a torn ACL. Tyreek Hill expected to have surgery at some point today. Late game was Broncos and Bengals. Denver wins it 28-3. Bo Nix had a couple of TD passes and a touchdown run. Now, locally, Commanders, 2 wins at home, 2 losses on the road, 2-2 after the first month, heading out to L.A. to face the Chargers this weekend. 4:25 kick at SoFi Stadium Sunday. Commanders a 2.5-point underdog. You heard B. Mitch and J.P. Finley talking about things with John Keim of ESPN. They hope to have Jaden Daniels back at quarterback, expected to return after missing 2 games with a knee injury. We will see about Terry McLaurin, tight end John Bates, Noah Brown. Dan Quinn said they're headed in the right direction, so maybe some positive news there. Maybe at least 1 or 2 of those players could be back this week. The baseball playoffs begin today. 4 postseason games are on the schedule here for a Tuesday, and if you didn't notice, we're close to basketball season. NBA, the Wizards open up training camp on Monday. Preseason starts in a little less than 2 weeks, and the regular season for the Wizards tips off 3 weeks from tomorrow, Wednesday, October 22nd at Milwaukee. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Find some models for wives. It's another buzzy-ass concert I went to, 930 Club in the mid-2000s. Those were fun days, Landfill. I was a young man. I'm an old man now. I know that we have a number of contractors and work trucks listening to us all over the DMV right now. There, if you're driving a work truck right now, shout out to you. Okay?
Yeah.
But we need a favor. White Brian, he of the I'm going to fight a hurricane in the ocean fame, for whatever reason told Landfill that he can run through a sheet of drywall for the mere sum of $50.
That's not hard to do.
Sure.
Drywall, the easiest thing to run through.
Well,
Make it plywood.
Ooh.
Yeah, plywood.
Yeah, that's not happening.
It's about 1/4-inch thick. You
All right,
should
well,
be able to bust through that.
Let's stick with what we can accomplish. What I think we can accomplish today. For $50, White Brian's going to run through a sheet of drywall. We don't have any drywall. So as soon as Landfill told me this, I said, yes, let's do this. And I started walking around the office feeling for empty spots of drywall.
Yeah, because he went into one of them studs, he's going to be worse than that damn hurricane got him at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, Landfill then informed me, dude, he can't do it in the office. And I was like, that makes sense. You can't just run through the walls of the office. I don't often agree with things, but that's fair, right? I don't think
Actually, you need to stop right now because we've already been told about these competitions over there like that.
This isn't a competition. This is just him doing it.
That's still a competition.
No.
It's a guy running based off of you on the radio doing it. He gets hurt, it's on you and the station.
It's on the station.
On you and the station because I'm not involved with it.
Brian's not involved.
Ain't nothing a waiver can't fix.
I mean, Jeff went out and hit the golf balls. It's no different than that.
No, Jeff hitting a golf ball.
And he missed.
He ain't running. That was awful. That's we haven't having that discussion yet. But him running through drywall, he shouldn't get hurt at all.
Yeah.
He get hurt going through drywall, then he still got remnants from his damn concussion.
So if you're in a work truck and you got a sheet of drywall in your truck and you can come by 1015 Half Street, call or tweet or whatever, get a hold of us. And at 1:30, White Brian's going to run through it in the alley, and we'll put it on the stream. What does a sheet of drywall cost? I will cover the cost. $10?
It ain't gonna be $10.
How much is one sheet of drywall?
I guarantee it's not $10.
I'm Googling it.
Hell, you can't get nails for $10.
You can't get eggs for $10.
We know that.
All right. If you buy 26 or more, it's $21.
A piece?
I don't think we need 26 of them.
21 a piece? $21 a piece or $21 total?
How about this? According to construction estimates, a standard sheet of drywall, 4x8, costs between $10 and $20.
4x8?
That's a standard sheet, 4x8.
$10 and $20.
Yo, somebody bring us one. I'll cover it. I want White Brian to run through some drywall, see if he gets reconcussed or if he's fully recovered.
How you going to run through? You going to leave with your head?
His dumb ass, probably.
I haven't really thought through the logistics of it.
So you just talk and decide once you get into the action.
The other great part is presumably Jeff will have to.
Oh, Greg just hit us.
Yeah, $11 for a sheet of drywall.
Greg, well, bring a sheet.
Yo, G, if you're around the city, bring us a sheet of drywall.
He's not around the city. You know he don't come this way.
He lives in Blacksburg. The other great part of this is just thinking through the logistics. Jeff would have to hold it up. He's either got to be 8 feet tall to hold it up.
Greg say running through one is not hard. You should make it 3.
Let's just make it 1. Let's just make it easy.
2.
How are you going to hold it for him, Jeff?
All you got to do is stand it up. If he running hard enough, he'll get through it.
Just put it against the wall.
No.
Stand it up against the wall.
No.
All right, if anybody can get us drywall, we got action.
Legal will be calling soon.
All right. Here's a real question. The show that comes on after us, Grant and Danny, presumably those dudes are all in studio today. Those dudes presumably are listening in some capacity to the program. If we had to guess, Grant, Danny, Stallion, Darius, or Toby, would any of them bring us in a sheet of drywall? They usually get here 12:30, 1 o'clock.
I would say if anyone bring it, it'll probably be Toby or Stallion.
There's no way Stallion will. Unless
Stallion likes to see funny stuff. Hey, he likes funny stuff.
There's zero chance Danny will. Grant's got 100 little kids. I just think he's too busy to run by Home Depot.
No, he's not. His wife's busy. He ain't busy.
I don't see Darius doing it. I think our best chances are Toby or Stallion, and therefore I think our chances are pretty slim.
Nah, man, Toby will do it, man.
All right. Tobo.
Toby want to hang out in a certain spot with us in Madrid, so hell, Toby changing up.
Look at that. He's taking Toby to the club.
Tear the club up.
All right. Jeff Chadaha is a reporter we've had on repeatedly. Really smart guy. Was at Sports Illustrated for a long time. Now works for NFL.com. Jeffrey was talking about who are contenders, who are pretenders in the NFL. And the NFL's off to a bit of a funky start. The Ravens were the Super Bowl favorite established by Las Vegas coming into the season. The Ravens are now 1-3, have a litany of injuries, and honestly, defensively just seem really, really messy.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's hard. There's only 2 undefeated teams at this point. I don't think it's hard to say who the leaders are. In the AFC is the Bills. In the NFC, it's the Eagles. That's
it.
Not difficult. There's a whole bunch of other teams, though, that you wonder if they're real, if they're fake. I don't know the answers. We'll find out a lot more over the next month. Like the Jags and the Niners are both 3-1. Are those Super Bowl teams? I'm not so sure.
Jags are playing a lot better than what I thought they would be.
A lot better. Liam Cohen deserves some credit, man. Although I do think Robert Saleh would kick his ass.
Yeah, he was going to get his ass kicked.
It was a very clear, like, hold me back guy situation.
No.
When he's, like, bucking because all the players
Robert Saleh was walking towards him as he walked away, acting like he wanted to be held back. You know those guys that come grab you and say, hold me back, hold me back. Hey, dog, are you grabbing my shirt? Get you back off.
Right. Hold me back, guys, a classic. Let's listen to Jeffrey talk about what he thinks the Commanders are, right? If they're a contender or a pretender. This is from NFL.com. He listed a bunch of teams, contender, pretender, right? So we get to Washington, and I'm reading now. The Commanders felt the absence of quarterback Jaden Daniels this past weekend. Marcus Mariota was capable enough to lead the team past Las Vegas in Week 3, but the Falcons presented a different test in a 34-27 loss. The problem is that the Falcons didn't feel like a strong challenge coming in, as their offense was averaging just 14 points a game through the first 3 weeks. Not only was Mariota an issue, he only threw for 156 yards, but Atlanta lit up the defense for 435 yards and several explosive plays. It says here that the offense will look a lot better when Daniels is back from injury, along with a couple more key performers on the unit, Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown. It's been reported that Daniels should return for this week's game against the Chargers. That's when you'll see Washington set things right. The Commanders made the playoffs last season with a mediocre defense. They can do it again.
Mm-hmm.
What's your reaction there, B?
I agree. I think the thing about, you mentioned something earlier, was it John, about Jaden doesn't play defense, but his explosion. When Jaden's out there, they get extra plays on offense, which puts pressure on the other team's defense and offense. If they get to the rhythm they had last year where they have those long, sustained drives and they end up with touchdowns at the end, that doesn't just affect the team's defense. That makes their offense have to answer what you're doing. If you watch the game the other night with the Packers and the Cowboys, both of those defenses were in shambles. They didn't know what the hell was hitting them.
Dak was excellent.
Because the offenses were playing so effective down the stretch, it made the defenses have to figure out something, which normally is not what you normally do all the time. So you end up trying something new and you're not very good at it and you get exploited. So it will help out. And I think that helps. I just want, what I don't want is when he gets back healthy, everybody leans on him. Let him do the things he needs to do within the rhythm of the offense. And if there's something there, you take it. But don't start, oh, yeah, he'll pull us through. Do your damn job to make his a little easier.
To me, through 4 games, 2 wins, 2 losses, the Giants game offensively was a real challenge, and I put a lot of that on Russ Wilson's performance. There's a reason he got benched. But the win over the Giants, the offense was limited. The win over the Raiders, I thought offensively they looked pretty good. They ran the hell out of the football.
Yeah,
they scored
did.
40 points. They had big plays all over the field. But the difference to me in 2 wins and 2 losses, I don't even look at the offense. If you want to look at the offensive line, you can. But to me, it's the defensive line, man. In 2 games, in 2 wins, the defensive line has looked dominant.
Yeah.
In the Giants and the Raiders win, Payne, Kinlaw really dominated inside. And if you dominate inside, you get pressure off the edges. Everything kind of works its way back from there.
Mm-hmm.
And in the 2 losses, they didn't.
Yeah,
now,
but
Atlanta was able to beat them more.
That offensive line looked horrible in Green Bay.
Totally.
Yeah.
Atlanta was able to get to the edges, and they had an elite back that can get to the edges. I just think my contender-pretender thing, one, I think it's too early. The only teams I can tell you definitively are contenders are the Eagles and the Bills.
They're not contenders. They are already there. They're the
Sure.
ones people chasing.
Right, like,
They're the chasees.
but we could have told you that a month
Yeah.
ago. We probably could have told you that on the 4th of July. Like, I don't think that's much of a surprise. I'm not even sure, at least offensively, Philly's not even playing their best ball. I think if anybody wants to be dismissive of Washington, we'll go around the NFL and try to determine best teams and worst teams per record. But, like, just looking at the NFC, of the teams with a better record than Washington, are the Eagles better than Washington? Yes. Sucks to say, but they are. I think Detroit's better. Green Bay is now 2-1-1. They beat them on the field, so you got to say they're better, but Green Bay has looked not as good over these last 2 games.
Yep.
Is Tampa definitively better?
I don't know if they definitively better.
They have a better record. They're 3-1.
better record, but well, no.
Are the Niners are 3-1? Are they definitively better than Washington?
Can't say that.
I think right now you could say the Seahawks are because the way they play defense. The Seahawks are 3-1. They're plus 44 in point differential. The Seahawks, I might say, are definitively better. And these things evolve over the course of months and months and months of a football season. I would say the Rams are definitively better. That young Rams defense has turned into a force. Offensively, they got a lot of weapons.
Puka Nacua got 47 receptions in 4 weeks.
Dude, just a beast. It's a fullback with receiver speed and hands. He's a physical beast. Having Adams as your number 2. But like, just looking at the NFC, I mean, I guess you got to take the Falcons into consideration because they just lost to them. They have the same record as the Falcons, same record as the Vikings, same record as the Bears. Like, if you're looking at, and this is perhaps silly, but just as an exercise, playoff teams in the NFC, the Eagles would be the 1 seed. They would win the East. The Lions would be, I don't know the tiebreakers, right? But let's just go through it. The Eagles would be the 1 seed. They're undefeated. They'd win the East. The Lions would win the North. The Bucks would win the South. You got a big old pile of stuff for the West. You got 3 teams at 3-1. So somebody wins that. If you were projecting it out right now, 2 of your wild card teams would be from the West. And then I suppose Green Bay would get in for the last spot because they're 2-1-1 instead of 2-2. Washington's right there. And then if you look, here's what I can tell you Washington's definitely better than. There's 16 teams per conference, right? They're better than the Saints. They're better than the Panthers. They're better than the Cardinals. They're better than the Giants. They're better than the Cowboys. That's you could start to eliminate some of this. So
yeah, but all they need to do is get better. They can't be worrying about the other teams right now. They would need to worry about themselves.
Totally agree. I'm just saying for the sky is falling crowd, take a deep breath.
They're not going to stop saying that. Even if they win a game and it's not by enough points, they're going to think the sky is falling.
People were saying that after the NFC Championship.
That's why
That's
why I don't even listen to those people.
When we return, Commanders tight end John Bates joins the program.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook with the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Latest on the Tyreek Hill knee injury suffered last night in the Dolphins' win over the Jets in Miami. Hill suffering a serious left knee injury, dislocated knee. He was hospitalized overnight. Adam Schefter reporting today he has multiple torn ligaments, including a torn ACL. Hill is having surgery today. Late game last night, Broncos beat the Bengals 28-3. Baseball playoffs begin today. 4 postseason series about to get underway. Game 1's Tigers in Cleveland, 1 p.m. Padres, Cubs, 3 p.m. Red Sox and Yankees renew their rivalry at 6 p.m. tonight. The Bronx and Reds and Dodgers, late one tonight in L.A. at 9. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to a Power Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address, 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're excited right now to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Talk to Commanders tight end John Bates. John, what's up, dude? How are you?
What's up, guys? Doing well.
Coming straight from ballet?
Family's out of town this week, so no ballet, just extra treatment and getting in the building and getting geared back up for another week.
Is that extra treatment helping us out? Getting you right?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yes, big time. Big time.
DQ was asked about you yesterday in his presser and said, on the right track, things are trending up. Do you feel like this is the week you get back on the field after missing a couple?
Yeah, I think so. I think we get phased back into practice this week and start moving around on the field with the guys and stuff like that, so I'm hoping that's the case.
How difficult has it been, John, sitting there watching and not being able to be out there with the guys?
It's tough, man, being the competitor I am and just wanting to, go out there and help the team, do anything possible to win. It's tough, and I've never really – I think I've missed maybe one game in my entire NFL career, and so sitting out one but having to sit out two has been something really weird and different for me, and definitely not easy. But, when you sit out for a game and you've got something going on like this, it also, too, makes you hungry to come back as fast as possible and get back out there and help the guys.
When, it was interesting because you told us where you were for the Raiders game. You were up in the booth watching, and that game ends up kind of being a runaway. And as difficult as it is to watch and not participate, that still had to be kind of a fun experience. What's it like to watch a game that goes the other way, like the Atlanta one?
Yeah. It's tough anytime you lose, right? And obviously not being able to be out there and help contribute in any way is tough. But, we got a resilient group and, we got a group of guys that are mature and want to come in and, fix any issues that we had going on to help leap ourselves forward coming into the next game. And so we got a motivated group and, just excited to get after it this week, man.
You and Sam Cosmi are tight. It seems like Sam could be really close to a return as well. Did he have ballet this morning? Do you think Sam is ready to get back out
there? No, I think I'm excited for him, man. It's been a long journey for him, long road recovery and just a lot of hard work that he's put into it. And so I think that they're opening up his practice window, and I'm just excited to have him back out there, and I know he's excited to be back out there too.
John, looking at the running game, this running game still has a lot of success in Atlanta and was effective. And when you see that happening when you're not there, do you see things you can help with to make it even better than what it's been?
Yeah, I think so. I take a tremendous amount of pride in it, and the O-line and the tight ends have done a great job of, in these last two games, just being able to establish the run game and get that going. And so, it just excites me, that we're able to accomplish that much already. And, it just makes me that much more excited to come back and hope that, I can go out there and help even improve the run game more and, have these other tight ends and O-linemen continue to do the same thing.
When you watch a young guy like Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, honestly, let me ask you about Chris, because that's a guy you've known since he was drafted. How impressive you've been with how Rodriguez, I think he really showcased it in the Atlanta game when he hit that long one. How much have you seen him change his body and add speed over his years here in Washington?
Yeah, I know over this coming into this offseason, the last offseason, I know that was a big thing for him, was just being able to change his body. So, still be super strong, but slim up a little bit and work on that speed. And I'm just always impressed by C-Rod, man. Ever since he's gotten here, I've seen what he is as a running back and what he's been able to do and produce for us, in our team. And every time, he gets put into the situation where, they're counting on him to come in and step up and run the ball and do his thing, man. He's a pro's pro. He steps into that role, no flinching, and he just does what he does, man. Bully ball player, breakaway speed, and it's just been so exciting for C-Rod. I love that dude. He just works his tail off and comes in the building with the right attitude every single day, and he deserves everything he gets.
Talking with John Bates here, Commanders tight end. Missed the last 2 games, hoping to get back on the field week 5 against the Chargers. So, John, you mentioned your family's out of town. So are you solo in the house?
Solo in the house. So, just a lot of treatment, hanging out with the dogs, getting stuff done around the house while I'm by myself. So
I ask this question, John. What's
quiet? It's quiet.
What's the the eating schedule when your family's gone? Do you cook or do you go out?
I'll cook a little bit. I just really have been kind of leaning on the meals here at the facility. But I can cook, but when we got the meals at the facility, I've really just been leaning on that.
It's hard to argue with Chef Brandon, dude. Yeah. The food is
Brandon
so
kills it, man. It's I'll tell you what, for now being my 5th year here, I don't think there's ever been one instance where I'm I'm not really feeling this lunch today, or, this dinner. I'm just going to order something to the facility. It's every single day those guys bring it, and they just do so much for us, and appreciate the heck out of them, because they're tier 1 top class cooks and chefs back there. They do a great job.
Oh yeah.
You know what's interesting, John, that you brought that up? There's not a ton of players, honestly, in that locker room that have been there as long as you now, which might seem crazy because you're still a young player, but that's just the nature of the NFL. Teams turn over every year. Since you were drafted in 21, that was before the team got sold. How different? Everybody talks about, how different is the day-to-day being in the facility from 21 to now?
Yeah, man, it's so different. And I had some great coaches and people that are in here before everything happened, and super grateful for them. But just what DQ and AP have been able to do for the culture and just the vibe and the energy in the building, it's it's crazy. You just walk in with this freedom in yourself, and there's no one being tight ass around the building. No one, coaching just or playing to save their butts in their jobs. There's a sense of freedom because they have belief in us and respect for us as players, and I think it's reciprocal from the players to the coaches as well. And so, it's an environment where you're able to come in and be free and be yourself. Obviously there's the expectation and the standard of, working our tails off and, playing the way that we do, but it's just great, man. It's such a free atmosphere and a place where you can be yourself, and it's been spectacular.
That's great to hear. I'm curious, especially with wife and kids out of town, did you stay up and watch the Monday night doubleheader last night?
I made it to probably halftime of the late game. Once 10 o'clock rolls around, I'm getting to a point now. I'm 30s creeping in here in the next couple years. I gotta get my beauty sleep. I know.
Man, you're a JP
I got
solid.
kids.
Y'all
I
keep talking like
gotta
y'all
take
old,
advantage of
man.
my sleep.
I saw the end of the last game.
That means you fell asleep in between.
No, I got home a little
That's
bit later.
right when you got home, though.
Open it up to make sure, like, no, I gotta get my beauty sleep when I can.
I turned it off and read a little bit, but it wasn't captivating. I'm curious, dude. Obviously, you're a football player, Pacific Northwest guy. Like, did you play other sports growing up?
Yeah, man, I did it all. I did football, basketball. I wrestled like 2 years growing up. Baseball, football, track and field. When I was in 7th grade in the spring, I would get done with school, go from school to soccer practice at a park across from our school. Then I would walk back to the school, do track practice, and I'd go from track practice to baseball practice. So I've just always been like super active, and my parents were amazing and supportive of me. And I think I was fortunate to grow up in a small town too, where everyone did everything and everything was close by. And so I was fortunate enough to my parents let me do kind of all the sports that I wanted to, and we're always super supportive of that. But no, man, I was a sports junkie. Like whatever it was, I was trying to do it.
I tell you what, as your kids are young right now, just buckle up for the way youth sports are now, because it's not just going across the street to the park. You just end up being an Uber driver.
I know. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's like completely different world now, even from like when I was in high school to like college. I mean, the 7-on-7 football stuff is blown up and everything's turning into like a AAU league. But I don't know. I also see like the value in kids doing sports at their school and being around like the people that they grew up in and their community and stuff too. And I think obviously the competitive leagues and stuff are great for competition and stuff, but I think there's also something super special about sticking close to your community and doing things with local coaches and stuff like that too, that are super beneficial for kids. And I think at the end of the day, if you got an athlete or your kid's an athlete, like no matter whether they do AAU or local stuff, like if they're a good enough athlete, they're going to get seen for their potential and worth. So
totally.
I think, to that point, I think one of the most interesting kind of subplots of the transfer portal and NIL and everything is you're starting to see, especially at the quarterback position, some of these guys that emerge as like real stud quarterbacks aren't necessarily, they don't have to go to Michigan or Texas or whatever. Like
they can go wherever.
The kid John Mateer, who's now hurt at Oklahoma, like he bounced around a little bit. This dude at Indiana that might be the overall number 1 pick now has bounced around a ton. And I think between social media, there's so many more outlets for good athletes to get seen. You know what I mean?
For sure. And I think like kind of an overlooked thing now, and especially college athletics, you have all these kids that want to bounce around and go from place to place and play right away, which I think from a competitive standpoint is awesome. That guys want to, obviously everyone wants to go out and play right away, but I think a super overlooked aspect too, or perspective, is just like the development piece, man. Like if you can stick somewhere and really like truly develop yourself with a coaching staff and coaches and the guys around you, like you give yourself such a better chance, in my opinion, of being able to like develop your skills and your work ethic, your character, and all those things. And that's why like Boise State, like where I went to, I think is such a special place, because you don't have a lot of guys going into the transfer portal, and you're getting a lot of, high class recruits now, even more than before. And you're getting guys like that to like Ashton Genty last year, passed up on millions of dollars to go to probably anywhere he could have wanted to go. But because, he knew how special Boise was and how great it was for his development and everything else, like it's just a super special thing. It's something I think that's like really overlooked too. And so I definitely see the value in that.
For sure. Last thing for me, John, Did you grow up a Mariners fan? I'm curious, baseball-wise, who you like.
It's super weird, random, but when I was like in first grade, my dad was, my parents were both educators, but they went to like this conference thing in St. Louis. My dad came back with Albert Pujols jersey for me.
Oh.
And so I don't follow baseball as much as I used to growing up, but ever since he brought that home, I was Cardinals jersey, so I got to watch them win, 2 or 3 World Series there in that mid 2000s, early 2010s era with Pujols and Carpenter and Molina and all those guys. And so that was kind of my team growing up. A little bit random, but that's kind of the story behind it.
All right, that works, man. Cards aren't playing
when you're
now.
young and you get something from a team, bro, it sticks to you.
Well, and they're also like a classic MLB franchise, too. I got no beef with the St. Louis Cardinals. John, thanks for your time, dude. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, Jay, be cool,
enjoy
brother.
the quiet at the house.
Appreciate it.
All right. That's Commanders tight end John Bates. Says he's looking forward to getting back to practice this week. Hopes to be on the field week 5 against the Chargers. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. I love just like super
Candy
aggressively sexual, explicitly songs. Shout out to 50. Oh, all right, folks. I at least want to run through this because I love October baseball. We got October baseball starting. I guess technically it's September. One thing I'm bummed about, B.
What's that?
So we'll run through the action that starts today. You got Tigers at Guardians. First pitch, 1 o'clock today. So that's your first MLB game. Tigers Guardians play today, Wednesday, Thursday. Best out of 3. Winner of that moves forward. The winner of that one moves forward. I guess you don't know where you're going to go because it's all seeding, so you don't know who's going to win the series. 3 o'clock today, Padres Cubs. They played 3 over the next 3 days. And then, I mean, there was a time where Red Sox Yankees in the playoffs was like must watch.
Oh, yeah.
Late 90s, early 2000s when the
The
curse
hatred
was
for
still a
each
thing.
fan base, it's gonna still be wild.
Before the Red Sox came back from the 3-0 lead, all that, and A-Rod tried to slap the ball out. It was that Giambi's glove at first. Like, that was so much fun back then. Now it's kind of been diluted, especially because Boston's won a bunch over the last 20 years since those days. But that'll still be a juicy series. So Red Sox in Yankee Stadium, that starts at 6 o'clock. They play 3 straight. Then the nightcap, Reds at Dodgers. Why, Brian, as somebody whose $300 million Mets got knocked out by the Cincinnati Reds, who are you rooting for, Reds, Dodgers?
I think the Reds.
You think? Why you don't know?
I'd like to see a small market team make it far.
I like De La Cruz too. The Reds payroll was $120 million. The Mets was $300 million. The Dodgers probably have the next highest payroll, would be my guess. Dodgers might even be higher. I don't know.
Maybe.
Dodgers spent a lot of money. Here's what I'm bummed about, though, B. So the Reds play the Dodgers the next 3 nights in L.A. The winner of that series, Dodgers-Reds, will then go to the NLDS. I've never been to Dodger Stadium. Have you?
No.
So I was really hoping.
While we're out there?
Yeah. But no matter where.
I watch it on TV. If I'm going to do anything sports-wise, I'm going to go play some damn golf.
Well, it'd be at night. You're not going to play golf at night.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be trying to sit there watching them.
Okay.
You talk about boring.
October baseball, the chance to go to Dodger Stadium I would have been into it. You don't have to come with me.
I'm not.
Believe me. It's not going to happen while we're there because the games 1 and 2 will be Saturday night in Milwaukee or in Philadelphia. And then the ALDS will start in Toronto and in Seattle. I'm rooting for the Mariners, probably out of the AL. I'm rooting for the Brewers out of the NL. I'd like to see some good baseball. I always enjoy it. For the 2 Yankee fans in there, Jeff's sex robicking. Landfill, how do you feel about Los Yankees going into October here?
This is our year, baby. Woo!
That felt very authentic.
Yeah, he don't mean that.
What about you, Jeff?
This is our year, baby. Woo!
All right. Landfill is a legit seam head, so I'm not asking him this. Jeff, can you name me 5 active Yankees players?
Off the top of my
Aaron
head.
Judge.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
knew
say
he had that one.
I was gonna say off the top of my head right now, no, but that's fine. It's football season. That's what I'm paying attention
But if
to.
you're a fan of the team, you know him.
You claim you're a
year-round.
Yankee fan.
I'm just support them. That was the first baseball game I went to. That's my team. Don't try to challenge my fandom.
Can you name another player on your team?
Yes, you got Jazz Chisholm.
Okay.
What is his name?
They have another big hitter with a big name.
Yeah, no, I can't think of it right now because I actually play MLB. That's why I don't know why I'm so shocked right now. Oh, Giancarlo Stanton.
Okay, that's the one I thought you'd get.
Dang, I can't think of none right now.
Landfill, you want to help him out?
No, I'm good.
Landville, how many Yankee players could you name? 11?
5 or 6.
I bet you could name 3 starters and like 5 position players.
Yeah, probably.
I honestly think Landville could probably go the whole roster and just keeps it to himself.
He can go the whole farm system.
Yeah. Landville is a low-key super seam head that just never wants to talk about it. Is that accurate?
That's 100% true.
All right. Let's have a conversation about the Commanders' offense before we go around the NFL. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Lots of news around the NFL, starting with last night, Monday Night Football. Tyreek Hill of the Dolphins suffered a dislocated left knee in their win over the Jets. He was hospitalized overnight. Adam Schefter reporting today Hill does have multiple torn ligaments, including a torn ACL, and is having surgery today. Hopefully, Jaden Daniels is going to be back for the Commanders this week after missing 2 weeks with his knee injury. No specifics on that Monday from Dan Quinn. Said they have a plan for his return. We'll know more when they practice on Wednesday. Chargers probably going to be without left tackle Joe Alt, expected to be out several weeks with a high ankle sprain. Also, the Ravens, Coach John Harbaugh said Monday Lamar Jackson could not have returned to their game Sunday in Kansas City, so Lamar's status uncertain for their game this weekend against the Texans due to a hamstring injury. Baseball playoffs begin today. 4 series. JP and B-Mish are talking about to get underway today. Tigers in Cleveland, 1 hour away. They started 1. Padres and Cubs, 3 p.m. this afternoon. Bo Sox and Yankees renew their rivalry, 6 p.m. in the Bronx. And the Reds and Dodgers play the late one tonight in L.A. at 9 p.m. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. Landfill writes questions down for us on the show sheet. He asks, why has the offense looked better? Before I look at some numbers and stuff, I'll go to Jeff. Jeff, anecdotally, not diving deep into anything, right? But just your gut as a fan that watches every game, cares tremendously. Do you think the offense has looked better over the last 2 weeks than it did the first 2 weeks?
I would say yes, but the only reason why I feel as though it looks like that is because of how bad the defense has been. And that's not to take anything away from them, but they know me and Bish, it was me and Bish, I believe. No, it was me and EB, actually. Our offense have to score 34 points if we're going to win the games from the way our defense have been performing. But I think it looks good, but it can be better. Like once, Terry get back and he gets in the full swing of things, JD5 get over his little rust, it's going to be moving even better than what it is now.
So I think there's statistically, it's not exactly the case. They had their most total yards week 1 against the Giants. They went for 430 yards. They ran for 220. They passed for 212. Week 1 against the Giants is the only game they passed for more than 200 yards. The Packers game was by far their lowest output. They ran for 51 yards in that game. In the 3 out of 4 games, they've passed for fewer than 200 yards. Now, against the Raiders, there must have been a stat correction or something because at one point, Mariota was up over. I think he got to like 206 or something. But per Pro Football Reference, Mariota finished the Raiders game with 199 yards passing. Your mic's off.
Did he get sacked?
Maybe. A lot of times the numbers kind of change a couple days afterwards. In Atlanta, where I think we're remembering the offensive production perhaps more so than reality. I mean, they finished that game with fewer than 300 total yards. They threw for 147 and ran for 147. So the thought, like, oh, man, the offense has looked better. I mean, maybe. Statistically, I don't think there's real support for that assertion.
It's not.
And in the Atlanta game, I mean, they were down in the third quarter, 24-13. I'm not saying that anybody took their foot off the gas, but that they were down 11 in the second half of a game, and then they were able to score a few more times. There's zero part of me that believes the offense is better with Mariota. I think Mariota is really good and can help them. I would have liked to see Mariota run more against Atlanta. The best this offense can be is with Jaden Daniels at the helm.
I just think it's people looking for stuff, stretching. It hadn't looked better overall. We can remember some spots here and there. We just didn't see what we didn't see in the first game. We didn't see Jaden as sharp as he was all last year. And I think people automatically, oh, man, he must be whatever, because people play on that little sophomore slump thing.
Well,
but when you look at, like you said, the output and the production in that game, nothing has been very much closer.
I also think you always talk about this with turnovers, B, that, like, turnovers could kill you, but when you turn the ball over, it can really kill you.
Yeah.
The slow starts offensively, especially last week. You know how many plays Washington ran in the first quarter of that game?
Probably like 4.
3.
6, something, 3, the one's first round. But that first play killed them. When they ran that play, it's like Atlanta was waiting on it. And now you're, instead of being like running the play up the middle and you get 3 or 4 yards.
Maybe it was 4. They got the ball back at the very end of the first
quarter.
Yeah,
because they were running 2nd and 13 or 2nd and 12 at that moment.
So the first play of the game is -3.
Yeah, so
Mariota sacked on second down.
And then I'm like, it's you don't want to. You want to stay ahead of the chains, not get behind them.
I don't believe the offense has performed better under Mariota. They have run the ball fairly well, fairly consistently, and that's going to make your overall statistics look a little bit better. Against Green Bay, they didn't run the ball enough.
Nah.
Now, you can argue they weren't able to, so why stick with it? There's the opposite school of thought there that you stick with it no matter what. They finished that game. They only had 2 running backs get carries, and it was a combined 12 carries.
12 carries, 50 yards, you said?
No.
What?
12 carries for 34 yards. Eckler had 8 for 17. Bill had 4 for 17.
Under 50 yards.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Against the Raiders, they ran the ball really well. Against Atlanta, they ran the ball well, if you look at the body of work. But the few times they had short yardage, offensively against Atlanta, it's really hard. Like, I get people want to say, okay, they had 27 points. They played pretty well. They couldn't control possession. They had the ball. They lost time of possession 34-26.
Mm-hmm.
They were 1 of 8 on third down. You're not going to win many games 1 of 8 on third down.
Well, you know, James, people look at the end result, the amount of points you had. That's it.
I think Mariota performed admirably in 2 games. He was really good against the Raiders. Some of the changes offensively that have happened, I do think might help a little bit. I don't know if you get Cosmi back for this week against the Chargers, but you're getting Cosmi back soon. I think the switch from Allegretti to Wiley and from Coleman to Paul has roughly paid dividends. I thought both were really good against the Raiders. I think the Falcons have a youthful, tough defensive line. The Falcons are playing pretty good defense. They didn't get it going like they did against the Raiders.
I saw confusion on the offensive line against the Falcons.
In the interior, too.
Yeah.
I think on the edges, for all the worry about Connerly, I thought he's played pretty well. Tunsil's been as advertised, if not better, frankly. A lot of people said, oh, he's a really good pass blocker. Not sure what you get from him in the run game. I think Connerly's been really good. But, you know, offensively through 4 games, they're 12th in the NFL in yards gained, 8th in the NFL in points scored. That's not going to kill you. Defensively, they're 24th in points allowed, 18th in points allowed. But, dude, for all the success this team has had, I think they're built to be a big play defense and to get the offense more opportunities. They're second to last in the NFL at creating turnovers. They have one turnover.
They have one. And they just got that. I mean, that's not good because they preach that a lot. And it's not like we had many close calls or close opportunities. We haven't even had the many opportunities.
There have been some fumbles. There have been some balls hit the ground that they just aren't recovering. It's been a relatively frustrating watch, I would say, thus far. It's just they're scoring on 44% of their drives, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. Mm-hmm. That's good for a top 10 in the NFL. Like it's not a lack of moving the ball, but there have been far more field goals than touchdowns.
Yeah.
Gay was pretty good the other day, but if they were trading 3s for 7s. You're never going to win.
You can't win like that. Can't win like that at all.
The return game, like they played one complete game. In that complete game, they kicked somebody's ass. In all of the other games, even against the Giants offensively, they weren't that great. Against Atlanta, a lot of things weren't great, especially on the defensive end. The third down problems are just so significant. They are 27th in the NFL on third downs. They've converted 15 of 45 third downs. For a rhythm offense that wants to get some tempo going, you can't do it if you don't stay on the field.
Nah, and the thing about it, we've lost yards on first or second down, and penalties have killed us as well.
Yeah.
Third and long, you can't live with that.
They have 30 penalties through 4 games. So that's what, a little bit more than 7 a game?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys ever have, like between Andy and Joe, was there ever like a targeted penalty number? Or
No.
Probably hard to reach, right?
Nah.
Here's what I can tell you.
Really, you just try to have as little as possible. You didn't want to have penalties.
Right. 30 penalties for 223 yards. This is an oversimplification, but they've gotten the advantage of only 27 penalties against them. So they're -3 in the penalty count. They've given up 9 first downs on penalties. It's a lot. They just haven't seemed dialed in offensively.
Yeah.
They're not out of sorts either. They don't look awful. Like you see some, like what we saw from the Bengals last night just looked awful. Washington hasn't been that because even against the Packers, they were getting dominated by a defense.
Yeah.
Last night, Jake Browning just couldn't do anything, right?
True.
I think getting Jaden back out there, you know what would have been tremendously different against Atlanta is if instead of immediately getting down 10-0, what if it was, okay, the Falcons got the opening field goal, but then they came back and got a field goal, or they even came back and got a touchdown. Yeah. Like it just hasn't really meshed, I would say. I want to go around the NFL, but Trucker Dan's been on hold for an hour, Jeff. I'm going to ask Trucker Dan. Dan, do you think the offense has looked better over the last 2 games?
Well, it didn't look bad. It could have used a better scheme from Pittsburgh. He started off his scheme. Just leave it right there. I'm going to come get it. He started off his scheme too late. It was something I was telling Jeff earlier with Joe Gibbs. I heard B-Mitch say it once upon a time. When Joe Gibbs didn't like something, he changed that in the first quarter. Nowadays, I seen we changed it all the way in the fourth quarter. That's our problem, man. It's not really the offense. It's the scheme, man. It takes too long to adjust, and that's how we lose in these games. I'm not the only one realizing that. In the fourth quarter, we always look good. Like last game in the fourth quarter, we just went down the field and marched like it was nothing. Why we couldn't do that in the first quarter? It's taking too long to adjust, and that's our problem. That's all I can say.
All right, brother.
You know, specific to the Atlanta game, one of the reasons it felt maybe offensively like it took too long to adjust is they couldn't possess the ball. Atlanta possessed the ball in the first half for probably 2/3 of that game. You have 1 3-and-out in the first quarter, and then Atlanta goes on these super long scoring drives. I do not think Cliff has been a problem. I know that there are stats you can point to. I mean, C-Rod and Bill were averaging, between the two of them, about 7.5 per carry against Atlanta, and they combined for 14 carries. I hear you. Now, if you take away the 150-yarder from C-Rod, those numbers look a lot different.
Mm-hmm.
I know
he ran it.
There are people that want Bill on the field a lot more. He's looked really good with the ball in his hands, but I think there are questions about pass pro. Quentin's in Bethesda wants to talk about Bill. What do you got, Q?
What's up, fellas? So basically, I have two things. The first thing is I keep hearing that Bill can't catch, and I don't know where this narrative's coming from because every time I saw a throw from Jaden, it was a dirt ball. And every time Mariota came in and he was on a little dump off, it was good. He threw it right to him, and it was a positive gain.
I think
Every
it was
time
pretty
Bill
clear
scores,
in that
he's in.
second game against Green Bay that Bill ran the wrong routes. Now, he's a rookie. He's learning. He wasn't
He's a
where
rookie.
the quarterback expected him to be, but it's great that he's
But
learning.
I feel like he has sure hands, though.
But the problem has
Jaden.
never been that he couldn't catch. It's pass pro, blocking linebackers that are blitzing or picking up the guy that's coming off. That's where the problem comes. You can't protect your quarterback, you're not going to be on the football field.
But do you not trust him in the pass game? Because when he's in,
No,
I
in the
see
pass
impact plays
protection
across the board.
aspect of the game, no. They don't trust him 100%. No.
So you'd rather have McNichols blocking?
Yeah, McNichols is better blocking than he is.
The other thing,
and we saw him go 70-something yards the other day, so he can run too.
50, yeah.
It's not a bad thing on Bill. It's the fact that
Right.
when
He's young. He's young.
everyone sees somebody running skill, and that's all you. That's not what they judge you by. They judge you by protecting the quarterback first. If you can't do that at a high level, you're not going on the football field very often.
It's also worth pointing out that Bill got the most touches of any running back last week. Like,
Yeah.
I think there is some misconception that it's like, oh, Bill's not getting the ball. He got 9 touches. C-Rod only got 7. McNichols, I think, had 3. So they are.
And Chris Rodriguez has been playing really well. He broke a few last game, so I think they're still feeling out the backfield. But when Bill gets in the end zone, we find a way to win.
I don't know if that's cause or effect, but you're not incorrect, right? Like, yes, when Bill has scored, they have won those games. I'm a big fan of Bill. I think he's a dynamic player. I think he's the best jump
But I think
cutter
we just need to pump
since maybe Alfred
our
Morris.
brakes just a little bit. Let him really establish himself instead of making him what he's not.
And Chris Rodriguez are real power backs. I feel like Bill offers that finesse that we haven't had in so long.
Dog, McNichols took a 60-yarder to the house last week.
Yeah. And he broke like 4 tackles, 6 tackles on the way. So, our running back room is impressive, and they have been impressing me. So I do see hope, but I feel like they got to give the young man the keys and have the power back to back him up. But, I appreciate y'all taking my take. But second, as well as just got to go after B. Mitch real quick about Terry. Remember I said he was a body catcher, and he only had a couple catches. He hasn't been that guy. I feel like Debo was more awarding and showing that he's worthy of the money than we paid Terry.
Man, you can think what you want to think. I don't care how you catch the ball, as long as you catch the damn ball. You call it here with these little takes, and you think listen, bro. You can call what you want. You just call 2 guys power back that are not power backs. So what
Chris Rodriguez not a power back?
No, he's not a damn power back. He runs the ball. He's not a power back.
He runs angry. Angry.
Just because you run angry don't mean you're a power back.
I mean,
in McNichols, he's more like I feel
he
like
weighs 209 pounds. He's a power back.
back.
He weighs 209. You call him a power back.
Thank you for the
like
call,
he's
Q.
about 210, 215.
It doesn't make a difference how you run. If that's the way you run, that's the way you run.
I'm going to keep us on time.
Come on,
Thank
dog.
you, Quentin.
Please,
Yes,
man.
sir. Appreciate you.
All right, see you, dude. Here's what we're going to do. I want to go around the NFL for, 6.5 hours this week. We've done nothing but talk about Washington. I want to look around the league. What's going on with the Baltimore Ravens? What, if anything, did we learn about Jackson Dart, the New York Giants? There's a big, large NFL out there. Let's go explore it.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is an official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Monday Night Football, Tyreek Hill suffering that serious knee injury, dislocated knee, and the Dolphins win over the Jets down in Miami. He was hospitalized overnight. The latest, we have Adam Schefter reporting today that Hill does have multiple torn ligaments, including a torn ACL. He's going to need multiple surgeries. One of those is happening today in Miami. For the Commanders, they hit the road, 2 wins at home, 2 losses on the road. They will be out west this weekend, Sunday at the LA Chargers. Hopefully we'll have Jaden Daniels back after missing a couple of weeks. Commanders are a 2.5-point underdog, and the baseball playoffs start today. 4 postseason series are getting underway, including Tigers and Cleveland in just about half an hour and 1 p.m. This September, only score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
All I'm asking is for a little respect. Hey, baby. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. White Brian. Seriously, so I had the stream up during the commercial breaks. The boys often put something kind of funny in there. At some point, we got to retire Fat Tana Moss. Jeff's looking good, dog.
Yeah, might have to.
All you gotta do is just take the Fat Tana Moss, make him a little slimmer, and put a clown nose on him, because that's the colors he like to match up to get dressed.
So that was the other thing I wanted to discuss. So Jeff just asked, you should follow B. Mitchell Finley on Instagram. We try to post a reel every day. Unless the boys ask me when I've already left the office, and I say yes, and then I generally forget.
That's just naturally what you do.
I'm a forgetful fella, Brian. I've done a lot of damage to my brain over the years. Jeff just asked me, B, you guys got any ideas for an Instagram reel? And I'm like, let me think about it. I was like, we could do baseball predictions, but that wasn't that well received, which is fine. We're not the biggest baseball show, even when the Nats are good, let alone after this season. So I got a different one. Why don't we just put Jeff's outfit, let Jeff do some sex aerobics, put it on Instagram reel, and let people react. Jeff is wearing a white shirt with black sweats, entirely reasonable. Then bright red-ass socks.
The red socks did not come.
With green shoes.
They don't go.
With green shoes. And Jeff's like, yo, this looks good.
They're teal shoes.
That's a version of green.
Yeah, are those the shoes I gave you?
Yeah, they're my running shoes.
I gave you those shoes because I thought they were butt-ass ugly.
But, JP, you have the fashion sense of old white guy.
I'm an old white guy. That's fine. That's why I knew. These aren't for me. Jeff, you can have them.
Oh, my
yeah,
Lord.
But teal, gold with red socks, that goes.
No, it don't.
You can find people on the internet with teal outfits with red shoes.
Jeff, you can find two girls, one cup on the internet.
Hey,
doesn't make it right.
2 girls, 1 cup is crazy.
Shout out to Jim D on the stream, said, just follow B. Mitch and Finley on Instagram, like you said. Follow us.
Appreciate you, bro.
Landfill, how do we feel about just putting Jeff's terrible outfit? Jeff, if you said, yo,
Landfill did not buy
I just came to work. I'm not trying to get dressed up. That would have been reasonable. Instead, you have this bad pivot.
I was working out, and I got on running shoes with red socks.
That's fine. Yo, I came from the gym. That's fine. Instead, you have this pivot at times where you feel threatened or made fun of. You're like, nah, man, this is dope.
No,
it was gym clothes. All good.
Bro, I have on teal green shoes with red socks. And when I had my shorts on, they're black shorts. That's okay. That's not an outrageous color combination.
I don't know. Them red socks not working.
Jeff Walker,
I know when I work out every day, I dress accordingly.
Well, B, you put on cologne to come to the radio studio. You are
because I might meet a lady or somebody talking to me, or might meet somebody. I don't want nobody to ever say, I talked to Brian Mitchell and he smelled like butt.
I look forward to days where I don't have to dress up to come in here. Tuesday, today, I got no TV, I got no practice, I got no nothing. I wore a hoodie. I'm good.
I'm not dressed.
You generally, at all times, could walk onto a golf course or into a dinner.
Yeah, because my two sisters basically made me be like that.
And I think that's terrific.
They used to be, listen, bruh, they told me manicure, pedicure, don't have crusty feet. Somebody, you rub your feet up on a woman, you might be shorted that night. Might not go where you want to go. It smell good, so I listen to my sisters.
I think that's terrific. I think I'm probably in football season, like 3/4 of the time, pretty presentable. Non-football season, maybe it's about 2/3 of the time, pretty presentable. But I don't know, Jeff. You're wearing gym clothes. You don't have to defend yourself, but just don't pretend. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not pretending. Teal and red goes together, bro. Like,
it's just one of the hottest takes I've ever heard.
You want me? I'm gonna pull up some outfits.
Okay, Brian Mitchell.
Yes,
I have a question for you.
Gotcha.
What the hell's going on with the Ravens?
The Ravens are a team who, you know, when you're playing a game and you are the better team, and you just mess around, and then all of a sudden you got 2 minutes left in the game and you're down a touchdown and you can't get it figured out. I think that's how the Ravens season is going right now. They came into this season.
They've had those games. Remember last year they lost to the Raiders
but
at
they
home?
came into this season with a lot of promise. And I think they are pressing to be even better. Instead of just going with it. Now, their defense is not good. No. But their offense is going the other direction now because I think Derrick Henry now has the fumbling thing in his head more than he does just run the damn football. Okay? If you worry about fumbling when you're about to get hit, put 2 hands on it. All right? But he didn't run the last game like he runs normally. And then once Lamar gets a little nicked up, that team loses a lot. You know, you're talking about how Jaden is much more explosive. Hell, Lamar can win a game. He can go out there just run around by himself and win a damn football game. But when they can't score a touchdown and their defense give up a touchdown, then they get a field goal and their defense give up a touchdown, the pressure's on them, man. And right now you find out, I don't care how good y'all pressure burst pipes.
You still buy the Ravens. They are 1-3.
I listen. They are historically a very good team, and they figure things out. So yes, I buy them, but they can't keep slipping. They flip for another week or two, they might be in trouble.
Ravens are 1-3. Their only wins over the Browns. They get Houston at home this week, then the Rams at home, then a bye week.
They get Houston and the Rams. They may have problems because their defense can't stop people.
Houston just got their first win of the season. The Rams have looked pretty good. Having 2 straight at home might help. Maybe an early bye helps, especially as they're dealing with a lot of injuries.
No, and like I like John. I know John could get him figured out, but maybe their defense is not what they thought it was. You know, I know Zach is getting all the blame now, but hell, Zach don't tell people miss tackles.
Right. Get blown off the ball.
You know what I'm saying? I remember that kid when he was a little youngin'.
It's Terry's son, right?
That's Terry Orr's son.
White Brian, see if you give me odds just on Ravens to make the playoffs. I'm curious where Vegas has it. How do you feel about your Chiefs?
I told everyone, don't count them out. Listen, man, we all talk about you got to have a quarterback. And we could sit up here and we could try to crown every quarterback every year. But number 15, he's always up there in the top 5.
Statistically, he's marched back a little the last couple
I'm
years.
not worried about statistically. I'm talking about when the football game is on the line and you give him the ball, he is going to go down the field on you. And in that game against the Ravens, he got one of his receivers back.
Got Worthy back.
When Rice comes back on top of Worthy, now they got two guys with speed.
Thornton's still making plays.
People may have a problem at that point.
Minus 375 for the Ravens.
To make the playoffs.
Yep.
Damn, still?
If you bet no, what are you getting? Plus 250 or something?
I don't know what they are to not make the playoffs, but
Find that out, because at a certain point that becomes pretty damn juicy.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs-Jags is the Monday night game this coming week. That could be a good game. It's in Jacksonville. Brian Mitchell guessed the line. Kansas City at Jacksonville Monday night. 2-2 Chiefs, 3-1 Jags.
2-2 Chiefs, 3-1 Jags. Where are you playing at?
Jacksonville.
Still go with Chiefs.
3.5-point favorites.
Chiefs are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking at
the thing about them is when they were starting off early, they would just outscore everybody. Their defense wasn't good, but they outscore everybody. Their defense keep them in games now. And if you got a guy like Pat who could close a game out and Chris Jones can go and get after your quarterback, you got a chance.
If you want to bet the Ravens won't make the playoffs, you get plus 285. It's kind of juicy. You got 3 teams left at 0-4. The Jets, the Titans, and the Saints.
Okay.
Who's the worst?
Saints. Maybe the Titans.
You know what you just did? You know the Alonzo Mourning meme where he's shaking his head and then he starts to nod? That's what you just did debating those two teams.
I'm serious, but it's like, dude, daily, it's over 13 to 20 guys on this text thread. Daily, these guys that grew up as Saints fans talk about how horrible they are. I'm looking at the Titans. They did draft a quarterback, Ward.
Young guy.
But we didn't think that team was great going into this season. So I can understand why they're losing. But the Saints have like 3-4 quarterbacks, and none of them are good.
I think, obviously, if you're a fan of an 0-4 team, you're in a rough spot. I think if you're a Titans fan, there's a glimmer of hope if you buy into Cam Ward.
Yeah. See, I grew up.
I don't know what the hope is for the Saints.
I grew up in the era when it got so bad in New Orleans where people wore bags on their heads.
Right.
Called themselves the Aints.
Right.
I can see that coming back.
So I'll tip my hat to them. They're consistent. Both the Saints and the Titans are 0-2 at home and 0-2 on the road. Who do you think has the worst point differential between those two? Well, hold on, real quick. Do we both agree the Jets seem a cut above that?
They seem a little better than that, yeah.
They're still not good.
You saw the Jets. We thought they had won that game when they blocked the field goal and AG ran down the sideline, but they ended up losing. But that's what bad teams do.
Who do you think has the worst point differential, the Titans or the Saints?
Probably the Titans.
The Saints are minus 55 through 4 games.
Okay, Titans.
Minus 69.
See,
Jeff likes that minus 69.
I told you before, if I was in your class, I'll pass all your tests. Because when I say how horrible the Saints was, then you ask me that question, I automatically know it's going to be the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to set up a surprise.
I'm saying normally you just go that way a lot of times.
I go that way. I don't know. Those are bad teams, dude. That's going to be a long year. Good luck. I think.
Had a fun trip down there last year, though.
I think the Titans are in better shape because maybe you've got the right quarterback. I'm not sure their coach makes it through the season. The Saints just hired Kellen Moore. He's going to at least get to see this thing through.
We hope.
The Jets, I have a more pointed question for you.
Sava.
Can you win games with Justin Fields?
Yes. But it's going to be you can't have mistakes on the defensive side, which puts pressure on him. If you can go into a game where he could use his athleticism and occasionally let him throw the ball around, you can win games. But your defense has to be stellar. Because he had a touchdown run the other day, dog. I was
Last
like,
night. It was unbelievable.
What in the hell just happened? That dude, he's fast. But I don't know what happened to him, his passing skills from.
He's now. Can you win with him? Maybe. Can you win because of him? No.
Probably not.
We're 5 years into this career. I mean, he's over 50 starts. You know what I mean? Like, there's a body of work here. He seems like just a great dude. He's an incredible playmaker.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a starting quarterback.
You got the build an offense that matches his skills.
But I guess my question to that is, does that offense exist, and can he operate even within that? They're 5 years into this.
It exists. But, most people that got him are trying to make him do what they want him to do instead of saying, we know what you can do, because they all scouting him.
Even if
and
you
build
wanna,
that.
Even if you want to dismiss the Bears era, because the Bears are just, at least then, maybe they're fixed. I'm not so sure. But at least then they were broken.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tomlin is a coach we both respect.
Yeah.
They were 4-2 with Fields. They were winning games.
Yeah.
And once Russ was healthy enough, they sat him to go to Russ Wilson.
Because they thought Russ' experience was going to be much better for him. If they had known what that experiment was going to turn to, they probably wouldn't have.
They could have gone back
I
to
always
Fields.
say, when you're winning with somebody, you stick with them.
They didn't.
They didn't. And that could have been their mistake.
I got one more for you. I want to talk about the Bears. What do you see in the Bears? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. This is pretty funny. Remember when people people were saying Matt Stafford was so beat up for him to play, they must have cloned him?
Uh-huh.
Matt Stafford just said to McAfee, my clone is having a hell of a first 4 games. He's just throwing the ball to Puka. Chicago Bears, Brian.
Yeah.
Had the same record as your Commanders, 2-2.
Yeah.
I may have been sitting on a Raiders -1.5 ticket, and they had a chance to win the game on a last-second field goal, which would have covered, and the field goal got blocked. So the Bears win that game. The Bears have a -16-point differential. A lot of that a result of a Week 2 ass-kicking by the Lions. What do you make of the Bears?
I don't think they are hitting the stride just yet. I think they had that one game where Caleb was working. Everything was going for him. And he did not look like the Caleb we've seen. But I think most games he resorts back to not want to do anything on schedule. You know what I mean? He starts wanting to run around and stuff like that, where that stuff works in high school and college. Don't work in the pros. You have to do stuff more on schedule at this level, and also to keep your receivers and your guys into it, you got to be on schedule. So if he can get back to doing that like he did that one game where he had like 280, 290 passing, I think they can be okay.
I'm interested in the Bears. Now, we'll see them in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Washington goes out to L.A. this week to play the Chargers, and then home Monday nighter against the Bears. Going to be really interesting to see what the Bears are, and kind of that should be a fun, interesting game. Monday night's always going to be fun. I bet Northwest will be rocking. Fans haven't been in there in a while. The Bears are coming. I believe they have a bye week this week. Yeah, the Bears will be coming off a bye. For the rest, people, Washington's going to be coming off a West Coast game. Bears are coming off a bye, and they don't have to play until Monday night, so they get an extra day of rest. Really interested in that game. Really interested in Caleb coming back home. Last year, obviously, didn't go so well. Everybody's going to remember the Hail Mary. That game will have some real big kind of juice around it.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a little bit of news, B.
What we got?
Per Adam Schefter, veteran NFL wide receiver Robbie Chosen is signing with the Washington Commanders practice squad. Robbie Chosen played in the league for 9 seasons, B. Do you remember him at all?
No.
Well, does a fella by the name of Robbie Anderson ring a bell?
Yeah.
Played for the Jets, played for the Panthers.
That's who Robbie Chosen is?
Had a 1,000-yard season for
He changed his name?
Robbie Anderson is now Robbie Chosen.
Okay.
6'3", 185, always been kind of skinny, speed guy. Free agent right now. What, if anything, do you make of the Robbie Chosen signing to the practice squad?
Trying to get some veteran guys in there just in case it's going to be a prolonged period with T.
You think that's McLaurin related or Noah Brown related? Or neither?
I don't know.
If you look at, they have 3 practice squad receivers right now.
Yep, but a lot of them don't have experience, though.
Right.
I think when you go to one of them, you want some experience at least.
So I believe to add somebody to the practice squad means they probably need to elevate somebody. They're about to have a roster spot because Jean Baptiste is going to go on the IR.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think one of these young receivers is about to get elevated? Or do you think, if you just look at the positions on the practice squad, Sheldon Day is a D tackle, not the same as Jean Baptiste.
They had
Ricky Barber's a D tackle. They don't
wasn't Wilson. I mean, Martin was up last week, right?
Yeah. TJ Magurayanga is listed as a D end, is on the practice squad. Do you think they're elevating somebody to the active to bring Robbie Chosen in?
Very much a possibility. You've lost two guys on the D line to IR. So you're more than likely, it looks like you'll be bringing somebody up over there. And they have a spot, you can bring somebody back. I mean, you can bring somebody onto the practice squad.
Landfill, just as an aside, what do you make of Robbie Anderson becoming Robbie Chosen?
The chosen one, man.
I mean, sometimes you just got to switch the name up.
It's interesting. Certainly interesting. He has been good in the NFL. It's been a number of years since he's produced a lot, but in 2020, he went for 1,000 yards. I don't know that he's the chosen one, but Washington has chosen him. Speaking of choices, when we return, Barstool Nate joins the program.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening Monday Night Football. Tyreek Hill, that serious injury in the Dolphins' win over the Jets last night, carted off in the third quarter, dislocated left knee, hospitalized overnight. He posted a short time ago on social media, thank you to the fans, as he was about to have surgery today. Adam Schefter says he has multiple torn ligaments, including a torn ACL. Lots going on around the rest of the NFL. You just heard JPB Mitch talk about it. Commanders are reportedly signing veteran wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. They hope to have Jaden Daniels back at quarterback after he's missed 2 weeks with a knee injury as they head out to L.A. to face the Chargers this Sunday late game, 4:25 kickoff at SoFi Stadium. Commanders a 2.5-point underdog. Chargers are going to be without left tackle Joe Alt. They've been banged up on the offensive line. Alt out several weeks with a high ankle sprain. Ravens QB Lamar Jackson bothered by hamstring injury. Could not have returned to their game Sunday in Kansas City, and his status is uncertain, according to Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, for their game this weekend against the Texans. Baseball playoffs begin today. Remember those? 4 postseason series about to get underway. Tigers in Cleveland just getting started. 1 p.m. Padres and Cubs this afternoon. Red Sox, Yankees. 6 p.m. Reds and Dodgers tonight in L.A. at 9. And the Nats are going to introduce former Bo Sox assistant GM Paul Taboni as new head of baseball operations at a press conference tomorrow. Junkies are going to be there at Nats Park live in the morning. We'll have that presser live at 9 a.m. for the Nats' new president, head of baseball operations. We'll have it live here on The Fan tomorrow. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Love me. I'll be young. You are the one. Now I'm stuck inside a memory.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. Whenever you hear OAR like that, you know what time it is. Time to talk to our friend, Mr. Barstool Nate. What up, Nate Dogg? How you doing?
What's up, boys? How are you?
We're good, man. We're good. Just kind of grinding through a rainy Tuesday, I would say. 2-2 on the season for your Washington Commanders. Tough look defensively, particularly against Atlanta this past weekend. But it's a big, long season. They play 17 games. They've been down a lot of guys. I'd say expectations are Jaden returns to the field this Sunday. How you feeling about your boys in Burgundy and Gold?
Yeah, it was a frustrating loss, an annoying loss, a game that really wish we could have back. It's NFL, right? And I know you tweeted about it. Like, it was a wacky week where, a team like Atlanta, who lost 30-0 to Carolina the week before, then beats us. And I tweeted that, we didn't have Jaden, we didn't have Terry, and a lot of the replies were, well, they don't play defense. And that is true. That is accurate. But my point is, if we think back to last year, we have to remember that Jaden extends drives unlike any other quarterback. He keeps the offense on the field. Last year, we dominated time of possession. Against Atlanta, they dominated the time of possession. With a guy like Jaden who extends drives, he gets first downs on third downs, he allows us to go for it on fourth down more often and convert. It kind of hides the weaknesses of the defense more. And we didn't have that. And that's ultimately, to me, why we lost, is because we couldn't stop Atlanta, but we also couldn't stay on the field. We need a drive extender to make up for the weaknesses of the defense, and we didn't have that. Jaden back on the field allows that to happen. It puts everything in motion. The defense feeds off the offense. And as bad as the defense is, and they are bad, I am not denying that they are bad, and they need to get it together, but Jaden helps that.
Does that automatically help it this week, though, against a team that lost last week as well, that's trying to get back in the win column?
Yeah, I mean, I truly believe Jaden is one of those dynamic, once-in-a-generation type quarterbacks, or at least knocking on the door of that, where when he's on the field, you automatically give the Commanders a chance to win no matter what the opposition is, home or road, primetime or not. He's special. He's different. And, I mean, Marcus Mariota, he played his butt off 2 straight weeks. He's not Jaden. And in the NFL, when you go on the road, it doesn't matter if it's against the Atlanta Falcons. Like, it's a tough league to win games, especially when you're with a backup quarterback. There's a handful of good QBs in the league. We are lucky to have one in Jaden, and we're lucky to have a very good backup. But there's a reason he's a backup, right? Like let's not start acting like we have Tom Brady backing up Jaden. We have Marcus Mariota. And again, I know it was not his fault. I'm not placing the blame on him, but he still only threw for 156 yards. And when Penix is across the field from you throwing for 313 because our defense stinks, someone on the offense has to make a play to win the game, and ultimately it just did not happen.
In case you didn't know, Tom Brady was a backup before he got his chance.
All right, well, yes, obviously. Marcus Mariota ain't Tom Brady.
I'm just saying.
Defensively, lot of opinions. What do you think needs to happen?
Yeah, I think the big discussion right now is it scheme? Is it players? Is it age? I don't think you can pinpoint, 100% on any of those. I think, you can spread it around percentage-wise. Like, Bobby Wagner is getting up there in age. He's lost a step. Yeah, maybe the scheme isn't using our players to the best of their abilities. Maybe we don't have that edge rusher who can, get to the quarterback on third down to, force a punt. There's a player issue. There is a scheme issue. There's a coaching. It's a mishmash of just things that they need to tighten up and get right. And, I mean, Beamish, you're always saying it's the players on the field. Like, yeah, they have to step up. Like, yeah, I think without question, they were not prepared. You cannot let Michael Penix Jr. go 20 for 26 and 313 yards, and expect to win the game. We did not get pressure on the quarterback. And this Sunday, we are lucky. We are playing against the worst offensive line in football with the Chargers. Justin Herbert has 0 time to throw. If you're on Twitter, go to @Ryan DePaul, DEPAUL, and he broke down the Chargers all 22 of Herbert, and he called it the worst O-line performance he's ever seen in his life. We need to take full advantage of that on the road against the Chargers and just continually put pressure on Herbert because they have a god-awful offensive line, and even though we don't really have edge rushers, we have to get to the quarterback.
Do you think they will? Against the Raiders, the pass rush was really good. In both wins, their defensive line has been dominant. In both losses, the D-line's gotten pushed around a little bit.
Yeah, if we don't, then everybody's got to go, right? Then that's a pure coaching problem. And, I mean, the players, I understand they have to do their job too, but you have to scheme up a way to get, to take advantage of playing against the worst offensive line in football. You just have to. At some point, I mean, Witt has to be, I don't want to say on the hot seat, but it's warming up. You can't be, the worst ranked passing defense in the league and have a front that can't get to the QB. Like something has, you have to scheme something up. And that's what I'm looking forward to on Sunday is seeing what he cooks.
How important do you think, I mean, you kind of mentioned it. What do you think the mental lift is getting Jaden back on the field?
The mental lift?
Yeah, like what does it do for the organization?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Again, I think you know it as well as I do. It changes everything. He is a playmaker. He is a top quarterback in the league. If he wasn't hurt, I already had him in the MVP conversation. I think last year he should have definitely gotten more MVP votes. We have and I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to get into the Ron Rivera stuff. We have a bad roster. We have a roster that is still rebuilding. We had to sign a lot of vets to plug holes because of the poor drafting. Jaden obviously knocked it out of the park, but he's still surrounded by a suboptimal, subpar roster. But getting a guy like Jaden back, it changes everything. He makes the team better tenfold.
Sure. We're talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. I feel like you're taking a pretty measured approach to the Atlanta loss. I know you live on these internet streets. Have you been surprised by some of what people are saying? Like some of the expectations to like make big changes right away, bench guys, fire guys, all that stuff.
It's interesting because I try to remind people, and I say this all the time on this show, I say it nonstop, we're still rebuilding. This is year 2 of a rebuild. We got so fortunate that Jaden was so good his rookie season and took us to the NFC Championship game. That does not change that there is just a lot of bad talent on this roster and a huge lack of depth, and this team is extremely injured right now, and it showed. It just absolutely showed through. So I think people, there's a lot of Latimore, I don't want to use the H word, hate. I don't think people are very happy with his play, and I think that is, we all saw he's not playing well. He's let's just call it what it is. He's been a very weak link of the secondary, and we gave up draft capital for him, and it has not paid off. Now that being said, I do not think that trade would have been made if Jaden isn't so good last year, and Adam Peters is looking around like, if I make a couple moves, we might have magic in a bottle right here. Like, we might have something that nobody expected. So he gambled on the Latimore trade. It looks like it's kind of not going to pay off at all. It's going to be a huge net negative for the team overall, it looks like. But I understand why he did it. But yeah, this team, we have a while to go. We have a couple years to go. Jaden's still young. The wide receiver, a guy like Luke is finally like trying to figure it out. The defensive backfield with a guy like Mikey who is still figuring it out. Trey is still figuring it out. There's a lot of gaps, between the veterans and the young guys that they're trying to fill in, and it's not quite there yet. So I think we all need to just take a breath, trust the process, have fun watching this very fun team, and just give it a year or two.
A year or two?
If they lose in LA, how are you going to feel?
It honestly, JP, it depends on how they lose. Are we going to get the doors blown off and not compete and look completely unprepared? That's unacceptable. If it's a battle and, guys are just grinding and fighting and, the football's a crazy game. We know a lot of dumb things can happen. It just all depends on effort level, preparation, and how certain guys play. And we can't predict that now. We can talk about that next Tuesday. If we lose and if we win, we can say, hey, you know what? They showed up, they competed, and they showed that they're capable of, winning tough road games.
What is it that you need to see against the Chargers?
Get to the quarterback and the defensive backfield make plays. We just can't have Latimore getting burned or holding every single play. We need Mikey to, he was very good as a rookie. He's taking a step back. We need him to step back up and, play like he means it. And, I think Cliff, we're running the ball as well as any team in the NFL. And sometimes I'm wondering if he's recognizing that because, we have a backup in Marcus Mariota. It's a one-score game, and, he's going 3rd and long to Chris Moore, who was on the practice team, 3 days ago. So I want Cliff to kind of just, we're not going to, if we're not going to win through the air, we're averaging 6 yards a carry. Stick to the run game if you have to. Bill's a beast. Let's feed him the rock.
It's interesting with the run numbers. They're running the ball quite well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people recognize Bill got the most touches of any back last week. He had 7 carries and he had the 2 catches.
And as did Chris Rodriguez. He had 7 as well.
Yeah, he didn't have 2 catches, though. I said Bill got the most touches.
Gotcha.
They are 2nd in the NFL in rushing yards, 17th in attempts. Now, some of that is going to be skewed by quarterbacks running because those make a big impact, especially when you have guys like Jaden and Marcus that can run the ball. I don't have a ton of complaints about the offense. I think not having Terry, not having Noah has impacted the pass game. I think Debo, for whatever questions existed about Debo, I think Debo's
proven himself.
Yeah, just a really great start to the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Debo is my offensive MVP right now. Every time he touches the ball, he's a threat. He's been great in the run game. He's been great in the passing game, and great on special teams. Debo is. I wouldn't even know who else could be the offensive MVP right now besides Debo.
I think that's fair. Now, we did get some news here, Nate Dogg. The Commanders have added Robbie Chosen to their practice squad.
Ah.
Are you familiar with his work?
Yeah, he's on the Dolphins last year, I want to say.
Do you remember the fellow by the name of Robbie Anderson, former receiver?
Yeah, on Carolina. Yeah, he was very good for, 1 year, 2 years?
Robbie Anderson is now Robbie Chosen.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the same guy.
Yeah.
Does that move the needle for you?
No, he hasn't had a good season since 2020 in Carolina. It moves no needles for me. If our season is in the balance of Robbie Chosen, it's a lost season.
I don't think.
So, no.
I don't think the season's in
You
the
need
balance.
to tell Nate what Nemesis said.
We got a reply. I got a reply on Twitter. He said, "Why don't they just sign Santana? He's already at the facility."
I mean, honestly, no. Like, I don't mean to be rude towards Robbie Chosen, but
he doesn't seem like a fella you want to be rude.
You better not be rude to him. He might tell you he's gonna do something to your peeps.
No, I have no file on Robbie Chosen and what he's going to bring to this team besides be on the practice squad. But good for him, cashing a check. Happy for him.
All right, we're going to open the phones and ask this question. But we're going to start by asking you, Nate Dogg.
Of course. Yes.
800-636-1067. How would you fix the Commanders' defense? Clearly something doesn't look right.
It's tough, man.
You hear that, B?
Huh?
Do you hear that? Nate was speechless.
I don't want to say.
Some people think he should be there more often.
Look, Dorrance Armstrong is having a great season. Deron Payne is having a great season. But, you can't make Luvu and Wagner 10 years younger. You can't make Von Miller 10 years younger. And then you can't make Trey Amos and Mikey, 5 years older. There's just this weird veteran young guy gap where the young guys aren't quite ready yet and the old guys are too old. It's like you can't fix that, schematically or anything. It's a tough spot that we're in on this defense, and I think they're working their tails off. Like, I know Bobby Wagner doesn't want to get burnt on every single play. You know that he's trying not to be, but, Father Time's undefeated. It sucks. Like, it's unfortunate to watch, but you can't snap your fingers and fix that. That's why you just have to just keep the offense on the field. That's how I fix the defense. I don't let the defense go into the field. I don't let Marshawn Latimore take 25 holding calls. I just keep the offense on the field, and then you don't have to worry about it. That's how I fix the defense.
All right. When you were last on, I asked you about the Terps going to Wisconsin. You had no faith. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate. You can follow at Barstool Nate. Now your 4-0 Maryland Terrapins are at home hosting the Washington Huskies on Saturday, 3:30 on Big Ten Network. I guarantee you one thing. Maryland is plus 6.5 at home. I promise you I'll be betting on the Terps. How do you feel about this? Is a big game in College Park, dude.
I love that you're a Terps shill these days. It excites me to see you getting onto the Terps bandwagon.
They have a pro quarterback. They Malik Washington. Not to mention this kid playing D end. They have a ton of good corners. Like, they have talent on this team.
Yeah, no, Washington just lost to Ohio State at home, and it's going to be a big challenge in College Park. Washington's still favored coming from the West Coast to the East Coast. I hope the students fill it up, the stadium. I hope Malik Washington, he just continues to ball out, and it would be a very big maybe the biggest back-to-back wins in a very, very, very long time for this Maryland program. Going into Wisconsin and then beating Washington at home, and then they have Nebraska coming in the week after. So big 3-game stretch for our beloved Maryland Terps. Moving to 5-0, that should get us ranked. And a ranked Maryland football team is, that's what I've wanted to get back to. That's what I love. So
then you'll come to a game.
Yeah, well, that gets you to a game, Nate.
Then you act like a real fan instead of that fake you acting like.
Hey, when we're back, when we're I can't guarantee I could come to a game. I'm busy, but it
You
would
ain't
help.
that damn busy.
Very busy.
Falling off of like a curve, breaking ankles. You ain't that damn busy.
Mitch, that was 3 years ago.
I don't care, but you tried to milk it for about 2 years and a half.
Mitch, you were still in your 50s when that happened. Come on.
I'm still in my 50s.
Yeah,
All right,
okay.
we gotta go, Nate Dogg.
All right, see you guys.
All right, see you. That's our friend Barstool Nate. Says he's going to come to a Maryland
He
game
ain't
after
coming.
they beat Washington.
Man, Nate's scared to come outside.
Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You can win a pair of tickets to Maryland football this Saturday, October 4th, against the Washington Huskies. UMD is undefeated, 4-0, and this is the Big Ten home opener. This is the first time University of Maryland has ever hosted the Washington Huskies in College Park. What a matchup. Maryland versus Washington in Big Ten play, Brian. What a world.
Not yet.
One grand prize winner will be selected. Win a parking pass. You get a pair of tickets right now. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with the baseball playoffs now underway. First of 4 in progress. Tigers on a Spencer Torkelson solo home run. Lead at Cleveland 1-0 in the second inning. Next up this afternoon, Padres and Cubs at 3 p.m. in Chicago. Red Sox and Yanks renew their rivalry 6 p.m. in the Bronx. Reds and Dodgers ended tonight. The final 4 games in L.A., that's at 9 p.m. Football, Tyreek Hill having surgery today on that dislocated left knee. Suffered in Monday Night Football last night. The Dolphins win over the Jets in Miami. Reports today saying Hill has multiple torn knee ligaments, including a torn ACL. Commanders dealing with a lot of injuries himself. They hope to have Jaden Daniels back. Under center, looks like he's going to return after missing 2 games with a knee injury. Nothing specific on that from Dan Quinn on Monday. They'll know more as they ramp up the practice plans beginning tomorrow when things get back to work. Commanders made a move today. They are signing veteran wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Shout out to Bare Naked Ladies. They're from Canada. We got baseball, baby.
Yeah.
Scooble on the mound for the Tigers.
The Flying Giant Coms are down 1-0.
Yeah, man. Was that run scored in the first inning? Had to be, right?
Yeah.
Means B's already lost a bet. 1 inning into October baseball.
I told you what the guy told me. Say Bees makes a bet. He goes the other way.
We got news, people.
What's the news?
I want to make sure I credit this dude because I like when a local reporter gets a story.
Get some scoop.
Brian Wacker covers the Ravens and the NFL for the Baltimore Sun. Brian Wacker is reporting Lamar Jackson likely to miss Sunday's game. Could be 2 to 3 weeks. Ravens play Sunday against Houston. Then they host the Rams. Then they have their bye week.
Cooper Rush is their backup, right?
Cooper Rush is their backup.
All righty.
White Brian, you texted me a little earlier. The Ravens' odds to miss the playoffs were plus 285. That's a pretty juicy number. See if that is updated or been pulled off the board. Because if Vegas believes this Lamar report that he's going to miss the next 2, there is zero rule that says Cooper Rush can't start for the Ravens and they win a game. In fact, I've seen Cooper Rush start for the Cowboys and beat the Washington organization under different names.
Yep.
So they are now down to minus 300 to make the playoffs.
It dropped 75.
Interesting. Cooper Rush is a good backup quarterback. Nothing says Baltimore can't beat Houston this weekend. But damn, B. There were some people that were like, oh, Lamar, they were getting blown out. He just didn't want to play. I think that's proven inaccurate.
Man was hurt. Be honest with you, people don't realize most athletes always think I can come back. I can make sure we come back. They don't want to just leave the game.
Quarterbacks get hurt in this league, dude. That is now.
We're starting to see it on a regular basis now.
Burrow's out. If Lamar misses some time, that was probably 2 of the top 4 MVP candidates going into the season. That's one thing about Mahomes, dude. He has never missed significant injury time. He has played through crazy ankle sprains, too, but he does not miss significant time.
Yeah, he was close to the playoffs.
Allen hasn't missed much time. Everybody else, quarterbacks, that's a big blow for Baltimore, dude.
It is. It is, especially in them already faltering now with it. They were faltering with him. Now they don't have him.
Right. B, I'm going to go around the room. Everybody get ready. What is one fix you got for the Commanders' defense?
My one fix is to tackle a person at the first time you touch him. I saw too many guys bump a guy, elbow him, forearm him, and not make the tackle. You know, if they can, I saw guys behind the line of scrimmage, and then the guy gets 10 yards, 5 yards. Make the tackle the first time. The first guy, wrap up. The second guy, you could go for the football. If the first guy goes for a football and another guy gains 5, 10 yards, take him off the field. Because I saw too many guys grabbing at the ball and not making the tackle.
Landini, you get to make one move. You get to request. You got a genie with one wish for the Commanders' defense. What is it?
Well, if I got one wish, it would be get a cornerback that can actually cover, so we can stop playing Latimore.
Do you think that dude exists on September 30th?
Unfortunately, I don't. I think it's. I think the future, for at least the rest of the season is not great.
I wonder if they get to a point with Latimore that they go back to Mikey on the outside and let Noah I back into the slot. I don't know that they will. I wonder if they think they have to get to a spot like that. Now, Latimore has had some decent games this year. I think we all have a recency bias when it comes to the corner position, especially, that Drake London play was really egregious. But for my wish, and I recognize they've lost, 2 defensive ends already in Wise and now JB, but you got to generate pressure, man.
Yeah.
Like Kinlaw and Payne are paid
how
well.
How do you do that? That's the question. Those guys on the field right now, how do you get it done?
Dan Quinn said yesterday, I wish we ran more stunts. I think you could try to be more creative on your D-line, or maybe you have to send more blitzes. I don't know that it will work. But I do think you've got to try to generate more rush and more pressure. And I think, the Chargers are down a lot of offensive linemen, but I do
take advantage of them. I
also think Harbaugh is the kind of coach, the way he is a relatively conservative approach. They just run the hell out of the football, beat you on play action. I think LA will have a good game plan to try to overcome their offensive line losses. But to your point, take advantage of them.
Yeah. If we have an issue with something and people try to take advantage of us, we got to do the same thing to them that they try with us.
Jeff, what's your fix?
If I had a genie, I would turn back the hands of time on Bobby Wagner's life so we could get him when he was young. But my fix would be, how they always speak about this next man up mentality. I wish one of the young linebackers would start to come in their role a little bit earlier, so they can, on obvious passing downs, they can fill, that void in that position to be able to cover a tight end or a running back coming out of the backfield.
It's interesting at the linebacker position. I just had a friend of the program I was texting with say, and this was more in reaction to bringing in Robbie Anderson, now chosen.
Mm-hmm.
He said, do they not trust rookies? Because why wouldn't you give Brooks a chance or Jones a chance? They have played a bunch of rookies, but it's mostly been their draft picks. And it's not just Jaden. Think about Mikey. Brandon Coleman started most of last year. Trey Amos is playing. Josh Connerly's starting right away. So, with younger guys that aren't getting chances, whether it's Cahill, Madrano, McGee, some of these practice squad wide receivers, which I'd also point out, we don't know that they're not going to get a chance. What if one of those guys gets elevated and they get this roster spot with Jean-Baptiste? But do you think they are hesitant to go from a vet to a young guy? Or do you think those guys just aren't showing anything?
I think they're not hesitant. I think people have to realize guys make a team for reasons, certain reasons. And a coach is not going to get rid of a vet who does more and then just throw a guy there because he's younger. You know, most people, fans think that, oh, the young guy, put the young guy. Young don't mean you're better. So young sometimes don't mean you may not know what the hell you're doing. The experienced guy may not be able to run with the people, but he does everything else good. So if I got a guy that's playing 85%, do the 85% good, I'm going to keep him on the field than the guy that may come out there and he does 25% good.
There's something to be said for having trust.
Yeah.
And I think, obviously, they don't trust the young guys yet, but it's a bit of
if a young guy does enough, you've seen them play him. So a lot of times they call you all call us and say, why is so-and-so not playing? Hell, you've been watching the game just like us. If they thought he was better, they'd have him out there.
But is there a bit of a paradox? I know this. When you are a young reporter, it's really hard to get a first full-time job because all the jobs will tell you you're trying to be like a writer, right?
You need experience.
A written reporter. They're like, well, we need to see your byline and read your pieces before we can consider you for a job.
Yeah.
But I can't get my byline out there until I get a job. And it's a catch-22 dilemma,
Yeah,
right?
but see, the difference in sports and that is I see you every damn day. I know what your byline is. I know what you're capable of, and I know what the hell you're not capable of.
So do you think if a dude is flashing enough on scout team or whatever it is, that eventually they will be like, all right, we got to give this kid a chance?
Yes. We've seen time and time again guys flash. What did Owens do from the beginning? Flash.
Sure.
He was a guy moving to another position. They found a way to keep him on the team. Now he's starting to get on the field. Revo, flash, they got him on the field. You know, other people have flashed and got on the field. If a guy's not getting on the field, he ain't flashing.
Not that kind of flashing, Jeff. We'll be right back. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
it on. Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
When I was sitting in the Atlanta press box at like 7 o'clock on Sunday night, I ended up watching the end of Raiders-Bears on Paramount Plus.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched as the Raiders choked away a winning bet. I wasn't frustrated at all. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. Are the Commanders contenders or pretenders? AAA poll of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets if you're already a AAA member. Upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. 59% of voters said pretenders. 41% said contenders.
How many of those people were from another team?
Fair question. I don't know the answer. I would say contenders. I would say they're like tier 2, tier 3 in the NFL. There's, to me, 3 teams tier 1. Right now, I would say the Commanders are a third-tier NFL team. I think the Eagles and the Bills have separated themselves. I think there's a handful of teams kind of in that next grouping that you're not sure of, but I'm not here to count out the Chiefs. I still think the Chargers are pretty good despite the loss they had. I think the Lions are really good. I think the Seahawks are good. I might have Washington just one rung below as of right now, but it's a living, breathing organism. A lot of things change over the course of an NFL season. We do have bets to keep track of from last night. Also, report for the people. I went 1-2 in fantasy this week. So, not going great, but weirdly, because it might be my best team, but also because Adam Tuss has been S-talking me via NBC-wide email, I'm making a move in the NBC4 league. I'm up to 6th.
Are you making a move?
Yeah, I've won 2 in a row. I'm up to 6th.
Okay.
I barely lost my first game. However, Adam Tuss and Lauren Ricketts remain undefeated. You want to talk about the teams that have separated.
They talking trash because they got reason to be talking trash. They whooping your ass, dog.
I mean, he barely beat me week 1, but he did.
He won.
Ricketts whooped my ass.
Hey, both of them got one thing, a victory.
No, they've got 4 victories.
I'm just saying, by beating you, they got a victory.
Tuss and Ricketts are 4-0. Kerwin, who I beat, is 3-1. I am 2-2. And just, oh no, did he win? Damn. Derek got his first win, B. He's now 1-3 on the season.
Derek should finally win. I mean, he chose everybody's team for him.
Yeah, he set up a rigged ass league. Yeah. Let's make some bets, Landfill. All righty, White Brian. How'd we do?
B. Mitch hit his favorites parlay. Me and Landfill won, and you and Jeff lost.
J-Dogs forever.
Yep, y'all stick together.
Jeff, I wanted to briefly ask you a question.
What's up?
You are a Yankees fan, correct?
Yes.
Are you wearing red socks today?
JP, we still on this conversation. You knew I was wearing red socks an hour ago.
I mean, they playing the Red Sox.
The Yankees are playing the Red Sox.
I think he's going to change. He got on black and white up top, then he got on red downstairs. All of a sudden, the red going to become more prominent if the Red Sox win.
No.
You know, Jeff switched teams.
I would never support the Red Sox.
Does the carpet match the curtains, Jeff?
Never. Relax, JP.
Baseball is probably all we're going to bet on today.
Huh?
Unless you got something else, B. You going high-lie? What do you got? What's your action?
I'm going to go underwater basket weaving.
Lay the points.
All right. Who we have today?
I'm taking the Yankees.
Even though you're wearing red socks.
Yes, Fried on the mound. Look, that was just a coincidence.
How long ago did you Google who Max Fried is? Because when I asked you how many Yankees players you could name, he wasn't one of them.
No, the thing is, I had to make sure I was saying his name right. 1.
I'm
2,
sure.
I told you, I have the show. I play with the Yankees all the time on the show. I just couldn't get him at that time, man.
White Brian, did you have to tell him who Max Fried is?
I had to confirm that it was Fried.
What'd you think it was, Fried?
No, I knew it wasn't fried, but I just, you got to double check because the minute I say anything wrong on this radio station, I'm getting hounded.
Same thing you do to everybody else.
I just double check. I don't hound y'all on air.
Give me the Cubs.
I hound y'all off air.
Give me the Cubs.
1 vote Yankees, 1 vote Cubs.
Padres.
I was going to take the Padres. Landy?
I'm taking the Yankees.
I got bad news for the Yankee fans. You know what? I'm going to take
the Yankees.
I'm going to take the under in Yankees Red Sox. I see it at 7. That's right. I'm betting under on baseball, and it's a bees bet. So tell me what you think. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. We're in Ashburn tomorrow.
Bees.
I'm trailing bees. I'm on Team Bees. We're back in Ashburn tomorrow. Chargers week starts in earnest. You'd love to see the return to the practice field of some fellas. Jaden, Cosme, Bates, maybe Brown. Thank you to John Cobb for joining us. Thank you to John Bates for joining us. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Fun day on the program. A lot of baseball to watch. Grant and Danny, they're up next. They are fired up for MLB playoffs and to talk some football. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. So Monday Night Football marred by the injury to Tyreek Hill. Last night, Dolphins wide receiver suffered a serious knee injury, dislocated left knee in their win over the Jets. He was hospitalized overnight, is having surgery today. Reports are saying Hill has multiple torn knee ligaments, including a torn ACL. Knee injuries kept Jaden Daniels out a couple of weeks. Commanders hope to have their number one QB back for Sunday's game at the LA Chargers. That's going to be a 4:25 kickoff at SoFi Stadium. Commanders a 2.5-point underdog. They had another injury on defense they'll have to deal with. Defensive end Javonte Jean-Baptiste headed to the IR with a pec injury. He will need surgery. Commanders today also signed veteran wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. Baseball playoffs are underway. 4 games to start things off for the postseason today. First one, 4th inning in Cleveland. Tigers in front of the Guardians, 1-0. A Spencer Torkelson solo home run in the first inning, putting Detroit in front. Padres and Cubs at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Bo Sox and Yankees, 6 p.m. in the Bronx. Reds and Dodgers tonight in L.A. And the Nationals going to introduce former Red Sox assistant GM Paul Taboni as a new head of baseball operations at a press conference tomorrow. The Junkies will be there at Nats Park. We'll have it for you live at 9 a.m. here on The Fan. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. We're Grant and Danny live on The Fan from our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. What a day in sports. Major League Baseball's postseason is underway. Speaking of baseball, we're a day away from the introduction of the brand new president of baseball ops for the Nationals. You'll hear the press conference right here on 106.7 The Fan tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Capitals, Wizards getting ready to inaugurate new seasons. Things are going swimmingly. Danny, what's up?
We're getting ready for some new seasons, man, while we're in the throes of the football season. And little personal news to start the show. I tweaked my knee last night. It's something. What I plan on doing is being vaguely day-to-day, but for weeks at a time. And I'll hint that everything's fine and then not go for a show or two. And then we'll talk about the return to show, and then we'll ramp up, but then there'll be a day off in there, cryptic press conferences, a lot of misdirection as to the status of my right knee, which I tweaked last night playing hoops.
I don't want you to miss anything in your return to radio.
Yeah, we don't miss any milestones. We don't miss any steps.
Don't miss a step.
Yeah.
I'm going to predict you miss 2 shows, but then the 3rd show from the injury, you're back for that one.
We'll have a report before the show from Ryan Clary via socials or whatever, like, I'm insider Ryan Clary, and this is what's going to happen. We think Danny's coming back, and that's probably how it'll go. But I'm day-to-day, but I'll be that way for a while.
4 o'clock today in about 2 hours. Ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Caps opener. They open the season a week from tomorrow, October 8th, against the Boston Bruins. If you want tickets in the good seats, we got them for you on 106.7 The Fan, so make sure you are listening at 4 o'clock today right here on G&D. And then at 5 o'clock, the bill is due.
Bill.
Jacory Krosky, bill season. Jacory Krosky Merritt on the program every Tuesday at 5 for the remainder of the football season. We kicked off our weekly installments with him last week, and interview with him number 2 this week, coming off of another impressive performance and limited workload. It's time to start ramping him up a little bit.
Let's turn that fader up.
I don't know if it's the Big 12 or the NFL, but he's averaging 6 yards per carry. So whenever you are ready, Cliff Kingsbury, a little bit more of Jacory Krosky Merritt would be nice. Major League Baseball playoffs, I mentioned, are underway. The Tigers lead the Guardians 1-0 there in the middle innings in that game. And then a triple header from this afternoon on when this one ends. You've got the Padres and the Cubs, which I think is my favorite wild card series. I'm rooting for San Diego. Chicago's probably my second favorite team to root for in the NL. So between those two, it's going to get complicated for me. But Padres have a great bullpen. Cubs have an awesome lineup. That's going to be fun. That game's at Wrigley today. And then the Red Sox play the Yankees tonight at 6 Eastern, renewing the old rivalry in the American League East. New York was much hotter down the stretch, but they played a softer schedule. Boston throwing lefty Garrett Crochet, their ace, on the mound against Max Fried, two of the best southpaws in baseball in Game 1. And then at 9 East time tonight, a little David versus Goliath situation. The Reds, who shouldn't be here, aren't that good, but got in somehow because the Mets just didn't want to be in the playoffs.
Just stunning. I think I saw the numbers. I'll probably butcher some of them. Like, nobody hit 270. Nobody hit 30 homers. Nobody had an ERA under like a reasonable league average type number. They're just a very pedestrian, okay team with a payroll 1/3 of the Mets who are at home watching.
Fourth and final game today on the baseball calendar. The Reds at the Dodgers, Chavez Ravine in Los Angeles, 9 East time first pitch in that one. So doesn't get a whole lot better than October baseball. Not quite October yet, but we're kicking it off on September 30th.
Knocking on the door, yeah.
And speaking of baseball really quickly before we get to football, can I shout out Dalen Lyle? My guy, your guy, not our Dalen. It's the Dalen.
We're in the Lyle pile.
Not Danny's or Grant's. It's our Dalen Lyle.
Ours.
The player of the month in the National League.
That's not a day. It's not a week. That's a month.
Rookie of the month, but also player of the month in the entire NL. What a finish to his season. It's Tuesday on Grant and Danny, which means Survivor Tuesday on the Fan. So Survivor Tuesday is your opportunity to kick a player to the curb and give a player immunity. You're going to vote at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Send a player home. Give a player immunity going into week 5. So far, you guys have kicked kicker Matt Gay off the island. You've told Marshawn Latimore to pack his bags. And because of an injury, you've booted Austin Eckler as well through 3 football games. Who gets booted now after a really disappointing defensive performance in Atlanta? My guess is someone on that side of the ball. By the way, luckily for him, Bobby Wagner, the future Hall of Famer, is immune this week because of his banner performance against the Raiders last week. Again, facebook.com/Grant and Danny to vote.
Your remaining players: Jaden Daniels on offense, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, Zach Ertz, Laramie Tunsil, and Josh Connerly Jr.
I would think all of those guys are safe, barring you guys just being insane and saying, well, Jaden hasn't played in 2 weeks, so we're eliminating him right before he comes back. I don't think that's going to happen or should happen with...
Or McLaurin, same type of deal, right?
Yeah, I guess so, if you worry about the quad or whatever. My guess is Bullseye is going to be on that defense this week.
That's where I'm headed. Javon Kinlaw, Deron Payne, Dorrance Armstrong, Bobby Wagner, who is immune, Frankie Louvu, Trey Amos, and Quan Martin are your defensive players.
Is this thing on?
Yeah.
Quan Martin could be in trouble.
Paging Mr. Martin.
This could be a rough one. The safeties struggled. Jay Gruden came on the show yesterday, said that was the position group he thought that had the roughest day. I thought Quan Martin was smack dab in the middle of that, but it's not my vote. I only get one. It's not Danny's vote. You guys vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Commander Survivor. We'll tell you in our final segment after 6 o'clock tonight who is getting sent home today. Last night, Monday Night Football. Did you get to watch some of the games while you were hurting your knee playing basketball?
I did indeed, yes.
Good. The schedule going in set up for 2 kind of gross football games, if we're being honest. The 0-3 Jets and the 0-3 Dolphins. Neither team seems to be going anywhere with any pace. And then the Bengals, who don't have Joe Burrow and now have Jake Browning, who is very backup-y, against a good Denver Broncos defense. It felt like that was going to be a boa constrictor, just eventually take the air out of the Bengals little by little, death by paper cut game. And predictably, that's exactly what we got. So the Dolphins-Jets game, gruesome injury for Tyreek Hill. Thinking about him, that's a long recovery ahead for a dislocated knee, bunch of torn ligaments. Is basically the 90-degree angle of his leg.
I mean, just awful.
Please don't show me a replay, ESPN.
Never.
I don't need to see that. But they did. And then the Bengals-Broncos game, which was actually way less competitive, 28-3. That was not a good product for 2 games, 4 teams, under the bright lights of primetime Monday Night Football last night for the NFL. And you're getting more of these games, right? We had a 26-0 Texans win over the Titans. I thought the Lions and Browns, going back and watching the condensed tape of that game, 34-10 Detroit was like ugly. There's just more early season bad football. Last week, the Falcons against the Panthers didn't look like they were ready for the year to start in week 3. The Panthers this week against the Patriots put up 13 points, some of them in garbage time. I think this is a referendum on the lack of preseason. I'm not really sure. But am I crazy, or is there just more visually bad football right now?
No, I've been arguing it for years. This is not just a recent thing within the last couple of seasons where guys played less in the preseason. This is a byproduct of CBA negotiations. Owners were all too happy to say, this doesn't cost us anything? Fine. Practice as little or as much as you want. So players were really adamant. It's one of the things that they fought for. Multiple CBAs over the years, no two-a-days, no extended training camp, no hitting in May, no hitting in March, no hitting in OTAs or this, that, and the other. And they were adamant about that, right? Trying to get in shape year-round, but not putting their bodies through it, which I understand. I understand their perspective. But the owners don't care. As long as everyone's on the same playing field, it doesn't cost them any money, they're happy to oblige. What they care about is the revenue share, and we want more of the TV money and give us more of the gate receipts and more of this, that, and the other. Players were fighting for other stuff. So this has been happening for a long time. Early season football and football in general, I think, has gone down in with free agency and the way players change teams all the time. Some of the injuries. This has sort of been happening for a long while. Whereas
you don't think the number one issue is the lack of action in the summer?
I think it's one of the huge factors. But you go back to the days of old in the 80s and 90s, where it was Joe Gibbs, Bill Parcells, for example. The same group of guys pretty much went up against each other every year, part of the same system, the same, right?
Helps.
Yeah, and now everything's different, which I understand. It's
but I'm not comparing
game.
it to 1987 or 1996. From my time on the beat, 2010 to 2013, it looks worse. From 5 years ago, early in the season, it looks worse. Is what you're suggesting is a factor one of them? Of course. There's no doubt. I mean, player movement and just getting on the same page. Marshawn Latimore is in his first full year because of the injury last year in a new system, and we're crushing him for his performance. 3 years from now, if he's still here, playing at corner, he's a lot more comfortable with Joe Witt. Like, that happens at every position with every guy that signs and is traded. I get all that. But I just think it's common sense to me that the less minutes spent practicing football all summer long, the less ready you are.
Yeah, to me,
and the less minutes playing in a football game, the less ready you are, and that's the big thing. But my bigger question to you, Danny, is, will this ever even matter? Like, we talk about this as if it's an issue for the NFL, that the product has diminished some or that the games aren't quite as excellent as they were. But they're just chugging along printing cash.
Yeah, breaking ratings records every week. You get the PR email from Fox or from CBS tell you this is the most watched weekend ever, the most watched primetime ever, the most watched Thursday night ever. Yeah, there's nothing slowing this train down.
Will there ever be a time where the quality of the product either becomes bad enough that it matters, or even if it's just this level where people go, you know what, Jets, Dolphins, and Bengals, Broncos tonight, I've had enough standalone games this week. I don't need to watch this. Like, my answer to that is no. As someone who's as guilty as anyone, I'm slapping the elbow asking for more. Let's go. Let's do this thing. I get 20 of these, right? I need my 18 weeks of football. Every minute missed is a crime. I don't want to do anything on a Monday, a Thursday, a Sunday, or some Saturdays in the winter. But I'm crazy. Do you think that this ever ends up hurting the league?
The hurt is relative. In other words, it's still going to be the most watched thing. So in that sense, no. Like, it will chug along the gambling, the fantasy, the different ways to gamble, the different elements, the different rooting interests, etc. The Madden pull, like the same way that soccer's experienced such a huge boom in terms of not people caring about the MLS as much, but because my kid plays FIFA or whatever, he knows Ronaldo or knows all these guys on Manchester City and that sort of stuff because he plays them as on the video game. That's part of it too. It's not going anywhere. For TV purposes, it will not hurt the league. There may be the occasional drop-off.
I'm just talking numbers. That's all. I know that they're going to keep printing money. The league owns Sundays. It is the healthiest thing on the planet, and there's nothing better you can do. If you have money, Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, whoever, buy an NFL team. It It's better than real estate.
Yeah, you just sit there and it doubles every
just
10 years.
watch it compound on itself, right? I'm not asking that. What I'm saying is, will we ever see the TV numbers dissipate
And
if
that's
the
what I'm talking
product
about.
gets
Yeah.
worse?
The growth will slow. There's a moment of, you never say never, but there'll be a moment of diminishing return where a couple of people go, you know what? I'm not watching this Bengals blowout without, why am I blanking on the quarterback? It's not Carson Palmer. Who's the quarterback? Joe Burrow. This is worthless. They're terrible. They're getting throttled by Denver. The game's over. I'll tune out. You might see a little bit of attrition, but nothing will really slow it down.
Carson Palmer's amazing, by the way. Your brain just went back 14 years.
Because he was hurt all the time.
Right. I mean, what's the difference between the
Seriously,
two
at this point, yeah.
juncture? Poor Joe Burrow might be a 3-time comeback player of the year award winner.
Something you want to be, but you also don't want to be.
Oh, you definitely don't want to be a 3-time comeback player of the year award winner, I don't think, which he might be able to win if he stays healthy next year at this point. But yeah, I know that I'm part of the problem because there will never be a game on, whether it's at 9:30 in the morning in Ireland or whether it's on Monday night in Miami, Florida, that I'm not going to watch. Where are you on that scale? Are there matchups, some of these like gross Thursday night games later in the year where it's like 3-7 versus 4-6 or something? Are there times where you ever go, I'll watch a couple of plays, but this is in no way a priority for me, and if I don't watch any of it, that's fine?
How do I quantify that? Like, there are games I'm watching out of obligation where I'm not. I can tell you I'm not. I'm not excited last night to watch the remnants, the second half of that Denver versus Cincinnati
I was
game.
so pumped.
I'm not into it.
I've got bets on FanDuel.
Yeah, ready for that game to end.
I'm like putting in live bets as it's going. It's just so precious. This isn't hockey or basketball with 82 or baseball with 162. We get 17 of these per team. I do owe Danny a congratulations, though, guys, and I'm very sorry. I hope you will accept my apology.
Oh, no.
This is not a bit. This is not shtick. I did not acknowledge this yesterday, and I made a note to, and as a friend and as a coworker, I am a jerk. So, first of all, congratulations. Can I hear it for Danny Rouillet?
What?
Thank you.
What did I do?
After years of complaining, after years of being bothered by the fact that none of the halftime shows are for you.
Oh, you
finally,
son of a...
You get a halftime show just for you.
Unbelievable.
Bad Bunny, ladies and gentlemen.
Unbelievable.
Handpicked by Danny Rouillet to perform at Super Bowl 60.
So I actually thought this was real, and I was like, oh, this actually sounds fun and exciting.
I thought he's being nice to me.
Yeah, and you baited and switched. No to that. Wrong. Incorrect. Whoever turned it in, tear it up and turn it in again.
I saw
Do
a
something
stat.
else.
Is this right? Most downloaded person on like Spotify or whatever this year, more than Taylor Swift? Is that possible? I guess globally, maybe it is possible. I know why they're doing it. They're doing it for the same reason that ESPN hires Katie Feeney as their new Instagram Reels person. The same reason the Commanders have random YouTube and Instagram influencers out in the press box to post videos. It's just a grab for some eyeballs and some clicks. But Bad Bunny, man. I thought about you. You finally got the halftime show you've always wanted.
I don't know a single one of his songs. Don't plan on learning. I cannot wait to not watch and not pay attention to it. So you did me a favor. You gave me something to do during halftime. I don't have to run back and see anybody that's relevant to me in any way.
You will watch it, I bet. You're at a Super
Not
Bowl
really.
party or you're at your house and people are over. Are you going to like Backstreet Boys this thing in 6th grade? La 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 la, hands in your ears.
But it won't be a priority. So I'm sure it'll be on. And
You're going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
You're going to put some more wings on your plate.
Right, deal with the. I'm sure the kids will need something. The baby will be screaming because it's a baby.
You're not a little bit intrigued?
Zero interest in this person. I found out way after the fact, by the way. Like, did you know the guy in Happy Gilmore is Bad Bunny? I'm like, who is that? And then I found out, like, dude, that's Benny. I'm like, who is that? No, it's the same person. All of it sucks. I have no interest in him at all. I couldn't name a single one of his songs. I don't care. Again, it's another year with another huge array of artists that would be so awesome that they were like, nah. And I understand the NFL maybe has asked in the past, like Jay-Z will program the halftime show, but he won't do it himself. Like, that'd be great, but I don't know, man.
I just wanted to grind your gears a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think we did that successfully, so we can keep it moving. But there will be a year, Danny. It's not this year, and it hasn't been in a lot of years. Although we did get the several rappers thrown together.
Which was incredible.
That was amazing
Yes.
with Snoop and Eminem. That was for us. That was a lot of fun. But one of these years, they're going to do a halftime show. We can come in here and high five and say, We got a few months to look forward to this.
Because they're capable of it. And that's the part that bothers me so much is they've done it. Yeah.
It's just going to be the time where they decide, you know what? Maybe we're worse off for this, but let's take care of the people that are already locked in on the game. The halftime show has just become an opportunity for them to broaden the scope. They've got the little circle, me, you, and tens of millions of people that are going to watch the game, and whoever's performing, someone we care about, someone we don't, lyrics we know, lyrics we don't. We're going to watch one way or the other. They're trying to get the people that have no interest in the game now to sit there at a party waiting for Bad Bunny until halftime. And they did it again.
So is there no crossover among football fans and Bad Bunny?
I'm sure there is.
Like it seems like
you don't think there's a lot of people that like both? I mean, he's immensely popular.
Yeah, that's my thought. So like when they're like Katy Perry, I can't imagine your regular football fan like sitting down, chips and dip, feet up on a Sunday, checking DFS, fantasy teams, all their bets, going, I want to hear Eye of the Tiger. Or Lion Tiger, whatever that
certainly
stupid
not
thing
Eye of
is.
the Tiger.
That's Survivor.
You're looking for Survivor.
Yeah, what's the name of that dumb song?
I
got the eye of the tiger. Listen to me roar.
Let's call it Tiger.
Whatever. I cannot imagine someone's like, yes. See, that's for a different crowd.
Sure. This is a larger percentage. The Venn diagram, the two-circle intersection is larger with Bad Bunny.
Mm-hmm.
But I would still think a lot of that audience it's huge in America as well, but like global. And people outside of the States, presumably, that don't watch a lot of football. I would think a huge portion of his audience. Those people are going to now watch the game.
Because they're very excited to see Bad Bunny.
But I'm just happy for you, mostly. Grant and Danny on the Fan. As soon as we return, you will not believe who is on the call of the Commanders game this weekend. You just won't. And you need to know it. And luckily, I'm here for you. I'm going to tell you as soon as we return. Plus, what changes might the Commanders make this week? Do they need to do something at corner? Could Bobby Wagner see a little less playing time? Is that even something that should be on the table? This is the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders now on to Week 5 as they get set to take on the Chargers. Today, the Commanders made a signing at wide receiver, bringing in Robbie Chosen, formerly known as Robbie Anderson, signing him to the practice squad. He had 1 catch last year for 5 yards with the Dolphins. Injuries around the league. Speaking of the Dolphins, wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocated his knee in last night's game. He tore multiple ligaments, including his ACL. Hill stayed in the hospital last night. He's going to undergo surgery today. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, unlikely to play in Week 5 against the Texans. He could be out 2 to 3 weeks with a hamstring injury. Jets running back Braylon Allen left the game early last night. He's likely to be placed on injured reserve with an MCL sprain. In baseball, Nationals outfielder Dalen Lyle was named NL Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month. Playoff baseball underway right now. The Tigers and the Guardians are tied at 1 in the top of the 6th inning. 3 more games to come today. Padres and Cubs at 3 o'clock. Red Sox and Yankees at 6, and Reds and Dodgers at 9 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
And here come the Lions for the second half. Ryan, Lions in the Super Bowl. See what I did there? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Bad Bunny, your Super Bowl halftime performer. Now, I don't speak Spanish. We're letting the clean description in this song do a lot of heavy lifting.
It's a lot of work
here.
for us. We're hoping.
Does anyone know? Like, how do we know if he just said something we can't hear?
My Spanish isn't great. It's been a while, but one universal word is true in both English and Spanish, and that's no. That's in both. That's the same. So I know that word.
I think the halftime show will actually be legit good. Here's my thoughts on this. This dude is, for some reason, like in the WWE occasionally, and when he's done matches, they've been incredible. Like everything he's done, he's able to do it at a high level. So I'll bet you there's fireworks and there's dramatics and there's ropes he's, swinging from. And I just think the show itself will be awesome. I don't know anything about him. I wouldn't recognize him if he was sitting on your lap right now, Danny. I'd be like, why is there a guy sitting on your lap?
So the only reason I know who he is now is from Happy Gilmore 2.
I didn't know it was him.
I didn't know it was him.
The movie,
I had no idea. I was like,
yes.
I'd never seen that guy before. He seems kind of tall. And for some reason, it seems to be like I'm supposed to know who this person is, it felt like.
He was the caddy.
Yeah. He's the guy, the waiter initially that gets fired, and then he's the caddy. I don't know how to explain this, but like, they put him over really early in the movie, like I was supposed to care about this guy, instead of like Sandler just going over to talk to the head waiter, like, hey, you're being mean to this guy. I was supposed to care about him. I didn't know why. And then I found out, no, that's the same dude after the fact.
Danny, the Commanders play the Chargers in L.A. this weekend.
Uh-huh.
They're trying to get to 3-2 on the season. They got a big one. You know that the national telecast is going to be the A-Team again on Fox. We got Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady, Aaron Andrews, Tom Rinaldi trying to get you to cry. Running 4 deep in the broadcast booth. It's going to be a good time.
By the way, you sleep on the real A-Team, which was the best show back in the day.
I actually do. I don't have any file at all.
Colonel Hannibal Smith, B.A. Baracus, Lieutenant Templeton Peck, the Face Man, and Howling Mad Murdoch, convicted of a crime they didn't commit, and they escaped to the L.A. Underground.
Which, because of what you just said, I'm now wondering if I'm wrong. Wasn't
Mr. T.
Yeah, Mr. T from the A-Team.
So what they would do is they'd go from town to town, but all in and around Los Angeles mostly, and help little local townspeople out with like their problem. So remember the movie Roadhouse?
So that's the Buttercream Gang.
Yeah, but
I'm a big Buttercream
more
Gang
explosions and firearms in this one. But like, remember Roadhouse, right? Where there's the local guy who's a bad dude, and he's like ruining everything for the townspeople, and and Dalton shows up to try to help. It was basically like that, but every week. They'd have episodes, and they'd go to a different place, and B.A. was afraid to fly, so they had to trick him to get on the plane. Back to you.
Do you remember the Buttercream Gang?
No.
It's like these
unequivocally
teenage boys who were in this club of good doing, where they would like go around and help all the old people cross the street and get their groceries and check on people in the neighborhood. It was like a movie series. I think it may be just a one-off movie that was put out, I think, by like a church or something.
Okay.
But when I was a little kid, I watched the Buttercream Gang.
The Buttercream Gang.
And one of the leaders of the group is Pete. This guy's name was Pete.
Mm-hmm.
And he leaves because he becomes a 18-year-old or whatever he was. And he's got like family issues with the parents or something. So he moves to Chicago with like whoever moved to Chicago. But he joins a gang.
Oh, no.
And in the movie, the gang, he just wears like this bandana that's tied behind his back with like a T-shirt all the time. And the gang is doing things like throwing glass bottles and breaking them on train tracks and like really terrible
Just
stuff.
gang stuff, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Standard.
What the Chicago gangs do.
Right.
Just up to some real tomfoolery. He literally goes into a grocery store one time. This is not a joke. This seriously happened with Pete in the Buttercream gang. And he shoplifted.
This is Pete who did this?
Pete did this.
Our beloved Pete.
So even when
formerly of the Buttercream gang is now a hardened criminal.
When he comes back to town, like the old guy who's run this shop for years, and all the kids come in and say, "Hey, Mr. Rouillet, how you doing?" He's like, "Hey there, need a cold beverage?" Whatever. Pete steals from him.
Come on.
And that's how you know Pete has lost
Pete
his
has
way.
backslid.
But they try so hard, and they push, and they push, and they push. And I don't want to give it away in case someone checks out the Buttercream gang, but I'm going to tell you they break through and get Pete back.
Pete comes back?
It takes a while.
Nice.
Yeah. So the Commanders play the Chargers this weekend. I don't know if we were talking about that or not. Do you have any idea who's on the radio broadcast of this game? So it's a national Sports USA radio thing. I think it's for the troops. I'm not exactly sure what Sports USA radio is.
Okay.
I'm going to assume there's a military involvement here. Darius, go ahead and give me a drum roll for the color commentator. Former Washington football team and Commanders great, Ron Rivera. In the booth, on the call, with Larry Kahn of this broadcast. Yeah, he is your commentator on the radio nationally for Commanders Chargers in L.A.
Is he still the GM or whatever of the college football program?
Yeah, he's the GM of the Cal Bears.
Hey, Grand Danny, how you doing?
Well, that feels like him. Having a job that should take a lot of attention and time and not doing it.
Do not even mention that.
What is his other gig?
Yeah.
I mean, good for him. He's a hard worker. He could be retired. He's made millions of dollars.
Yeah, seriously.
He's the general manager for Cal, who I think
still has a football team.
Trying to connect the dots on the football field, trying to lead recruiting and land some guys in the portal probably as we speak, but also on the call of Commanders Chargers.
Yeah, this is not unlike. I want to be the coach and the GM, but I can't be bothered to go to the Senior Bowl. Can't do that. I'll hear about it from my scouts.
Do not even mention that.
You did that, dude, not me. You want time off? Do one of the jobs.
You know what I haven't heard in a while is Ron Rivera's hit single.
I need it.
Shots, but it's not shots. It's just close to shots. With Ron Rivera, though, it's a little bit different.
Yeah. It's been too long, man.
I miss this. I actually want to bring him back just so we can play this.
I really do.
He has to.
Well, you guys really want to go
but we
there,
can
don't
play this all the time.
Guys.
Everybody!
Guys.
What's funny about this song?
Guys.
Someone said, "Can you make up a song about what you like to draft in the early rounds?" And he said, "Just guys. It's just a bunch of guys, just
Well, you
Jags."
guys really want to go.
And so we'll make up a song about it. And this is what
There's
it came
a
up
chance
with.
Forbes is there. We might be able to snag him. Bet you will be there, Coach.
Ron Rivera on the call in the booth for the Commanders and the Chargers this weekend. Could be some changes coming. I've seen some speculation maybe Washington should tweak the corner position. I'm not ready to do that yet. I just don't think they have a better option at the moment. And I don't think the Latimore struggles, which have been bad, have been as bad as they're being made out to be. Generally speaking, when it's going poorly and you become the punching bag, the vitriol is very, very loud. It gets turned up to 11. And again, people hear that and they're like, are you kidding me? You think he's been good? Nope, that's not what I'm saying. I think he, early on, in what is now his first healthy full season in this defense, has struggled. I also think some of his worst plays, like the 43-yarder that he gave up to Drake London, have a lot to do with a lot of things outside of him. He's squatting on an out route, double move gets him, there's no pass rush. The quarterback, Michael Penix, is climbing a very clean pocket, had all day to throw. Most corners in the league are getting beat in that situation. But this past weekend, Danny, he was worse than the NFL at the yards given up per play on the field as a corner in coverage, and it has not been pretty. But to bench him, you would be saying you're moving Mikey Sandristil back outside, you're playing Noah Igbenogany in the nickel and saying that you're a lot better off there, and then Latimore just coming in like a pinch hitter and sequences for a play here or a play there. Generally, corner play doesn't get better in those situations. Think Benjamin St. Juste.
Yeah.
After he got benched, he would come in, and it just exacerbated the issue. So I'm not making that change yet. I know a lot of people want to, though.
I understand the sentiment. My point is, I'm with you in the sense that it's not as if there's some great corner that's just being held out by some malicious coach or something like that, waiting in the wings, right? Like some guys on the wrong side of Joe Witt or the secondary coach or whatever. There's no great answer coming out of the bullpen. I mean, to me, Noah Benogany is who he is. He's a third or fourth corner on an okay team, and he did that last year and ended up playing more than you'd want, and he'll probably end up doing that this year. I just can't watch it anymore. Like, to me, it is as bad as everyone's saying. Like, I'm the everyone. I think it's a disaster. Like, they still think he can do it, and they're putting him in spots to do things that he could do 5 years ago, and everybody else on the opposition is going, thank God they're doing that. So thank God we get that matchup.
To me, a disaster was Michael Davis early last year before he got benched, where you just watch him and you go, this guy cannot cover people in this league. And at times, even though St. Juste, I thought, was in coverage that was tight and was too handsy and physical and got flagged a lot, he's more along the lines of what Latimore has been. But like a disaster is, okay, this can't work. Every play you're out there, you're a liability. And that is the perception or what people are saying. I don't think that's quite been the reality. You're talking about 11 completions on Latimore at this point through like 4 games of football, being out there for an average of 60 snaps or whatever that looks like. But I certainly understand the frustration, and I think it's warranted. The other of the questions has been, if they wanted to make a change on defense, could you see Bobby Wagner, who's a future Hall of Famer, who's elite at stuffing the run, downhill right at him, as long as he doesn't have to run side to side, he's still awesome, as good as there is in the NFL. But teams are getting to Washington now by making him run and getting him matched up with backs and tight ends. Could there be, instead of 100% of snaps every single game for Wagner, just a few snaps where he's not on the field to keep him fresher, to help him out at 35 years old? Dan Quinn was actually talked about this and was asked about this in his press conference yesterday, the idea of maybe playing Wagner a little bit less. Here's what he had to say out in Ashburn.
We discussed a lot of the guys, but specifically not to a matchup to, that we're regarding with him. Like I said, I think you're probably talking about the long swing that went, for a long play. That could have been a matchup that could have happened on other plays as well. And so I think, where do you take the lesson from it when you're going through traffic? You take the air out of it. So I think Bobby would be the first to tell you, technique is first, and so if you get into that first, that can, play through a matchup to go, okay, he's not outside man-to-man, by himself on somebody in a tough matchup. So you try to mitigate those things with he and any of the guys as best you can. But, also give credit to Atlanta. Like the guy also made a fantastic play. I couldn't have been more impressed by Jeremy's speed on that particular play. It would have been nice to hold them to a field goal into that space just to demonstrate how he expressed how hard he'll play. He was absolutely flying.
Yeah, Reeves hit 22.6 miles per hour to make that tackle, which is faster than any ball carrier who's held the ball in his hands has run at any point this season, which is pretty amazing. But Quinn chose not to really address the question from Standig about the possibility of Wagner not playing as much on obvious passing downs or something. Chose to kind of very specifically look at that one play where he got beat. Next, little deal or big deal for some of the NFL teams that have gotten off the slow starts? Are they in a little bit of trouble or big trouble? We'll get into that next on The Fan. with Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can always listen to the show coast to coast via the always free Odyssey app. Of course, our flagship 106.7 all over DC. If you're in the car, make sure you tune us in throughout this football season, breaking down the Commanders in the NFL more than anybody else. We've got Caps tickets today at 4, and we've got Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. We're paying the bill at 5 o'clock. Looking forward to that on G&D today. All right, little trouble or big trouble? I want to go through some NFL teams with you here that are off to precarious starts to their season. And I want to see if you would file them into one of these two categories. So we'll start with the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens are not only struggling to a 1-3 record in the AFC North, 2 games back of Pittsburgh already, but Lamar Jackson left with an injury in Kansas City and is doubtful to play as of right now this weekend for them as they take on the Houston Texans. They could be 1-4 through 5. They're also awful statistically defensively.
Yep.
Are the Ravens in a little bit of trouble or big trouble?
Big trouble. They're banged up, too. They're really hurt. They had a number of guys leave besides Lamar Jackson this past game. You look at their injured reserve list, and next thing you know, they have a really difficult schedule. They've dropped a couple of games they should have. That collapse against Buffalo is really going to come back to haunt them. They could be 2-2, probably should be. Instead, their only win, I think, is over Cleveland at this point, and they have not been themselves. Again, defensively, I'm stunned that they're this bad. I thought they'd be okay with some opportunistic playmaking, but they are in trouble because they're really banged up.
I don't get the fall off defensively. They're 25th right now in yards per play, and they're actually second to last, 31st in yards per game. They're 23rd against the run. They're 19th against the pass. They have picked off 1 pass all season, 29th in that category. And in pressure and sacks, Danny, it's really bad. Mm-hmm. They're second to last, 31st out of 32 teams. They get a sack on 2.5% of the opposing snaps this season. So it's been ugly for them defensively. I agree with you. I think they're in big trouble. Also, Lamar being hurt stings. You don't know with a soft tissue injury for a running quarterback. We just saw, the knee with Jaden kind of lingering for a couple of weeks. That can be a game or two longer sometimes than you want it to be. And sneaky, this is low-key, but Lamar was not playing well anyway. He's a multi-time MVP, could have easily won a 3rd MVP award last year over Josh Allen. He's been great for so long, but right now, this moment, just in a vacuum looking at it this season, I don't think he's played well. And particularly in the pocket, he's really struggled. So I think they're in big trouble. All right, let's go to the Houston Texans. They play the Ravens this week, so a chance for them to possibly get a win against a beleaguered, injury-riddled team. Houston's coming off of a huge shutout, 26-0. They beat the Titans, but if you watched any of that game, it took them a while to get going. Yeah. It was way closer for way longer than it probably should have been. Before that win, Houston had lost to the Rams, the Bucks, and the Jaguars. So they have played 3 pretty good teams. C.J. Stroud still looks more like he did in his sophomore slump last year than his freshman breakout when he had one of the great rookie years ever. Are the Texans in a little bit of trouble or big trouble?
I still say little. So they only lost. There are 3 games they lost, and they lost them. I'm not telling you that they won those games. They clearly lost them. But they're 1-score games where they haven't quite found their stride, right? A low-scoring rock fight in week 1. You almost kind of throw that result out. But a 1-point loss at Tampa, cardiac Tampa. A 1-score game against Jacksonville. The game was a good defensive rock fight. And their schedule is arduous, but they may be playing Baltimore at the right time. So all of a sudden, they could be 2-3. Then a bye week, maybe get back to the drawing board. But it's Seattle, San Fran, Denver, Jacksonville again. They still got Buffalo, the Colts, the Chiefs on their schedule. It's not an easy road for Houston. This was one of the reasons I did not pick them to win the division before the season. I thought the schedule would be really difficult, not knowing they'd start 0-3, and their offense hasn't really gotten going yet. So I'm still saying a little bit of trouble, but they're knocking on the door of big trouble in the next room.
I've got the Texans in the big trouble category. Their offense still looks broken. That's kind of where I'm going to leave it, right? With C.J. Stroud, year 1 level for him was top 10 in the league trajectory. It's been nothing like that ever since. So that's the first issue. They've also had multiple OCs. They blew out Bobby Slowick after last year. They've changed coordinators and play callers. The result is no different. They had 6 points through 3 quarters against the Titans. They led them 6-0. This is a really bad, a lot of people could get fired kind of Titan situation as they've fallen to 0-4. Their defense will give them a chance. I agree with you there. But in that division, Jacksonville's better than we thought. Indianapolis is better than we thought. You mentioned you've got 2 teams now that are 3-1 that both look like the arrow's trending up. So I'm going to say the Texans are actually in big trouble. How about the team Washington plays this weekend? The LA Chargers started the season 3-0. They had a layup opportunity to get to 4-0 against the Giants on the road. And despite it being an early game for them as a West Coast team, everything else seemed to be going their way before kickoff. And then they go out and stub their toe. They drop a 21-18 game to the Giants, even though their defense was dominant in the performance. And while they lost that game, Joe Alt is lost for several weeks with a high ankle sprain. So they're now without two all-pro caliber tackles.
I'm still putting them in a little bit of trouble category. They could absolutely 100% be 5-1 through 6 games with a winnable game against Washington coming up. We'll be talking about that a lot, I'd imagine. And a game against Miami, who now is without Tyreek Hill. The injuries are significant. They're a real deal. It's going to hold them back from being a Super Bowl contender because that might have been what they were with Slater and with Joe Alt. I don't think they are that anymore, but Justin Herbert has been splendid through 4 weeks, gives them a chance to finish with a winning record.
Little bit of trouble. I actually feel okay about where they are. They've got a 5-game stretch coming up here before they play Pittsburgh, where I think they'd be hard pressed to go worse than 3-2. So track with me for a second.
Yep.
If they do that, they'd be 6-2 through 8 going into Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Vegas, like another area where they could stockpile a win or two. Next 5, Washington at home this weekend. At Miami, very winnable. Colts game could be tough. Then they host the Vikings, and then they're at the Titans, which has to be a layup win. That'll be the easiest game on their schedule. So if they could go 3-2 in that 5 and get to 6-2, they're in a really good spot. Especially remember the Chiefs got off to the slow start.
Yep.
They finally got their win to get going here, maybe. After beating the Giants in an unimpressive fashion, the first time they've looked good against the Ravens to get to 2-2. All right, next, we do it every single Tuesday at 3 o'clock, our fastest 16 minutes in the NFL, recapping all of the stories in action from the weekend. We've got your Corey Krosky Merritt on the show today at 5 o'clock. Don't miss it on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers in Week 5. They are 2-2 after their loss on Sunday. Commanders signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen, formerly known as Robbie Anderson, to the practice squad today. Last season caught one pass for 5 yards. Injuries coming out of last night's games. Dolphin wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocated his knee. He tore multiple ligaments, including his ACL. Tyreek Hill had to stay at the hospital overnight and is undergoing surgery today. It seems like he avoided major nerve damage. Jets running back Braylon Allen left the game early with a MCL sprain. He's likely to go on injured reserve. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson unlikely to play in Week 5 against Houston. He could be out 2 to 3 weeks with a hamstring injury. In baseball, Nationals outfielder Dalen Lyle was named NL Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month, and playoff baseball is underway right now. One game going to the 8th inning. The Tigers lead the Guardians 2-1. Just about to get underway in Chicago. Padres and Cubs. Red Sox, Yankees tonight at 6 o'clock, and Reds and Dodgers the nightcap at 9 o'clock. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program welcomes you back. We're 1 hour away from giving away a pair of tickets to Caps opening night a week from tomorrow. You can win those at 4 right here on The Fan. And Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt joins us today at 5.
Your pals are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Tigers are leading the Guardians 2-1 in playoff baseball today, the first of 4 games being played. And the best pitcher in the sport was about to go back-to-back with Cy Young Awards in the American League. Tarek Skubal, the power lefty from Detroit, 1 run over 7 innings that scored, by the way, on an infield hit that was misplayed. But he's got 13 strikeouts through his 7 innings of 3-hit ball. An absolute masterpiece.
Just nasty.
Playoff start here. He just struck out the side with 100, 100, and 101 in the 7th inning at around 100 pitches of his outing, and he kind of walked off. Can you imagine what that must feel like?
No.
He's just like punching his teammates' gloves and just walking into the dugout. You are the baddest dude in the building. There's 40+ thousand fans on their feet watching you, and everyone's there as Guardians fans knowing they have no chance until you're out of the game. Like, that's how good you are.
Just hoping the pitch count runs up, or you feel a little tired or slip on something. But yeah, there's not much doing offensively when that guy's on the bump. That is evil.
Don't you miss
yes.
that? All
yes.
of this.
Yes.
Playoff baseball.
Yes.
Good
Grant.
baseball.
Yes.
Fans caring.
Yes.
Being excited.
Say more. Yes.
But Max Scherzer on the mound, which just meant the other team didn't get to get any
Just
hits.
a first inning strikeout. He's walking around like Dane Cook doing a TV special. I miss it so badly.
It is time for our fastest 16 minutes on G&D. Spin you around all the action from the NFL. Wakey, wakey. We got eggs, bakey, and pigskin. Early morning action on Sunday. Hopefully you woke up for the Vikings and the Steelers. It was Pittsburgh with a 24-21 win. In the game, Aaron Rodgers threw for 200 yards. Sounds okay until you find out 80 of them on one play. 120 for the rest of the game for Rodgers, but he didn't turn the ball over. And DK Metcalf made his presence felt. All of his work in the first half. 5 for 126, and this unbelievable score.
And coming off a 6-for-6 drive. He'll throw to begin this drive, and it's DK Metcalf. He's in the loose. There goes DK. A block from Austin. Inside the 5. Into the end zone. 80-yard touchdown. Rodgers to Metcalf.
Either Freddie Freeman just doubled into the gap, or that's Joe Davis on the call for Fox. The Vikings turned things over to Carson Wentz, his second start. 2 costly interceptions, fumbled the football as well. threw it almost 50 times in this game and put up 350 through the air.
Yeah, they were down big in the weekly now Fight with Your Spouse Bowl, which is the morning game, which ruins everything. But Kenneth Gainwell was huge in this game, 99 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Pittsburgh's doing it, man. They're doing the Pittsburgh thing, where they're not prolific. The offense isn't even good, and yet there they are at 3-1. They held on for dear life in this one as Minnesota was scrambling to come back. They were down, I think it was, 21-3 at one point, and Justin Jefferson had 126 yards on 10 catches in this game. Not quite enough to beat Pittsburgh.
8 of those catches and almost all those yards in the first half. Really, in the second half, he was going to shut down, as was DK Metcalf. The Bills are 4-0. They look like not only a division winner, but maybe the team to beat in the AFC. Early this season. Josh Allen is running away now with the odds for the MVP. He would go back-to-back if he wins it. He throws for 209 yards and 2 touchdowns at home. They beat the Saints 31-19. The story for Buffalo, really dating back to midway through last year, they've slowly transitioned into a more physical football team.
Mm-hmm.
James Cook gets the ball a bunch. 22 carries for $117. He scored a touchdown. Allen ran for 45 and a touchdown as well, but it was a 43-yard catch and run for Khalil Shakur that did in the Saints.
It's a quick pass to Shakir, trying to get him out in space. Breaks through the defense and stays on his feet. Shakir, what a play! Touchdown!
Andrew Catalan's music on CBS. 12-point win for the Bills. This game was closer than you would have thought.
Yep.
The Saints had it at 21-19 with about 7.5 minutes to go.
So this is one of those, the Bills clearly have other gears. And they're doing what the Chiefs would do for those years when they were truly elite. I know now they kind of make it with smoke and mirrors and Mahomes magic, but kind of that mid-run where you knew they had extra. And this game, they're going to do what they have to do to win. They're plenty good enough to win with a C- type performance. And that's what this was. New Orleans, good for them. They tried hard. They're there. The grown-ups will take care of it when it's time to take care of it. But Buffalo is excellent. You said they might be the team to beat. They are.
Lions all over the Browns. It did take Detroit a little while to get going.
Yeah.
Here. They did not score until there were about 3 minutes left in the first quarter. It was a 7-all game into the second quarter, and then they poured it on, a 34-10 win for the Lions. Jake Bates connected from 48 and 58. Khalif Raymond, though, on a punt return touchdown of 65 yards, doing some heavy lifting. Jared Goff throws for 2 scores, just 168 through the air. Jahmyr Gibbs averaged 6 yards per carry, ran for 91. But the Lions can beat you on offense. They had a strong game on defense, and it was special teams looking special.
Take it at the 35. Khalif Raymond across midfield. Still going. One man to beat. It's the punt for Bohorquez. Touchdown, Khalif Raymond.
Kenny Albert on the broadcast. Lions plus 24 at home over the Browns. They are 3-1. Cleveland falls to 1-3. Joe Flacco picked off twice.
That week 1 situation is now looking more and more like an anomaly, what we've seen from Green Bay since. Obviously, they throttled Washington on Thursday night, so that's almost like week 1 continued. Since then, Green Bay isn't anywhere near the dominant team that we thought, right? Defensively, they just gave up 40 to the Dallas Cowboys. You may remember that from the tie the other night. Detroit now looks like Detroit again, right? It maybe took a week or two to get their footing. And even though there was a slow start, they kind of kept with it. Jahmyr Gibbs had a couple runs that he broke, and Amon-Ra St. Brown leads the NFL in touchdown receptions, had 2 on the day to go along with 70 yards.
Let's go to the Texans and the Titans in Houston. 26-0 dominant shutout win for the Texans. Their defense was marvelous. Held Tennessee to 175 yards and 3.8 yards per play. For C.J. Stroud, 233 and a pair of touchdowns through the air. Nico Collins led the way, 4 for 79 as a receiver. What's your Woody Marks file right now?
Everybody should be picking him up in fantasy if he's available. He's probably not if you have a league with anyone that's competent, but that was their lead back. He can move.
4th-round pick this year, 116 overall out of USC by way of Mississippi State. He's an Alabama native. I am on to him because he has made some huge bone-rattling plays, Clinton Portis style, in pass protection, where he just blows dudes up. But it was actually the ball carrying here. 18-yard touchdown, 69 yards on the ground that gets him some headlines.
More ground, more pound, the cutback. Woody Marks, 2nd touchdown of the game.
Beth Mowens on the call on CBS.
What can you say about Tennessee other than what my oldest son said to me when I couldn't figure out how to do an RPO on Madden? Dad, you're booty cheeks. Tennessee, you're booty cheeks. Houston's not very good, but they were way better than Tennessee, who's going to pick first again.
Don't look now, but Drake May's leading the NFL in completion percentage. 3 incompletions on a 14 for 17 schemed up 203 and 2-day through the air. New England absolutely eviscerated Carolina.
Dominant.
42-13 Patriots over Panthers. Last week, Panthers win 30-0. This week, they lose by almost 30. Welcome to the NFL early on in 2025. Stephon Diggs goes for 100 yards, 6 catches, 7 targets. For New England, Marcus Jones had an 87-yard return for a touchdown.
Sam Martin, the veteran, for the punt, and Marcus Jones. There was no fair catch at the 12, and he squeezes out of it. Marcus Jones down the sideline. Walker's in front, past the punter. Marcus Jones, and that's a punt return for a touchdown.
Is it just me, or there are a lot of punt return touchdowns happening in the NFL the last couple of weeks?
Not just you.
Also, Danny said Chris Myers didn't get up for big plays. You were wrong about that.
Whoa.
You were wrong about that.
I never said that about Chris Myers.
That was Chris Myers on the call. New England, it's starting to happen with Vrabel. They're starting to play really good defense. They've been physical in the running game. 9, 7, and 6 carries for Stevenson, Henderson, Gibson. They do the Washington bit, where nobody gets a lot of carries, but combined, they all get a normal amount of carries. Drake May's uber athletic, ran for a touchdown, threw for 2 more.
This is now looking Vrabel-y. This is in his image. It's this sort of thing, right? Where the sum of their parts, they're probably better. You know, you look at some of the numbers in this game. Carolina outgained New England, had more first downs, was better on third down, better in terms of average, almost better than an average per play, almost as good in passing yardage, fewer penalties, and yet they lost by 30. This was a very New England Vrabel kind of performance. Just trying to be okay, letting you mess up, but they're going to capitalize on some big plays.
Fastest 16 minutes, recapping all the action from the weekend on Grant and Danny. Dateline, New York, the Giants home winners over the Chargers. This was your stunner of the weekend. 0-3 New York, 3-0 LA, and the Chargers walk-away losers, 21-18 final, despite Malik Neighbors, who was heavily involved in the early possessions of this game. 3 targets, 2 catches, 20 yards. Going down in the first half with a torn ACL. His season is over. Heartbreaking for him. The Giants, one of the better young players in the NFL. But the story was Jackson Dart made his first career start. Jackson Dart threw for just 111 yards and a touchdown, ran for 54 yards and a touchdown. New York was not good offensively. 250 total yards, 3.6 per play. Like, that's a losing formula. But defensively, they made enough plays. They hit Justin Herbert enough. They turned the ball over, and they got a win in Dart's first ever game.
Team to Neighbors, 7 before that. Here's a run again by Dart. First and 10, he'll take it in. His first career touchdown, and the Giants on top.
Jackson Dart is mobile. He is athletic. That's Kevin Harlan on the call.
They gave it to Cam Scatterbo 25 times at 3.2 yards per carry. You can see what they want to do. They want to turn it into whatever this is, and they got it. One successful outing for there.
Cam Scatterbo is Mike Allstott, but in this era where that works a little bit less. That's my call on Cam Scatterbo.
It's a pretty good analogy, honestly. I don't think you're the first to come up with it, but I think you're dead right. Omarion Hampton, $128 and a touchdown on the ground, one long of 54. We look really explosive. Yeah, you mentioned it. Story of this one for the Chargers, you go on the road, East Coast time zone, 1 o'clock game. You lose a game you should not lose, quite frankly, but you also end up losing Joe Alt to go with Rashawn Slater. Now you are a much worse offensive line. Quentin Johnston continues his renaissance season, 898 and a touchdown for the Chargers.
It's a good time to be a Philadelphia Eagle, so long as you're not A.J. Brown, who's not that happy. They are 4-0. They have won 20 of their last 21 games. They are your reigning Super Bowl champions. And DJ Khaled wrote a song about them once. All they do is win. Different ways, too. 31-25. It actually shouldn't have been that close. They were up 31-13 with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. And then the Bucs got a 72-yard pass from Mayfield to Bucky Irving for a touchdown. They got a 58-yard field goal to pull to within 8 points. And then they got a safety as well where they were within 6. Made it a ball game. But the Eagles, as they do every single week, did just enough. 130 and 2 for Jalen Hurts. I know Jalen Hurts is really good. I've seen him play great in Super Bowls. I know that all that guy does is stockpile W's with Philly. But at some point, more than 130 yards would be nice if I'm going to put you in the elite category of passers. This is what they do, man. Like, You said earlier about, I think it was the Reds. They got to the playoffs, and you look back, and no one had I'm going to exaggerate a little bit. No one had 10 home runs. No one had 5
No one
wins.
had a good year.
No one had an ERA under 5. That's going to be the Eagles if this keeps up. Where there's no real plays, yards, anything. But damn if they don't score some points and win some games. Saquon Barkley on a fake tush push doing work.
Ready? Oh, they check it up. Saquon Barkley. They fooled everyone. He walks in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Good for them to have a wrinkle off the tush push, by the way. By the way, Saquon Barkley, this season, on 77 attempts, he's still getting the ball a ton. 3.1 yards per carry.
Yeah.
He has been completely held in check.
Even with that fake that everyone was looking the opposite direction, 2.3 a carry in this game, 19 for 43. I don't understand it. Now, Philadelphia was up huge. They earned it. They were up 31-13, as you mentioned. They did not complete a pass in the second half of the football game and won. I don't know that I've ever seen that before, to be honest with you. I don't know that I'll see it again.
Supposedly it happened 2 years ago, I saw, first time since 23. I'd love to know when that happened. I have to imagine it was someone's up 37-3, and they quite literally only threw 6 passes.
Or you're just handing it off. Yeah, who knows? But they are 4-0, and they have earned it.
Yeah, they're really, really good. I know everyone wants to take their shots, and in a fantasy football culture, I'm right there with you. It is ugly and unaesthetic, but I wouldn't want to play them this weekend. Let's go to the Rams and the Colts. This was actually a really fun game. Indy's legit, I think.
They're good.
The Colts defense is fired. Daniel Jones, even though he turned the ball over a couple times with picks, I thought showed enough in this game to feel like what's happening with him is authentic as well. But they got Matt Stafford. It. Stafford in the second half just lights out. 375-3, 88-yard touchdown to Tutu Atwell ended up being the game winner. Kyron Williams ran for 77. The Rams put up 462 in a 27-20 win. They are 3-1.
Game-winning drives in his career. Trying to start one here, and he's got Atwell all alone. Tutu Atwell, and it's 2-2 goodbye.
Tutu hello, Kevin Kugler on Fox. When Matt Stafford's healthy, he's one of the best quarterbacks in football.
375-3. Pookie Nukes, 13, 170, and a touchdown. It is the best life to be a number one wide receiver in Sean McVay's offense. The story of this game, though, the Colts win it, in my view. If Adonai Mitchell doesn't fumble the ball through the end zone, which would have put them up 27-13 in the second half. He did. So he loses the football, knows it, tries to atone for it, apologizes to the team the next day or whenever they got together for their team meeting, but just one of those unforgivable, unforced errors on an amazing play.
Yeah.
Great catch, spin move, breaks free from a couple defenders, outraces them to the end zone, and then just Deshaun Jackson's it, fumbles it out of the end zone. They lose the possession, lose the touchdown. They don't come back from that.
That was a 75-yard catch and run by Adonai Mitchell. Goes for 96 in the game. Let's go to some fireworks post-game. Jacksonville and San Francisco. Jaguars and Niners are now both 3-1 as Jacksonville got a 5-point win, 26-21. They're buying into what Liam Cohen is preaching. This guy's a star, man. He can scheme it up. He's really, really good at play calling offensively. During the week, the D coordinator of San Francisco and former head coach of the Jets, Robert Saleh, said that Cohen and his staff do a good job at basically stealing signals legally. Now, he was very clear. He was on a follow-up question, said, no, it's legal what they do, but they get your signals and they use them, basically. Apparently, Liam Cohen really didn't like that because after the game, he approached Robert Saleh and basically told him, keep my name out your mouth. He did the hold me back bit against one of the guys that's one of the biggest dudes that's ever coached.
Just a chiseled yoked monster.
I mean, in a cage match, Liam Cohen would last 8 seconds, I think, against Robert Saleh, but there were a bunch of people defending him and kind of keeping them separated. That buries the lead of the Jags being 3-1. Here's what Liam Cohen can do. Get a run game going. He did it last year with Bucky
Etienne
Irving.
Renaissance, bro.
Etienne, $124 and a touchdown. They're using Bashal Tutin more as well. I know Toki gets steamed up for that. He catches the ball out of the backfield. He runs the football pretty effectively. Had 5 touches in this game. I still don't love Trevor Lawrence early this season. I think he's been just okay at best. But he was better in this game. Threw a touchdown. Only 174 passing for him. Jacksonville with an 87-yard return touchdown. Have we mentioned some punt return touchdowns today? Parker Washington doing the honor, and this won the game.
50-yard punt sends Parker Washington back. He's got a punt return touchdown in his career, and he's got an alley, and he might have his second.
96 yards last year against the Patriots. He's going to house this one. And the Jaguars get the score in special teams.
Adam Amin on the call on Fox. Who's Parker Washington think he is? Do you think he's like Jalen Lane or something? What's he up to?
Yeah, why are you doing all that over there? Christian McCaffrey, 17 carries, 49 yards, 2.9 a pop. San Francisco really can't run it all that well, but McCaffrey was great through the air because he's great. Jacksonville, by the way, committed 12 penalties in this game, still won. Lets you know that they're doing something right, even when they're doing something wrong.
12 is a show. Wow. Chiefs blow out the Ravens 37-20. Wasn't this close. It's actually a 37-13 game before a 71-yard garbage time touchdown run for Justin Hill, who went for 76. Patrick Mahomes got right. This was the best he's looked in probably a calendar year. 270 yards and 4 touchdowns. They went to Hollywood Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, Isaiah Pacheco, and Tyquan Thornton through the air. The Chiefs cannot run the ball. Their leading rusher was Xavier Worthy, who had 2 carries. Pacheco, 7 for 35. I don't know if that's going to end up haunting them or not. I think Mahomes is still their leading rusher at this point of the season. I'm pretty sure. If not, he's close. But for the Chiefs, they did enough in the passing game to make you feel like maybe they're getting out of their slumber as they hung 37.
Pass in zone, caught, touchdown, Hollywood Brown, number 4 for Mahomes.
That's Jim Nantz and CBS's A-Team. In Chicago, or rather in Vegas, but in Chicago, Bears fans are happy because the boys went on the road and took out the Raiders at Allegiant Stadium by a point, 25-24. This was one of the best games of the day. Came down to a 54-yard field goal that was blocked with 38 seconds left, so Chicago got to get in victory formation. Caleb Williams overcomes an interception, 212 and a touchdown. DeAndre Swift, rushing touchdown. Rome Odunze scores every single week.
Every week.
69 in a score for him. The Swift 2-yard touchdown run came in the fourth quarter with 1:34 to play and gave the Bears a 1-point lead.
39 left in regulation. Swift to the outside, in for the Chicago touchdown.
Chicago hasn't gotten the run game going like I thought they would. That's what Ben Johnson is actually special at. I know spreading guys out and getting different looks and some of the trickeration and throwing to open receivers, but he had a 2-headed monster where any given week it was Montgomery or it was Jahmyr Gibbs going for 120 yards. They haven't gotten going in that way yet, but enough to win. Speaking of getting going, Ashton Genty finally broke through. Better scheme, better whatever, I don't know, but he went for 138 yards and a touchdown and was excellent in this game. Also had 2 touchdowns receiving. So a nice day for the rookie.
Did you say Ben Johnson?
Yeah.
Ben Johnson alert.
He's the head coach.
Ben Johnson
in
alert.
Chicago.
That's 2-2 for the Chicago Bears and 2 in a row for Ben Johnson. Danny said Ben Johnson. I didn't say Ben Johnson. But you know what that means when someone says Ben Johnson.
What does it mean?
Darius doesn't know what it means.
It doesn't mean, okay.
You might know what it means, but the guy that has to play the sounder does not know
I
what it
think I
means.
know what it means. Let me see that. Yeah.
Ben Johnson
There
alert.
it is.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
You won't play the clip. Let's go Packers-Cowboys. Sunday Night Football. 40 apiece. We love ties, don't we? What a weird final sequence. The Packers did everything they could to lose. They've got 15 seconds on the clock. They take a long time barking out cadences. They throw a pass. Inexplicably, a second doesn't go off after the ball's like bouncing around in the back of the end zone. And so what should have been a non-opportunity to tie the game results in them getting a field goal. And Shane McManus, who was money all night long, hits a 34-yarder for a tie at the horn.
If he just put that on the back of the end zone, they would have run out of time. So McManus is on for the game-tying field goal.
I mean, once you get down inside of 10 seconds, anything can happen. Love could have scrambled around. He gets the ball out of his hands, but my goodness, that was terrible.
Here is McManus for the tie, 34. And this one is good, and this one ends in the second highest scoring tie game in NFL history.
The fabulous Mike Tirico with good nuggets there on the final call. If you like ties in the NFL, you also hate bacon and Christmas.
656 yards, 6 touchdowns between the 2 quarterbacks. Dak Prescott was outstanding. Jordan Love was pretty damn good, too. 3 touchdowns to Romeo Doubs. George Pickens, this is the honeymoon phase. This is the good time. It's going to get bad at some point, but it's good right now. Went 8 for 134 and 2.
If you don't know, now you know. There you go, your fastest 16 around the NFL. Next on Grant and Danny, let's localize the banter. How much will the return of Jaden Daniels change things for the Commanders?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers in Week 5. Today, the Commanders signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to their practice squad, formerly known as Robbie Anderson. He had one catch last season for 5 yards. Injuries in the NFL. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocated his knee in last night's game and tore multiple ligaments, including his ACL. Hill stayed at the hospital overnight, undergoing surgery today. Jets running back Braylon Allen has an MCL sprain. He's going to go on injured reserve. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, unlikely to play in Week 5 against the Texans, could be out 2 to 3 weeks with a hamstring injury. In baseball, Nationals outfielder Dalen Lyle was named NL Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month for September. Playoff baseball going on right now. Tigers and Guardians, 2-1. Detroit leads in the top of the 9th inning. Tarek Skubal with the gem, 7 2/3, 3 hits, 1 run, and 14 strikeouts, tying a Tigers postseason record. Padres and Cubs in action right now. 1-0 the Padres lead in the bottom of the 2nd inning. In that one, Red Sox Yankees tonight at 6 o'clock. Reds and Dodgers tonight at 9 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan at 3:45, coming up in about 12 minutes. We'll give you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Remember, in a half hour at 4 o'clock, a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to see the Capitals as they open their season a week from tomorrow. It's Wednesday, October 8th, Capital One Arena. Bruins in town to take on the Caps. And at 5 o'clock today, about an hour and a half from now, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt stops by the show. Looking forward to hearing from Washington's talented young running back. Danny, there's been so much time and energy spent on the Jaden Daniels injury and his effort to return. As well, there should be. He is the face of the franchise and the MVP, and he's got the keys to the kingdom and drives this car. That said, I'm kind of wondering how much does his return actually change things? Like a good offense, which has been great against the Raiders and just okay good against Atlanta probably, might get better. You might be exceptional now and get back to being top 5 in the league when he returns. I don't think that's going to happen right away, though. The Chargers' defense is phenomenal. Jesse Minter, their play caller, is as good as there is. He's this year's Mike McDonald of a couple years ago with the Ravens, who got the head coaching job with Seattle. I think Minter will be a head coach somewhere as a young ascending star on that side of the ball this time next year. But because of the matchup, I don't think it's going to be like a lights-out offensive game for Washington. But I guess my question is, we kept acting like they just got to get him back and everything's okay. But really, while he was gone, the offense was perfectly fine. They should have been 2-0 based on the offensive and the Mariota performances. How much different are things actually? It's not like he's going to change anything on defense. Might they be better at time of possession because he can steal some third down conversions or maybe stay ahead of the sticks so you're not in third as long as much as you were in Atlanta? I guess in that way of each side of the ball helping each other out in a complementary nature, he could help the defense. But it's not like they missed him from the sheer standpoint of production on offense. They averaged about 34 points with Mariota at quarterback the last 2 weeks. So how much really changes with him coming back?
Well, I also need to know, the big variable to me is, what Jaden Daniels do I get? Now, I love Jaden Daniels, and he's the answer. Thank God he's here. The program is relevant. We're the cool kid. People want to come play here, the whole 9 yards. You know the story. All that backdrop always applies at all times. But through the first 2 games, he was not special Jaden Daniels. Whether that's no preseason action, whether it's no time on the grass with McLaurin, whether that's a banged-up offense before he took the field, sub 60% completion percentage, pedestrian yards per attempt, which was nowhere near what it was last year. Now, I know one of those games was against Green Bay, and the other was kind of the first season opening game against the Giants, where every result in week 1 was kind of weird and quirky. But now you've got a guy coming off a knee injury. If I'm told I get the Jaden Daniels that is going to drag your ass by the bootstraps to the NFC title game, that's going to put on a showcase in Detroit, that's going to convert every 3rd and 4th down against Tampa Bay, ripping their hearts out because he is that dude and so special, then I'll talk about the difference it's going to make. But I don't know what I'm getting at this point. I want him back, and he's got to play to get there. You know what I mean? But like he didn't have his sea legs underneath him through the first 2 weeks, and now you add an injury to it.
I don't think this will happen, but I could certainly see the path to this. he comes back in what is a really difficult matchup for this offense. Mariota against the Raiders had the most favorable matchup that they have had at any point. That was the defense that had the most air in the secondary. That was, if you just line up Giants with their pass rush, Packers, who were the 85 Bears for the first couple of weeks of the season.
Seriously, that was unbelievable.
I don't know how the Cowboys game happened, but otherwise they've basically been, a top 3 defense at the end of the year look to them. And then this past week, even in Atlanta, I would say that was still a better group at home than what the Raiders on short rest flying cross country were for an early start in DC. So if you're ranking like hardest matchup for a quarterback, this one is right at the top of the list. So for him to have played twice and not played that well, I think he was ranked, Danny, somewhere like 19th or 20th in EPA per play and all the stuff that he led the NFL in for much of last year after 2 weeks of football. So he was just okay. He was very pedestrian. To come back for this matchup, I could see this being he's a little rusty, hasn't played in a couple weeks, trying to get the timing down. Oh, by the way, still injuries, maybe no Terry McLaurin, playing this great Chargers defense. It could be a real tough game. It could be a slog. And now, fast forward to a week from now, we're 3 games in, and we still haven't seen Jaden from last year. So I'm not going to overreact if that's the case in any way. But don't you think there's a path to that for sure? Like in his 3 starts, they're actually 1-2, and he has looked like a statistical 17 to 23 quarterback in the NFL at this point?
Yeah, it's not only is there a path to it, it's what I think is going to happen. Because again, this is not, if he was hurt in November and had to miss a couple of games, like go back to last year when he was, on this unbelievable run from Cincinnati, Arizona, Cleveland, even in the Baltimore game where they didn't have much of a chance.
Well, he was like completing 75% and just dialing it up.
He was splendid in those moments. Gets hurt against Carolina, comes back even, not himself, but really good against Chicago, etc. Then, Giants, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, his worst games of the season. We know the rib is broken, etc. If the 2-game bump is there where he's got these great samples that we're just coming off of and we're sitting there looking at our watch going, come on, hurry back. That's the guy that was missing. I haven't seen that guy yet. I know he's there. It's going to happen. He's amazing. But through the first couple of weeks of the season, he wasn't that dude yet.
Right.
I don't know what the reason is. I think the answer is yes if you start bringing up again. Lack of preseason time, lack of practice time, lack of a million different things, the moving parts on the offense, they were going to start sluggish. I was sitting there screaming about it at the end of August.
Defense is having a better plan? Maybe?
All possible.
Yeah.
Again, I think the answer is yes. So to me, I think we're not in for okay, he's back on. Lightning in a bottle, he's great, and now we're MVP caliber again. I think it's going to take a minute.
I would agree with that, but there is the possibility also that he comes out, waves a wand over this thing, and they go score 39 against the Chargers, and he plays his butt off. Because there were a lot of those games last year where the conversation all offseason from everybody in town and nationally was maybe he is on that level. I thought it was a little premature, but I love the player and I understand it. You can make the case he's the 5th best guy in the league. But the narrative around these parts from people who cover the team was it's Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Lamar, and Jaden. And if he is in that conversation, if that Mount Rushmore has become 5 deep, then there's no reason to believe you can't go to L.A. and play really well against a really good defense and get a win. But I just think it's a tough ask. I think this is on paper, it's a really hard matchup in terms of the defense that they're playing. And then you're coming back from a multi-week injury. We're assuming you're going to be 100%, but until we see it, how do we really know? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, is next. I've also got some stats I want to throw at Danny that I found last night that I really, really like from a couple different sports. So we'll do that as soon as we return on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel is the best. FanDuel's an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan, and it's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer that you do not want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it hits, unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP is the way to go. That's FanDuel.com/GP to download the FanDuel app today and to get started. Again, FanDuel, promo code GP. Must be 21, present right here in the Commonwealth. Virginia's doing great. First online Romany wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll get to our double play in just a second, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Danny, I've got some stats I wanted to throw out there for you. So I just found a bunch of stuff the last few days. I threw it together, put a little list together. These are just kind of like, whoa, really?
Mm-hmm.
These are kind of cool. All right, so first one, NFL. Justin Fields teams. So when Justin Fields is your starting quarterback, his team is 0-25 when the opponent scores 21 points in his career.
That's impossible.
That's insane. So 46 quarterbacks have qualified for this stat where you at least 25 times have started a game and the opposing team scored at least 21 points. He's the only one whose team has never won once. So the only times Justin Fields-led teams have ever won is when their opponent scores 20 or fewer points. That is a damning stat.
That is nuts.
Okay? Rate that stat 1 out of 10, and then I'll go to my next one.
Okay, so in terms of like how nuts it is?
Like, how cool is that?
That is a cool number. That's like a 7.5 out of 10 to me.
Okay, here's my next one on the NFL. Well, you've already said this today, so this one's not as interesting. The Eagles did not complete a single pass in the second half on Sunday.
2,000. All the numbers.
That is insane.
In this day and age, this is not 1930s where like the forward pass is not, it's frowned upon. We don't like that kind of sportsmanship around here. It's not the way we play this game. It's not that. This is the modern era where everyone grows up passing. Everybody passes at all times. Every high school's a passing offense. Used to be like the one high school that like had one quarterback who could throw was like the talk of the town, and everyone ran the wishbone triple option. Everybody throws every play always, and they completed 0 passes. In
So you're giving me a 10 on that one.
That's a 10. That's all the numbers.
All right, here's my third football stat for you. Puka Nacua of the LA Rams, you mentioned earlier, had 13 catches, went for 170 this weekend. Nacua has 42 grabs already through 4 games. That is tied for the most ever through 4 games with Cooper Kupp of the Rams and Michael Thomas of the Saints. He is on pace for the NFL record in catches through 4 games.
It's the best life. Now, you're going to get tired. You'll probably end up getting hurt because he always gets banged up. It's why I didn't draft him in any fantasy league. But my God, to be Sean McVay's number 1 is awesome.
The offense goes through you. All right, Major League Baseball. I got a really good one here. I want to see your grade for this stat. This is silly. Rafael Devers became the first player since Justin Morneau in 2008 to play in 163 games this year. Now, here's what happened. So Morneau that year, if memory serves, played in a game 163 with the division on the line when the Twins were tied, I think with the Guardians or somebody, whoever it was in the AL Central.
Oh, I see.
He played the full season, and then they played a game 163. So because he didn't take a day off, he played in 163 that year. Rafael Devers was playing for Boston and then was traded to San Francisco, and he just played in all the games, and so you got to play more than a full season's worth of games, which is actually a cooler way to get there.
I think that's awesome. So, like, just for the sake of argument, the Giants had a game ringed out or 2 or something like that, or just behind by a day or 2, and he's already playing 162, was on pace to do that for the Red Sox, got traded, almost like lost today, and got the extra game for the Giants. That's cool.
Here's your next Major League Baseball stat. Trey Turner won the NL batting title this year, hitting .304. That is the lowest batting average for an NL batting champion who wins the batting title since 1876.
Yep.
304 won the batting title in the NL. This is one of those that I'm just going to keep saying over and over again and act like, oh, more people will care. The best hitter in the National League this year hit 304. Oh, my God.
Yeah. To me, this is and Trey Turner had
351 used to win the batting title.
Turner had a great comment about it, by the way. He's like, yeah, it's unbelievable how nasty all the pitching is. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. But it's like guys throw 100, cutters at 97. I mean, everything's gross.
Now, Judge isn't a human being or from planet Earth, but I mean, he hit 325 or whatever.
331.
Like when you're 325, 330, 335, that's batting title territory.
Mm-hmm.
304? You're like an 0 for 7 away from hitting 297, and you win the batting title?
Yeah, that's 2 more hits than Dalen Lyle got. But yeah, I mean, that's the point. To me, this is an epidemic. The total domination of efficiency, analytics, the pitchers being built in the lab, everybody throws a million. It's too hard. Like there was no room for alternatives in baseball.
All right, so 2 other quickies here from baseball. Pitch clock's the best, and it's working. 9-inning Major League Baseball games that have lasted 3 hours and 30 minutes. So this is a regulation, 27 out, 9-inning game, 3 hour and 30 minute length. There were 391 of them in 2021. There were 232 of them 3 seasons ago in 2022.
Got it.
In 2023, after the pitch clock, we went from 232 to 9. Last year, there were 7. 9-inning, 3-hour, and 30-minute games this year, there were 3.
3.
There were almost 400 4 years ago. The pitch clock, man.
Yeah, and almost 400 were just Red Sox Yankees, just going back and forth on Sunday Night Baseball.
And then
yeah,
the last
tremendous.
one, Major League Baseball pitchers with 200 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another reason why it's so hard to hit. Everyone talks about stuff, velocity being up. You're also facing 4 pitchers and 4 at-bats now.
That's true.
Used to be I might get 3 looks at a guy. That almost never happens anymore. 200-inning pitchers by year. Just to pick random years, in 2014, there were 35 of them. In 2015, there were 28 of them. As recently as 2018, there were 13 guys that threw 300 innings. 200 innings, rather. This year in Major League Baseball, there were 3 pitchers.
I was going to say 3 or 4 only.
That threw 200 innings. 3. The game has changed.
It has 100%. I mean, the 300 strikeout plateau for the elite strikeout guys, because you're throwing 200 innings easily. You average a strikeout and a half per inning, whether you're Clemens or Randy Johnson or whoever. Now it's just a thing of the past. Again, the league leader in the National League, I think, had like 220, give or take. Just a different time.
Pick your favorite stat. Which one do you like best?
I like it the least, but it's the most intriguing. The Eagles did not complete a pass in the second half of a football game. That was a 1-score game.
I'm going with the pitch clock. 3 games that were 3 hours and 30 minutes when we had 400 just a few years ago.
It's a good stat, too.
That is wild. All right, it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
One episode in, but I liked what I saw. Alien Earth. How in are you? I imagine you were out altogether on the Alien series. All things from Ridley Scott back in the day.
You said Alien, right?
Alien, yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
So
I actually saw the most recent one in theaters. I think I told you this. It's like a year ago now,
Mhm.
or maybe a couple years ago. It was like some alien reinvented
Alien
thing.
Covenant or whatever it's called, yeah.
I didn't know what I was getting into.
Right.
I sneaky loved it. It was like pretty good. It was very, very weird and not really for me, but it was an awesome movie. But I'm out, generally speaking, on that series.
Yeah, see, the original Alien, one of the great films of all time. Heightened suspense, just the intensity of it. The sequel, Aliens, years later, that they got back together and did with Sigourney Weaver and company. Really, really good. They've kind of filled out this universe now. And so they jump around in time, which is a little bit irritating and sort of frustrating to watch because it's always things like Alien Covenant and Alien Romulus and Alien Resurrection. I kind of don't know which is which or where we are. But I will say, Alien Earth, the FX series, I watched the first episode last night. It's been out for a little while, but I finally caught up and did it. I like how they're doing it. They basically start right in the middle. They don't give you a lot of exposition. They showed you kind of the beginning of something, a phenomenon that we've seen now in all the later Alien type things. And things are happening without explanation, and we jump right in, and you're left to kind of figure it out as you go. But they do a good enough job to give you breadcrumbs. You care about the characters, and it's scary as hell. It's really, really good.
Has anybody watched Black Rabbit yet in this room?
It's in the queue on Netflix.
New Jason Statham and Jude Law show. I've heard really good things.
Statham, I thought it was Bateman.
Bateman, what did I say?
You said Statham.
Jason Bateman.
Very different.
Very, very different.
Hey Bud versus Throat Chop.
Yeah, no, this is Hey Bud. But I don't think he's
Hey
Hey
Bud.
Budding it. It doesn't seem like it's Hey Bud Jason Bateman. He looks like it's very dramatic, bearded, long-haired. I'm an actor now, Jason Bateman. But anyway, him and Jude Law, supposedly an awesome show. I just can't watch TV shows during the NFL season because either there's a game on or I'm doing like the condensed games to watch all the games all week. But I want to watch Black Rabbit. So hit me up on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson or wherever you're on social if you can tell me anything about if that show's any good or worth a prioritization for me over maybe some like football game from Sunday on Wednesday night where I want to rewatch like the Patriots or something. Grant and Danny on the Fan in just a few minutes. As soon as we return, we got those tickets to see the Caps on opening night. Remember, at 5 o'clock, Beal, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt live on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers in Week 5. Today, the team signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen, formerly known as Robbie Anderson, to the practice squad. Last season, caught one pass for 5 yards. Injuries around the league. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocated his knee in last night's game, resulting in multiple ligament tears, including his ACL. Tyreek Hill stayed at the hospital overnight, underwent surgery today. Jets running back Braylon Allen left the game early last night with an MCL sprain. He's likely to go on injured reserve. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, unlikely to play in Week 5 against Houston. Could be out 2 to 3 weeks with a hamstring injury. Baseball. Nationals outfielder Dalen Lyle was named NL Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month for September. Playoff baseball going on right now. Tigers and Guardians. That game already wrapped up. The Tigers won 2-1. Tarek Skubal went 7 2/3, gave up just 3 hits and 1 run, struck out 14, tying a Tigers postseason record. The Guardians got the tying run to third in the bottom of the ninth, though, with no outs, but failed to score. They fall 2-1 to the Tigers. The Padres and the Cubs playing right now. Headed to the bottom of the fourth inning. San Diego leads Chicago 1-0. Red Sox Yankees going to be at 6 o'clock tonight. Reds and Dodgers comes up at 9 p.m. This September only, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As promised, let's give away some Caps tickets to opening night. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a pair of tickets to the Caps and the Bruins to kick off the 2025 campaign. Wednesday, October 8th, a week from tomorrow. All fans in attendance are getting a schedule magnet. You'll be one of those fans. Tickets and the complete Cap schedule are available at thefandc.com, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. Congratulations to the winner right now on Grant and Danny. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori & Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Nice update by Toki there at the top of the hour. Over the weekend, while you were sleeping, Sandra Bullock style, Toby Altizer had a birthday. Huh?
Hey, Tobes!
Clap it up for Toby.
The youngest in charge.
The actual youngest in charge had a birthday. Congratulations on you, getting older, growing on up, and on another quality update. All right, it is time for your Beltway Blitz. The Wizards, Major League Baseball playoffs, and the Commanders all jam-packed into one segment. Let's get after it. We will start on the hardwood with Varun Shankar of the Washington Post. The Wizards had media day yesterday, kicked off camp officially, I believe, today. So, Varun, give us a little table setter here. What's the state of the Wiz as they get things going?
Yeah, this is going to be another rebuilding year for the Wizards, another year where they're more focused on player development and the long-term future of the franchise than immediate wins. But one thing that I do think will look different this year is last year, the Wizards, you could say, gave some of their young players roles that they might not have been fully equipped for because they wanted those players to get experience. This year, they have more young players to choose from, and that's going to inherently cause a little bit more competition, a little bit more. The word that we kept on hearing from Will Dawkins and Brian Keith over the last few days has been separation. Who's going to separate themselves this year? And that comes with, competition from the very first days of camp.
I like Alex Sarr. I'm intrigued by that skill set. A 7-footer that moves around like he does. It's worth developing. It's worth taking your time, the whole 9 yards, Varun. But, shot percentage wasn't great as a rookie. I have no problem with that. Give the kid free reign. But what do we expect different here in his second year?
Yeah, with Alex, the biggest things that stand out to me are the things that he does best are atypical for big men in a lot of ways. He is a very good weak side rim protector coming over from blocks. And he is a really good switch defender. He has the versatility to step out and guard smaller players. That makes him a very valuable defensive player. But there is a lot of stuff that he struggles with in a more traditional big man sense, and some of that's just because he's young and probably a little bit skinny for the position right now. You'd think that he'll fill out in time. I think the Wizards expect him to fill out in time. But you see that struggle come up with the defensive rebounding in particular. You see it come up when he's trying to get to the basket. You see it come up when he's trying to screen and roll. And I'd like to see, he's added some muscle. He looks a little bit bigger. You'd like to see that get a little bit better this year. I don't think that he's going to be, the dominant interior presence, but you want to see him get closer to what he could be there.
Speaking of being bigger, I saw somebody post the difference in size and weight added by a lot of the really young Wizards. Seems like they were in the weight room this offseason, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is part of the player development apparatus, is simply developing their bodies. I mean, these are, in many cases, teenagers or early 20s, so there's a lot of room to grow, and you're starting to see some of the natural physical growth that will happen, but also some of the intentional growth that they've done through some of the weightlifting and weightlifting work that they've done.
I love Trey Johnson as well. What can we expect from him in year number one?
I think you're going to see the shot translate immediately. I think you're going to see a little bit of playmaking. He seems like he's already a little bit ahead of schedule with regards to that. I'm curious to see how much of a challenge the defensive end is for him. And I'm also curious to see how much he gets to play with the ball in his hands. And, he was very much an on-ball player with Texas. Some of that was because of where Texas was. The Wizards have a little bit more of an egalitarian system. How does he adjust to that? How does he look in such a system? But I think he's someone who's going to translate pretty early.
As far as the expectations for this season, do you say it's still a rebuild? We know what that means. We know what it's going to look like. The evaluation of the players, the progression of those players is still the thing that matters the most. But what should be a reasonable ask in terms of performance for them this year?
That is a good question. It's tough to answer just because it's unclear how much the Wizards will lean into some of the more aggressive tanking measures that they took last year. I mean, there were points last year, especially late in season, they were jockeying with Utah for lottery positioning, that they were not playing a lot of guys, and they were playing these young players a lot, and they were okay, and in fact, in some cases, invited the losses that came along with that. How much do they turn to that this year? I'm not sure, especially early in the season. I'm curious to see how things look with some of the vets like CJ McCollum and Chris Middleton playing. Are they able to give this team a little bit more of a floor? Maybe you don't see it for all 82 games, but are there pockets of the season where you're seeing the team play better competitive basketball, especially on the defensive end?
Vroom, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
Thank you so much.
We will see you, dude. Hit that MLB sounder, Darius. Bring on Kyle Glazer, host, analyst on Foul Territory Network, to talk about the postseason playoffs. Cleveland's got to be kicking themselves with a golden opportunity to tie it there in the ninth, huh, Kyle?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is Tarek Skubal just completely shut them down for 7 2/3 innings. And I think this is more about just how impressive Tarek Skubal was. 14 strikeouts, 26 swings and misses. This is what number one starters do. When your team is slumping, when there's a lot of concern about the way they're rolling, they are the stopper. They go out, they dominate, they get you the big win. This was really just a brilliant performance by Tarek Skubal all the way around.
I want him to pitch every game, old Haas Radborn style. Let's throw him back out there in game 2. What do you say, Kyle?
I don't think that would be the best thing for his long-term health.
Yes,
but
don't do that.
At the same time, there's no question. Every time he is on the mound, it is must-watch baseball, and he showed why today.
Oh, that was electric. It was so fun. We've got it on here in studio. So the one game where the teams are back in the clubhouses with the final, you've got the Tigers, who limped into the postseason, 2-1 winners over the Guardians thanks to Skubal. The Padres are playing the Cubs at Wrigley today. San Diego has an early 1-0 lead as they get in to the middle innings. What's your feel on that series?
It's going to be tight. I do think this one's going to go 3, and it's really going to come down to the starting pitching. Both Matthew Boyd and Shota Imanaga were not great down the stretch for the Cubs. Boyd obviously on the mound today. Imanaga will get the ball in game 2. From the Padres' perspective, Dylan Cease, who will start game 2, had a 5.58 ERA on the road. And Yu Darvish, who will get the ball in game 3 if it gets that far, had an ERA over 7 on the road. So it's really going to be about which big-name starting pitchers step up and which continue their struggles. I think that's what will determine this series.
It feels like the Dodgers are inevitable. They were just playing with their food for a while at times, but when you actually look at it, Mookie Betts a very down season. Their bullpen just seems to be constantly in flux. I don't know if there is a National League favorite outside of Philadelphia. Give me your thoughts there.
I do think the Phillies are the best team when you look at what they can do in the rotation, what they have in the bullpen, that lineup top to bottom. At the same time, you're right. The Dodgers were waiting for a lot of their starting pitchers to get healthy. They finally did. And it was a dominant starting rotation down the stretch. Now, because they have so many good starters, they're able to move some guys into the bullpen like Emmett Sheehan. And oh, by the way, Roki Sasaki is back and looks electric in 1 and 2 inning stints. So I'll be curious to see how these starters transition to the bullpen come postseason time. But look, the Dodgers starting pitching is on point. Their offense, after, you're right, a slow start, Mookie Betts finished the season hot to go with great seasons from Ohtani and Freeman and even guys like Andy Pages. The Dodgers are dangerous, and I do think whoever wins the potential NLDS between them and the Phillies will be the National League champion.
Kyle Glazer, host analyst, Foul Territory Network, joining us here on Grant and Danny in D.C., looking at the playoff bracket in Major League Baseball. They get started with wild card action today. By the way, the Dodgers have the Reds. You'd think they can make quick work of Cincinnati, and then if they do, they would have a meeting with the Phillies in the next round. As you look at the bracket from kind of a 10,000-foot view, who do you really like here? Who are you betting on making runs out of both leagues?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I would bet on the Phillies to be the team that represents the National League in the World Series. The American League is wide open. I think you have to look at the Mariners, just how good their starting rotation is now that George Kirby and Logan Gilbert are back doing what they're capable of. They have a deep lineup 1-9. And look, anytime an opponent goes into T-Mobile Park, they are going to be in for a long, long 9 innings. That place gets wild. The Pacific Northwest fans are crazy. I do think you have to look at the Yankees as one of the wild card teams, though. The Yankees went 25-8 to finish the season. They really started to resemble the team that they could be with all their star power offensively. You have 2 great starters in Fried and Rodon. As long as they play a clean baseball, they can take down anyone, and that's the big question mark with them. When they do, they go on runs like they did to end the season.
So it's interesting. So it sounds like you think they kind of figured it out and got right. I looked at them as just taking advantage of the schedule. It was a lot of Twins, Orioles, White Sox in the last couple of weeks. And maybe the answer is both can be true, but you thought maybe they actually figured something out, not just beat up on really bad teams.
Again, it's a little bit of both, right? Sometimes when you see those bad teams, that's your kind of get-right series. And look, we see a lot of teams come playoff time or down the stretch that have easy schedules and don't take care of business. All you have to do is look at the Mets. Even the Padres had a big, big slump late August, early September that really cost them the ability to win the division. They were still able to get it as a wild card. But at the end of the day, you can only beat the teams you're facing, and you want to get right against those kinds of teams, and that's what the Yankees did.
Isn't it kind of nuts we barely even mentioned, if at all, the team with the best record in baseball? Milwaukee Brewers, just kind of waiting in the wings, ho-hum, home field advantage throughout, yeah.
Yeah, and look, the Brewers are a good team, right? I think who are these guys, super anonymous team is a bit overplayed, but Christian Yelich is an MVP. William Contreras has been one of the best catchers in baseball for years, was a top 5 MVP finisher last year. Bryce Terang and Sal Frelick were high first-round picks. Jackson Chourio was a stud prospect. This team is not as anonymous as everyone seems to make it out to be. That said, there are a lot of young players who will be playing in their first postseason series, and they're going to have to prove it against a very, very difficult NL field. Again, you look at the Phillies, look at the Dodgers, look at the Cubs, look at the Padres. All these teams won 90-plus games and have a lot of postseason experience. I do think the Brewers have a very difficult road, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to take down all of these really, really good teams consecutively, given some of the lack of that postseason experience from their young guys.
Thank you, Kyle. Much appreciated the insight.
Anytime, guys. Have to join you.
Appreciate you. There's Kyle Glazer with us talking ball on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. All right, let's talk Commanders. Kevin Sheehan Show over on the Team 980 helps us to do just that. Kevin, 2-2 through 4. Jaden Daniels coming back, heading out to Los Angeles to take on the Chargers. What do we think?
I think that it's a good thing he's coming back now. I like their chances this Sunday, actually, for a number of reasons. But, big picture, and you and I talked about it on my show this morning, I just think that this was always going to be, again, a Jaden-led offensive football team, and that possibility still exists with him in the lineup healthy, and I'm excited to see it on Sunday. Of course, the big mystery, which has not truly revealed itself yet, although I think some would disagree, is whether or not the defense is even slightly improved from last year. And it needs to be if they're going to make, a big run down the road.
Yeah, statistically almost identical when it comes to what it was like year over year through a handful of games here, Kevin. What are you seeing from that defense? I mean, I'm picking on Marshawn Latimore a lot, both because he makes a ton of money, but also because he looks washed to me. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Marshawn Latimore, Joe Witt Jr., Bobby Wagner in coverage, Mikey Sanders still on the inside instead of the outside. We've all had, sort of the same reactions to watching it, bad tackling, miscommunications in coverage. I do think that they appear to be at least slightly better as a run-stopping team where they were horrible last year. So the Kinlaw addition certainly looks to have been a good one. They've got to scheme up pass pressure, but they got it in the first 3 games. They didn't get it on Sunday. I don't know what's coming, but I bet if we see another outing like the one in Atlanta, we might see personnel changes like we did at the 2 guard positions on offense before the Raiders game. I wonder whether or not there's a big move like Dan Quinn taking back play calling or something to that effect that could be in play if you get another 1, 2, or 3 performances like the one you got in Atlanta. Because we did hear, Sanders still with sort of a veiled criticism. Latimore had a veiled criticism after the Green Bay game, sort of pointing towards play calling and scheme. Yeah, I mean, everything's going to be in play defensively, or at least it should be if we see what we saw Sunday again.
Kevin, I want to know about the quality of the defense overall, big picture for you. Can they get to a point where they're good enough to, not be a detriment? Is the defense at a level to get where this team wants to go, which is the playoffs and win playoff games again this year?
I mean, it was a detriment last year, and they got to the NFC Championship game. And I'm not saying that we're going to see the same kind of season against what appears to be a tougher schedule. And by the way, with all of the injuries, and let's face it, guys that we thought would step up and play even better this year haven't so far. Sanders still, Luvu, Quan Martin as examples. They can win 10 games without the defense being significantly better, but they can't make a deep run more likely than not like they did last year without improvement. And I'm hopeful, Grant, that they continue to be, a decent run-stopping team because that was frustrating last year, the inability to get off the field, the inability to stop, good backs or even average backs from big chunk yards. That would certainly go a long way. I think the biggest problem they have is they don't have a special pass rusher. If you've got a special pass rusher that the other team needs to game plan for, maybe you can mask the deficiencies you have on the back end. That would be my biggest concern, is maybe they're a little bit better stopping the run, but the quarterbacks they have on their schedule, some of the offenses they face, they're not, good enough up front to cover up for what they've got going on in the secondary.
Kevin, we are the presidents and president pro tempores of the Jaden Daniels fan club. So long term, I have no concerns other than, hopefully him being able to stay healthy for the long term. But I don't expect him to hit the ground running this week because he wasn't great before the injury. Whatever you want to blame, the answer is probably yes. Lack of practice time in the preseason, only 2 practices with McLaurin, whatever. He wasn't himself yet. Now he's been injured, kind of starting the clock over again. On the road, good defense. I don't expect that MVP caliber Jaden Daniels just yet. What are you expecting?
I mean, I'm expecting it sooner rather than later. I mean, after 2 weeks on the shelf, maybe there's a little bit of rust on Sunday. And to your point, he's going to play his 3rd game this year against a really good defensive team. I know Green Bay gave up, 40 on Sunday night, but the night they played them, that was a dominant defense. The Giants have really good personnel defensively, and so do the Chargers. But I don't think we're going to have to wait that long to see it. Now, the surrounding cast will be important. If they go into that game with no Terry, no Noah Brown, no John Bates, yeah, I mean, it's possible that it won't look like it looked last year, but I wouldn't put anything past him.
Kevin, thanks, buddy. Good catching up.
All right, guys, thanks for having me.
See you, bud.
You got it. There's Kevin Sheehan. We're Grant and Danny. That there is your Beltway blitz. I want to get into what I asked him with you next, Danny, which is, do we think this defense can play at a level requisite of them getting where they want to go? Being a playoff team, winning playoff games. And we'll pose that question to you guys on the phones. We have not taken calls yet today. We'll open up the phones for the first time at 800-636-1067. Do you think ultimately this defense is bad enough that it holds them back? Or, like they did last year with Daniels and an elite offense, can they overcome and still win double-digit games and get to the postseason? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. MLB playoffs. The Cubs just took the lead with back-to-back homers by Seiya Suzuki and Carson Kelly to take a lead 2-1 in the fifth inning. Earlier today, the Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1. The Guardians got the tying run to third base in the bottom of the ninth inning, but weren't able to get him across. Games later tonight, Red Sox and Yankees at 6 o'clock, Reds and Dodgers at 9 o'clock. In football, the Commanders signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad, formerly known as Robbie Anderson. Last season caught one pass for 5 yards. NFL injuries, Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocated his knee in last night's game and tore multiple ligaments, including his ACL. He stayed in the hospital overnight and underwent surgery today. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
They can win 10 games without the defense being significantly better, but they can't make a deep run more likely than not like they did last year without improvement. I think the biggest problem they have is they don't have a special pass rusher. If you've got a special pass rusher that the other team needs to game plan for, maybe you can mask the deficiencies you have on the back end. That would be my biggest concern, is maybe they're a little bit better stopping the run, but the quarterbacks they have on their schedule, some of the offenses they face, they're not, good enough up front to cover up for what they've got going on in the secondary.
That was part of our Beltway Blitz just a few minutes ago here on the Fan. Kevin Sheehan joining us. Grant and Danny with you on your flagship home for the Nats, who will introduce new President Baseball Operations Paul Taboni tomorrow, 9 a.m. at Nats Park. You can hear the press conference right here on the Fan. The Junkies will be over there. I believe he'll be sitting down with the Junkies shortly after he meets the media, so that'll be cool. Also, the flagship home of the Capitals. They open the season a week from tomorrow at Capital One Arena. We're giving away tickets all week long at 4 o'clock. If you missed your chance yesterday or today, you got 3 more opportunities Wednesday through Friday, right at 4 ahead of the Blitz, right here on Grant and Danny. So let's get into this defense for Washington, which has been a problem. And on a, I would say, staircase regression here, like a slippery slope. It's getting worse to this point of the year. They rank 23rd overall yards per play, but they are 30th against the pass. They're giving up 8.08 per play. The only passing defenses that have been worse are the Miami Dolphins and the Dallas Cowboys, who are the butt of jokes, basically, defensively right now all over the country. The question, Danny, is, can they get right enough to be okay? They don't have to be great. They don't have to be good. I don't even think they have to be above average in the top 15. But can they get into that, I don't know, the ceiling of like 17th, the floor of maybe 2021 with more reasonable numbers than they currently have in their yards per play metrics, to the point where they can overcome offensively and with Jaden Daniels if he flips the switch to be MVP caliber again, like they did last year, because they were terrible defensively and it worked out. What I would point out, though, is they did it with a soft schedule. They did it with a lot of luck. They did it with, we looked up this piece in the offseason, but the best luck in terms of dropped passes against from other teams.
And as soon as people hear that, they recoil and get defensive and angry and whatever. It has nothing to do with anything that's subjective. Information happened.
But
right?
I don't even need to waste my time explaining away the point. Like, if you can't deal with that as a grown-up, you're holding your breath. That's your own thing to sort out on your own time. I'm moving on. Like, they got lucky last year statistically, both anecdotally and factually. That happened, okay? That was a thing that took place. But also, they didn't beat winning teams until the playoffs. Now, I don't care as much about that anymore after you go to Tampa and win, and you go to Detroit and win.
Those counted.
You beat some juggernauts. But in the regular season, the only team that was playoff caliber that you beat was the Eagles when their quarterback got hurt. But we don't have to re-legislate last year. The point is, they got where they did, 12 wins, NFC Championship game, despite having a suspect and at times bad defense. And the question is, this year, with a harder schedule, maybe without the same luck, can you overcome that defense?
No. What happened last year was they put a bottle down in the middle of the field and lightning struck it. What we're actually saying is, we'll just put the bottle down and assume it's going to happen again. Right? That's not how things are sustainably done.
What if Jaden Daniels is the lightning then?
Then you still don't get a Hail Mary. Jalen Hurts doesn't get hurt. Devontae Smith doesn't drop an easy pass. All that had to happen was one of those breaks don't go their way, and they don't even make the postseason last year. We're talking about a great rookie debut with a 10-7, a 9-8 kind of team that is still a markedly better group than they were just a year before, and the transformation that happened. Just so happened, we got this unbelievable magic carpet ride, this charm life, this thing happened. I was there. I had fun too. You needed to improve. If you're sitting there going, well, we can be as, kind of like we were last year. No, you can't. If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. That is an axiom I subscribe to, especially in this league when you are not rewarded for okay behavior. Your schedule gets harder, and that happened by virtue of the fact that you're not always going to play backup Billies. You're not always going to play rebuilding teams in their place and the whole 9 yards like you got away with one in New Orleans. You are playing better quarterbacks, better opponents, and this defense is so vulnerable to the pass, and there's no fix in sight. To me, it's a broken thing, and you can account for it. You can try to cover for it here and there, but when push comes to shove, they're going to get thrown on. I think Daniels is that special. It's going to happen at some point this year again, as soon as he gets the sea legs underneath him, as soon as he's healthy. But even with him special last year, they were probably a 9-win team that won 12.
Coming up on their schedule defensively, this weekend, Herbert, who went into the week before the loss, the MVP favorite with Josh Allen playing his butt off. But with the injuries on that O-line, he's now the most pressured quarterback in the league. Mm-hmm. And I don't see that changing.
And they're talking about how alarmed they are at all the hits he's taking.
Totally. Yeah. I think it's going to crash back down to earth if it hasn't already done that with that Giants game. The Bears, now Caleb Williams is going to keep you in the game with some misses and some decisions to hold on to the ball and take a sack or maybe throw the ball to the other team. But Ben Johnson in that offense and Caleb Williams, that's a tough scheme to prepare for. Now, they're going to find some things and find some error in your defense probably. The Cowboys, look at what they just did to the Packers. I'll raise my hand right now and tell you I was wrong about Brian Schottenheimer's offense so far. I think he's done an exceptional job, don't you? Without a running game.
Hard to argue against it.
And CeeDee Lamb being
And
hurt,
they run it better than I thought with Javonte Williams.
They do. They've schemed it up okay. But I'm saying it's not like they have a great running game back or running game. And now they don't have CeeDee Lamb, and none of it's mattered. They just keep having Dak Prescott throw to other guys, and it works, and they scored 40 on the Packers. Then you've got Mahomes. Darnold in Seattle, it's basically Jackson, Smith, and Jigba and not much else in their passing game, so that's not quite on that level. The Detroit Lions, that's a problem. The Dolphins without Tyreek Hill now, that game in Madrid, I think, got a little easier defensively. The Broncos, Sean Payton, good scheme. Bo Nix will be playing better by then. The Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, one of the best offensive designers in the league. The Giants, no Malik Neighbors. That got a lot easier. So they've gotten some breaks here. I hate to say it that way with the torn ACL for Neighbors and the awful injury for Tyreek Hill
That's the reality, yeah.
Eagles twice. By then, maybe they're going to actually be throwing the ball to their wide receivers and not averaging 111 passing yards per game. And then the Cowboys again. But you don't have stinker quarterbacks. You don't have bad offenses, really, on this schedule other than a couple, maybe 3 times max the rest of the way. I think they're better defensively than they played in Atlanta, and I think that will be kind of as ugly as it gets in terms of doing nothing right, only 2 quarterback hits, 0 pressure, never covering anybody. Look like the team you're playing was thrown against air. But this is not a defense that's going to have answers with personnel walking through the door. Anything you're doing different personnel-wise, you're signing guys like Preston Smith off the scrap heap. 2 games later, has not cracked the rotation yet. And Darnell Savage, who played this week in his first week, a few days after being signed, he was on the wrong end of the touchdown to Kyle Pitts. Not to say he's not going to be a good player, but that's what happens. You sign a guy, he's learning things, he's thrust into action for 10 snaps, and you're giving up a touchdown. So it's hard to do on the fly. It's hard to get right. They just don't have enough really good players on defense. And that is rearing its head.
Without a doubt. I mean, again, they got away with it last year. And saying we're going to get away with it again, or we hope to, is not a good plan. Like, for those of you that are sort of like, Jaden Daniels will fix it. He can fix some. I mean, you saw it last year. They couldn't run the ball the second half of the season, minus that Tennessee game, which came out of nowhere, where Brian Robinson ran for $1 billion and everything was good.
And that Tennessee team was so good defensively and such a good team stopping the run, and then they ran all over them.
Which, again,
Such a weird league.
I'll never be able to explain. But Jaden Daniels was the run game. He was the offensive coordinator, the time of possession maven, protecting the defense, and asking him to do that is Hard to live that way. You got away with it for a stretch. But this year, they have been really good against the run, and the only times they have stopped passing attacks is when they've gotten home. They don't have, as Kevin said correctly on the Beltway Blitz, an elite 5-star pass rusher who you can count on either to make the play himself or to draw the attention so someone else can. It's going to be hit or miss at times for rushing the passer. I don't think they'll have a consistent group, which means there's going to be times where that football is in the air. And when it is, they cannot stop it.
So comparing the defense this year to last year, statistically, at this point, not over the course of the full year, but 4 games in last year versus the first 4 this year, yards per attempt, 8.1 allowed this year versus 7.5 last year as a passing defense. A half yard worse. That is staggering. They are way better against the run this year than last year. It's not even close. But they are much worse against the pass right now. Both years, they could not generate any takeaways. 2, a quarter way through the season last year. 1 this year. Sacks are about identical, but their actual pressure rate is much better this year, to their credit. What I've noticed, though, and this is something Logan Paulson and I talked about on a brand new Take Command that dropped today with a detailed film dive that he did on the Falcons game. They've been way more conservative as a blitzing defensive staff since the Green Bay game the last 2 weeks. I don't know if they went into the Raiders game and said, we'll get pressure with 4, and they did. So they just said, all right, that was a win. And then they thought the same thing against Atlanta, and they didn't adjust. But if you look at how frequently they're getting aggressive and betting on getting home versus blitzing, like it's all changed the last couple of weeks. And they need to go back to the well of dialing things up and helping their front out. That was working in the first couple of games of the season. They've been way too conservative, I think. Explosive plays last year, I think that's listed as like maybe 10-plussers. They had 34 through this point. This year, it's 32. It's identical almost. They're much better in the red zone. And they're on the field a lot more this year. Because last year, the offense just never punted. Remember, I think through 3 games, they hadn't punted once. They were 5th in the league last year in time of possession. This year, they're 28th.
Wow.
So
I didn't realize it was that bad.
I think that's why I actually think the defense is probably a lot better than last year, or maybe a good bit better than last year. But they're on the field so much more that you just get exposed more often. So that's something they can and hopefully will try to fix in a complementary way. But let's get to the phones on this next. We want to take your temperature. The question is about Washington's defense, which has been a problem. The reason why now they've lost twice and they're 2-2. Certainly at least one of their losses is almost solely on the defense. Do you think that they can get to a point on that side of the ball where it's not a detriment? Can they get where they want to go with this defense or not? We're Grant and Danny.
We're taking a good look at the Commanders' defense. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt joins the show in about 15 minutes. We will pay the bill at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan with JCM. Is this defense going to hold them back, or can it get to a point where they can still accomplish all their goals, even if it is majorly flawed? Kenneth's in Manassas on the listener lines. What's up, Kenneth? How are you?
I really enjoy listening to you guys. I want to point out something I was listening to. There was at least, and this goes back to last year, there was at least 3 plays where I was looking at the defensive play that was called, where there was trips left by Atlanta, and we only had 2 defenders over there, and you can clearly tell where Atlanta was going with the ball and was going to go for a first down. I think the defense can get where it needs to be, but I don't think there's enough weight being put on the conversation around the scheme Joe Witt is calling. And my mind goes back to when we had Greg Blosh as a defensive coordinator. We had no barn burners. We didn't have a whole bunch of talent. It was a very vanilla defense. They kept everything in front of them. But I think the worst we finished under Greg Blosh sometimes was maybe 13th. He had a couple of top 10 finishes with not that much talent.
They tackled so well, too, Kenneth. Which is,
they did.
To your point, you earned every blade of grass. I appreciate you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off your momentum there. But no, I was just observing. I mean, that was the big thing, too, that really hasn't been talked about. Maybe it has in other places, but on our show, we've kind of brushed past. Everyone's talked about the scheme and the lack of pass rush and the coverage. They had a terrible tackling game.
I thought so.
Almost 15 missed tackles as a team in that game against the Falcons.
Yeah, so most of the big runs, most of the big bursts kind of came via that, honestly. You know, again, they're in position to do a good job, and they didn't tackle, and that's something Dan Quinn addressed, certainly. But to me, I'm more, those are things that obviously need to improve, and I think can. I don't know where the improvement's going to come from with guys running wide open.
Chris and Brandywine, do you think this defense does them in, or do you think they can still get where they want to go in spite of it?
I mean, for me, guys, thanks for taking my call, by the way. I really feel like it's on this defensive coordinator. I mean, he is letting guys like Latimore, and like Latimore was an all-pro in New Orleans. I know he's gone through injuries, but you're like leaving him on an island out here. You're not giving him support after he's been getting burned for almost, like, we're going in a year and a half now. Like, you should be giving him a lot more support. Then you're talking about Bobby Wagner. You got him going on wheel routes, and we talked about McGee since he's been drafted as an heir apparent, but he can't get any playing time. And Bobby Wagner is on the field 100% of the time. That does make it make sense. Like, we should be doing a lot more. Go ahead.
That's a good phone call. Thank you, bud. The 100% of snaps for Wagner is such a good observation, and it's something that now has come up in a presser with Standing of the longtime athletic writer who's now doing the Substack. But Ben brought this up with Dan Quinn point blank, and he's like, should he play on every snap? Mid-30s, sideline to sideline is not what it is when he's downhill or in a box. I think that's totally fair. Now, the question with McGee is always, is he healthy? Is he ready to play? Is he available that week? But, yeah, I mean, we've heard so much about him. You drafted him in the mid-rounds. He was kind of the heir apparent. If he can run, if Kane Medrano can run, like, figure out a way to put guys out there on obvious passing downs when you're defending in space and zone or whatever, when you might have to pick up occasionally a running back out of the backfield, you got to put people out there that can turn and burn.
Totally. But the flip side is, though, that to me is scheme, because Wagner offers something else. Like, we're just a week removed where we had 2 sacks, a couple quarterback hits, knocking people around as a great blitzer. He might be the
best blitzer from the A-gap in the league still.
He's really, really good in that regard. So if you take him off the field, then he's definitely not doing that on a given play. So,
But you know when you call the play if he's blitzing or not.
Well, sure. But you need the possibility that he might or he might not. He drops off. You can't just have a giveaway and a tell. My point is he offers something, right? He's going to have 11 tackles. He's going to be great in the run game. He's going to be good at some other things. I just need to find a scheme where I avoid him doing that. Does that make sense? Where, like, it's a mismatch for any linebacker in this league to be having to go through traffic to try to catch up to Bijan Robinson.
Sure, but what is the point of a 35-year-old who struggles to run a little bit playing 100% of snaps? Like, other than just the idea of, like, the attendance award, so to speak, it doesn't really make sense. You rotate these guys and keep them fresh at so many positions on the D-line. It would be outrageous to see a guy play 70, 75% of the time. There's just no real added benefit for me to Bobby Wagner being out there on every single play when he's got strengths that are exceptional, really, really strong, excellent things that he does, and some pretty significant flaws that we've seen dating back to his time in Seattle, at the end, or certainly, in L.A. for that year. Let's go to Reggie in the district on the Fan. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? I absolutely love your show.
Appreciate you.
I love y'all show. Hey, Grant, you mentioned something, man, that I think it got glossed over. We were fifth in time of possession last year. My defense is not going to get better. Nobody's walking through that door. Get my quarterback on the field, right? Instead of us going 3 and out, I watched that first play with Marcus Mariota under center. I knew that our end around was coming with Debo. That's the only time we're under center. So I'm thinking okay, so get my quarterback out there, right? Instead of us being down 17-7, maybe we're up 17-7, making teams one-dimensional, so then it makes defense a lot easier. Maybe we're controlling the time of possession. Tressway is not on the field punting as much, this year like he did, like he wasn't last year. So I'm not really focusing can the defense, to answer the question, yes, but my offense is the reason why the defense can get there is because the offense is now picking up that slack because our quarterback is taking the leap and the steps that we all kind of feel like he can, minus him being injured, that we ultimately are going to see. But it's the offense that's got to carry the water and get ahead, get a lead. So now the defense can dictate to the opposing offense, instead of vice versa.
Amen. I agree with every word of that. I think
that's the plan.
Really smart.
That was their idea.
You go back to the old Scott Turner thing, the 14-play drive.
Yeah.
And it was ugly back then. It's not as ugly now. You got playmakers. But, yeah, if you hold the football, this is on Cliff a little bit to maybe run the ball more if they need to or whatever. But I hate the term complementary football. I honestly kind of do. But I think there is an element of this where the best way to help fix this defense is through the offense, just having them be on the field for fewer snaps. Now, time of possession can be a defensive stat too. They could not get off the field against the Falcons. You got to end your own drive sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You got to hit the quarterback on a third down and force an incomplete. You got to make a play so that you can get a stop and force a punt. And they couldn't do that either. But there is this symbiotic relationship where last year we saw what it looked like. Yeah, the defense, when they were on the field, at times were really bad. They just didn't have to be on the field that much. There were plenty of games where they were on the field for like 22 to 24 minutes into the middle of the fourth quarter because the offense had just dominated TOP. David in D.C., what's up?
Hey, what's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Got you.
Yeah, thanks for being on the show. I'm sorry, that last caller just stole my thunder, but it's all about time of possession. You mentioned being in the top 5 last year versus bottom 32 or bottom 28 this year. It's all about time of possession. So this goes back on Cliff Kingsbury. Rush attempts. The last caller stole my thunder, but it's all about possession of time, TOP, like you guys said. Get your bad defense off the field. The defense isn't getting any better. Wagner's not getting any faster. Latimore's not getting any better. Limit their time on the field. Thanks for my call.
Appreciate you, dude. I always felt like that applies more when you can't stop the run and you're gassed for the time of possession stuff. I mean, to me, when you're at 2nd and 17, you supposedly have won, but they gave up huge gains.
Well, it depends what happens on 2nd and 17.
Right.
I mean, if you're in 3rd and 9, you've won for sure.
Yeah. Well, here's what happened: 4 to 3 yard gain. To me, this isn't the defense is tired. That's why they're messing up. This is no matter when they're on the field, I don't care if they're tired or otherwise, they can't stop the ball through the air. So you could hold it for 35 minutes.
I could be mistaken. I don't think they're suggesting the defense is tired, although that could be. Makes them worse.
But my point about time of possession, I didn't realize it was that stark year over year.
You can't stink when you're not on the field. And if their offense, it doesn't have to be 5th, but if they were 8th or 10th in time of possession, and instead of being on the field for 67 snaps or whatever, it's 54 snaps or 59 snaps, just 8 plays at 8 yards per play, that's 64 yards you don't have to worry about right there. So the path to me is leaning into their strength. That's all I'm saying. Not a fatigue.
No, I understand. And listen, I'd rather their offense be really good and hold the ball and score more points. I'm not arguing against that. I guess what I'm saying is I always feel like when you hear the time of possession discussion as the way to help the defense most, these guys are gassed and they can't stop the run anymore. They're just getting pushed around because they've been on the field too long.
Can be. It can also be that your defense stinks and you want them standing on the sideline.
Right. Yeah, I do. To me, anytime the other team has the ball, they can throw it. And I think that's time of possession or otherwise.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, part of this offense that Washington is going to see operated, it looks like, by Jaden Daniels for the first time in 3 weeks this weekend. We'll ask him about getting JD5 back. Also, want to get some thoughts from him on what was another tremendous performance in very limited work. I mean, he is a blast to watch. Krosky Merritt, live on Grant and Danny, next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NFL, Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers in Week 5, 2-2 on the season. Today, the Commanders signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen, also known as Robbie Anderson, to the practice squad. Last season, caught one pass for 5 yards. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, Bill Krosky-Merritt set to join Grant and Danny. Injuries around the league. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocated his knee in last night's game, tore multiple ligaments, including his ACL. He stayed in the hospital overnight, underwent surgery today. According to the doctor, surgery went well, hopes to be ready for the start of next season. Jets running back Braylon Allen left the game early last night with an MCL sprain. He's likely to go on injured reserve. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson unlikely to play in Week 5 against the Texans. He could be out 2 to 3 weeks with a hamstring injury. Baseball. Nationals outfielder Dalen Lyle was named NL Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month. Playoff baseball today. Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1. Tarek Skubal with 14 strikeouts today for the Tigers, tying a postseason record for their franchise. Guardians got the tying run to third in the bottom of the ninth with no outs, but failed to score. Right now, Padres and Cubs. 2-1 lead for the Cubs after they hit back-to-back homers in the fourth inning. The Cubs lead 2-1 going to the bottom of the sixth. Other games tonight, Red Sox and Yankees at 6, Reds and Dodgers at 9. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on The Fan, sponsored by the law firm Kandori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We got to go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, a guy averaging 6 yards per carry in the National Football League. When he touches the ball, explosiveness follows. It's Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt with us on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ja'Cory? How are you?
What's going on?
How you doing, bud? How you feeling?
No, I'm feeling good.
So you missed a couple days of practice with a knee injury last week. You ended up going on Friday and then playing in the game Sunday. And I don't know much, sitting on the couch, but it looked like you were completely yourself and normal. What was going on with the knee, and were you compromised at all, or did you feel 100%?
Nah, it was just a little soreness from the previous game, but I mean, I felt fine when I was out there. It was just a little bit of soreness, but I think everything is back 100%.
Was there some question as the week went on if you'd play, or did you know all week long you were probably going to be able to go?
I mean, it was kind of like a day-by-day thing, just seeing how I felt.
At this point, is this just now kind of, bumps of the season? That's what happens at a position where you're getting tackled every play and just the physicality of it? Is it something you're going to be dealing with, or do you feel like you're back to 100%?
No, I feel like I'm back to myself. I mean, nicks and bruises happen, but I mean, I think it healed pretty quickly, and I feel like I'll just be downhill from now. It was just a bump in the road.
7 carries for 47 yards in Atlanta for you. The running game was dominant. I mean, really, really good stuff. Chris Rodriguez had a near 50-yard run early in the game. The two of you guys combined for around 15 carries and well over 100 yards. So it was very dynamic. What did you make of kind of the blocking and how things went up front and just how successful you guys were running the ball in this game?
I mean, that's what we like to preach in our group, like we can handle whatever is thrown at us, and like we just like whenever our opportunity come, we just want to just make the best out of it. So like that's kind of like where you see us getting those tough runs. That's where that come from. Like just not want to let each other down or let the team down.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt with us here on Grant and Danny for his weekly Tuesday at 5 p.m. spot. So it was a bit of a strange game at times. The Falcons got off to that rip-roaring start, and you guys had one possession, and by the time you got the football back, you were down 10-0. Does that change things for you guys, just in terms of the dynamic, the talk on the sideline, or maybe even the game plan? Because you then scored and responded on that next drive.
I mean, yeah, it definitely do. Definitely don't want to put yourself in a hole like that, especially, I mean, against any NFL team, because, you know, everybody's pros out there. So it was definitely like talk on the sideline, like we just got to play cleaner football and just play our brand of football.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Ja'Cory, one of the things I keep asking for, and a lot of us feel like should happen, is you just getting the ball more often. Right? And last week it was 7 carries, 8 the week before that. Your career high still 10 in that first game against the Giants. And it seems like one of the things is when you get to a point without the football, Cliff has said in his press conference, where you've aced everything, that's when they can start playing you kind of on all downs. Give us an idea of the work you're putting in, the progressions you're making in pass protection, and what goes into that. Because a lot of us just think about running backs running the football, but the actual work and the studying you have to do to be on your details in pass pro.
Yeah, it's definitely more than just running the ball. Like you gotta be trusted to do anything on the field, especially in this league. So I mean, it's a day by day thing. Just knowing what I gotta work on and like trying to perfect that craft each and every day and just get better at something so that I can be able to like just reach my full potential. But it's just like a day by day thing, just working on the small fundamentals.
But as far as
I get better at that,
the pass pro thing, is that like the work that you're putting in? Is that a technique thing, or like to me, what would be hardest would be actually watching the tape and figuring out where it's coming from, or in real time. Are you pointing things out, or the quarterback, or the center? How does that work to know? Okay, this guy's coming, this guy doesn't, so you can be in the right spot.
I mean, it's basically just knowing the protection, just knowing what the defense is doing, and just knowing the calls, and that's basically how we read the protection. Like you just gotta know who you're blocking, and of course, like your technique and fundamentals gotta be correct to block those linebackers coming at you full speed. So I mean, I'm definitely just working on the small things to get better.
So going back a couple of years ago, you caught 7 passes in a 12-game season at New Mexico, and I think this happens to a lot of college running backs. It's just not as much part of the regular offense for running backs to catch the ball like it can really be up here in the NFL. Where are you in that process? A couple catches this past weekend. How comfortable do you feel as a receiver, and you know how far do you think you've come in terms of improvement?
I love catching the ball. In New Mexico, we really was a run-heavy team, and the bats really didn't have a lot of routes to run, so that's where that come from. But I'm definitely comfortable in just catching the ball and just being able to be versatile.
You know, Ja'Cory, as I think about this, it's interesting to bring this up with you. I was joking earlier with somebody about how in college football you get these guys who have played 5 years, 5 schools or whatever. Like, I don't love the idea that I love paying players, NILs, no-brainer, and all this stuff. Like in the NFL, there's actual contracts and it's regulated. In college, it's like, oh, damn, I recruited this guy. He had a great year, and now he's on to the next. But you're a great, kind of counter to that for me, where Alabama State to New Mexico to Arizona, like a success story about the options that are at your disposal. What's your thought on that and just being able to kind of carve out a career based on some of the new rules and being able to put yourself in some good spots?
I mean, thanks for the transfer portal. I mean, I feel like I had to make those steps to get where I'm at now. So, I mean, it wasn't like a thing like I just wanted to go to a different school. I just know I had to like just make those moves to like just be in the NFL, coming from an HBCU to Power 5 conference, and like just really getting recognized. I mean, but I totally respect the transfer portal if you're doing it for good reasons. That makes sense.
Walk me through that. Actually, it's something I forgive my ignorance. I actually don't know. And decades ago, I kind of had a general idea how it worked, but this is all sort of brand new to us. The pudgy zilchers on the sideline, kind of getting used to it. Is that something where you start actively calling, or is it you put once you're in the portal, coaches start calling you? Like, is it kind of like the high school recruitment process over again?
It definitely is a high school recruitment process. I mean, because some players get stuck in there, but it's basically like, okay, how did my year go? Do I got enough film? Do I got enough buzz for another team to pick me up? So that's basically like that's basically how people decide if they want to get in the transfer portal, if they feel like they're good enough for a team to come get them.
For me, I would love to do like an NIL deal with like Waffle House or something, or just some like Oreos or something. Did you ever have any cool or fun opportunities with NIL deals, or did they come along late enough in the game that it wasn't a huge thing just yet as you were kind of finishing up?
I mean, it wasn't nothing major. It wasn't nothing major, especially with like working with companies or anything like that.
You weren't on that Jaden plan.
Nah, I wasn't.
Winning that Heisman.
That'd be a good
50
plan.
Touchdowns at LSU. Yeah, you can get some NIL.
Yeah, it's definitely levels to it.
Yeah. Speaking of Jaden, hopefully it sounds like he could be back this weekend. Marcus has played well, and you guys offensively have still been good without Daniels. But if he is able to play against the Chargers, sounds like signs are pointing in the right direction. What would that do to just get him back out on the field?
I mean, it'll definitely help out a lot. I mean, a guy like that, he's very creative with the ball, and I mean, we'll love to have him out there because of like just him being a leader, like him just being who he is. I feel like that's enough. That's enough for us to go forward and be comfortable with. So I mean, it's just good to have a quarterback like him.
What was the mood after the game among the guys? I'm sure, going on a road trip to Atlanta. I know a lot was on the line for guys like Marcus Mariota, Dan Quinn, who coached and played there, respectively. What was it like, kind of post game and kind of getting back to work here this week? What's been kind of the tenor?
We gotta play cleaner football. We know that wasn't our best football. We can't make mistakes that'll set us back, especially in being in the NFL. So we just gotta play cleaner football. That was really the biggest thing, just being good on all three phases and just being nice.
Ja'Cory, Krosky, Merritt, you go back, you watch the all-22 of his carries. It's must-see TV. I mean, every carry is exciting. It's explosive. Last week, he said he had some of the best vision in the league. He showed that in this game again. He's averaging 5.9 yards per carry this year, and might be time to turn up the faders on his involvement in this offense. When do you start turning your attention to the upcoming opponent on your own in terms of film study? I know with the schedules, like as a team, Wednesday you really get going with that first practice. But will you on Monday or Tuesday just on your own start watching the Chargers at all, or how does that work for you? What's your week like?
I would say definitely on Monday just get an eye on them, and then just start looking at the game plan that we have going in, and just making sure I'm fine with it. Just working on that throughout the week so we can execute it on Sunday. But yeah, soon as we're done with one opponent, we're on it the next day, just trying to figure out a way to get another win.
If you weren't an NFL player, Ja'Cory, what do you think you'd be doing for a living right now?
Definitely something with my own business.
Like an entrepreneur?
Yeah, definitely I'll be an entrepreneur. But I would be in school for maybe business or something, so I can just, I don't know, I really have to just find something I like and stick with it. But I know I want to be an entrepreneur.
I like that. Okay, Halloween is coming up about a month from now. Generally, sports teams, everyone gets together. They have a big party at someone's house, and they dress up in costume or whatever. Have you thought about your costume for this year, or what's one of your favorite Halloween costumes all time?
I'm not even sure. I haven't even thought about that.
You got a month.
I might dress as the Little Bill character.
The which character?
The Little Bill character.
Oh, the one you're named it. Yeah. Little Bill.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that could play. That'd be funny.
I'm not sure. That could be an option, but maybe. I don't know. I'm not really big on Halloween and dressing up, so I'll see.
You're not big on getting candy either, or just the dressing up part?
I mean, both kind of. I used to be when I was kind of younger, but I mean, I feel like it's a cool holiday. I used to take my niece walking around the neighborhood or whatnot and knock on doors. So I mean,
I was gonna say when you have kids, it gets cool again.
Yeah, it definitely is.
How's cousin doing? We got a lot of people. I heard from a lot of people last week about how funny they thought it was that you named your dog Cousin Krosky Merritt. How's cousin?
Cousin, working on the butt whipping. Working on the butt whipping. I caught him chewing on one of my cords to my game.
Mm-mm.
And he have toys laying out, so I don't know what made him just like want to pick a cord and chew on it. But I mean, that's my dog. I mean, he's still a puppy, so I took it light on him.
It's like just hard enough to get to that was what made it so enticing, right?
Yeah.
What's the game that you play?
I like Fortnite. I like Madden.
He's a young
I like
person.
NCAA.
Yeah.
Madden's good. Are you in NCAA on Arizona?
Yeah, I definitely am.
Okay. Have you ripped off any 100-yard
I would
games?
give you the ball.
Yeah, every play it's coming to me every play.
You don't throw it. Like I'm the guy that never runs the ball in video games.
No, Madden too. I'm running the ball every play.
I love that.
I might throw it sometimes, but we running.
Only if it's you throwing it as a trick play.
You say what again?
Only if it's your only time you throw it is when you actually give it to you, and then it's a trick play.
Yeah, and I might throw it to a receiver. I just
Ja'Cory, we appreciate you, buddy. We'll catch up next week, and hopefully we'll be talking about not only a win in L.A., but big breakout with a bunch of carries for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Talk to you
Appreciate
then.
you, buddy.
Be good.
Yeah, have a good night.
You got it. There's Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Bill, the Commanders running back, joining us here on The Fan. Our weekly 5 p.m. appointment with him. Danny, you keep averaging 6 a carry. You're a quarter way through the year. I know he's got to improve in pass pro, and they want to get some other things ironed out. At some point, I just don't care that much. Hand them the damn football. Every time he touches it, it's fireworks. I mean, there's things blocked up for 1, it becomes 6. It's 2, it becomes 7. He had a 16-yard carry that should have been -1 in this game. Let's run the football with Bill. Let's give him the rock. And I love Rodriguez and how he's played. I'm not taking away from him, but the 48-yarder, you go back and watch it, it was perfectly blocked.
Yes, it was.
I mean, it's an awesome run by him, too. He's patient. There's vision. But you wonder, like, if Krosky Merritt's out there, is 48-55? Is it 60?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Is it a home run? Do you go all the way to the house? Just give this kid the ball.
I'm with you. He needs the football in his hands. They don't. It's not as if they've got the full complement. It's not as if you're the Eagles and it's like, it's okay if A.J. Brown doesn't get the ball because you're 4-0. That's not what's happening here.
Audio Vault, some of the best audio from the intrawebs, next on The Fan.
What if I told you your home could sell in days, even if your last agent couldn't sell it in months? What's up? Danny Rouillet here. And that's just the kind of success I have seen from Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They're experts in stepping in when other agents couldn't deliver. Jeremiah and Sonia experienced this firsthand after being on the market with another realtor for 49 days, almost 2 months, with no results. Their entire move to Texas to welcome 2 new grandchildren was on the line, and they were feeling desperate. After firing their agent and turning to the Reynolds of Power Home team, Debbie and Sarah laid out a clear game plan. And after just 4 days on the market, Jeremiah and Sonia had an all-cash offer that was $5,000 over asking price that would close in just 14 days. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their ability to get your home sold that if your home doesn't sell for some reason, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or go online to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers in Week 5. They'll be back out on the practice field tomorrow. The Commanders made a signing today. Wide receiver Robbie Chosen, formerly known as Robbie Anderson, was signed to the practice squad last season, caught one pass for 5 yards with the Dolphins. Speaking of the Dolphins, wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocated his knee in last night's game, tore multiple ligaments, including his ACL. He underwent surgery today, hopes to be ready for the start of next season after the surgery went well. Baseball, Nationals outfielder Dalen Lyle was named NL Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month. Playoff baseball, Tigers beat the Guardians earlier today 2-1. Right now, the Padres and the Cubs in the top of the ninth inning. The Cubs lead the Padres 3-1. Red Sox and Yankees tonight at 6 o'clock. Reds and Dodgers at 9 o'clock. When the heat's on and you need a game-winning drive, call Foley Mechanical, your trusted team for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Big thanks to Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt for joining us on Grant and Danny. Make note, every Tuesday, 5 o'clock, he will be our weekly guest to take us inside the locker room. It is time for an audio vault, some of the best audio we've found from the last few days in sports on the internet. We'll start with Bears head coach Ben Johnson, who did an awkward halftime interview. Now, I think several times over he has come off as unprofessional and terse and unfriendly and just kind of not that likable with the media. I didn't have as big a problem with what he said in this interview. He did give this stare down to Aditi Kinkwambala, the sideline reporter, that made it a little more awkward. And because, frankly, it was a coach and a female reporter and you're staring at her like that, it felt like intimidating and just kind of weird. So it wasn't a great look, but everybody really took issue with this sideline interview with Ben Johnson this weekend.
Your offense has struggled to take advantage of those takeaways.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you tell them to get things going?
That it wasn't our brand of football. We're capable of a lot more, and so we're hitting the reset button here at halftime, and we're going to come back and establish our identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're doing.
I don't know. You think so? We're going to be just fine.
So she said, so you need, or do you need, or so you need, I can't really tell. So you need to change what you're doing. And he said, you think so? And kind of asked her this rhetorical question, agitated. And then after that, you can't really tell in the audio because I don't think what he said was all that big of a deal. But it was just this really angry stare at her before he walked away.
Yeah, we'll be just fine, thanks. Appreciate your concern, kind of a thing.
It became a national story. What a terrible thing he did. In-game, awkward interview, awkward exchange. Again, I'm not making excuses for a guy that I like. I think he has done a lot of things that are super annoying. Last week, he wouldn't say Jared Goff's name all week. That didn't make any sense. After the game, Goff came out to meet him at midfield. He kind of gave him a cold exchange and kept it moving without talking. That made no sense. I thought he looked like a jerk at that point. I didn't have as big an issue with this. What did you think?
So I don't like him. I root against him, and I want him to fail. I didn't have a problem with this at all. So it was a very strange phenomenon to me that if you're doing this halftime interview, whatever this is, you get a normal say nothing quote. That's all these things are, and I think they're a big waste of time, and I hate them in general. And you got you asked the basic question, did your job,
which he did his job,
and then he did his say nothing answer, and then it's because what you're doing isn't working. So you got to change something, as if to say because that was garbage. That wasn't necessarily. And again, I like Aditi Kinkwambala a lot. She doesn't like me very much.
I was going to say you guys beefed once.
Yeah,
that's another story for another
time.
It's
a whole other story. She doesn't care for me. I actually think she's really good, but I didn't think that was particularly the right thing to do on her part. And then, of course, he reacted probably a little bit too tersely and harshly. But
yeah,
it's the kind of thing where I'm going. If I'm in that spot, I would go, how dare you?
Well, I also
right? What are you talking about?
That's but funny. I also think, how dare you? That's just so funny to me. I don't know.
Like, is that what I need to do? Should I go ahead and fix it? Should I just do that? Like, in general, it's the just do something that I can't stand anyway.
So
I was there in the first half too, dude. Like, it wasn't good.
I thought her follow-up was clunky. To me, that was my lead, not everybody else's. But Ben Johnson was asked about it Monday after you take a shower and you get away from it and you look back. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, in the moment, I honestly didn't think too much of it. I'm kind of in game mode. But then when I look back at it, I am a little bit disappointed with what that looks like. I didn't hear very well, and that's not an excuse. But when I thought I heard that it was not a question, but that I needed to make some changes, I didn't take that very well. So I'll do a better job with those going forward.
Cleaned it up.
Yeah.
I think, that's an apology of sorts, and so I think everyone can move on. Cam Ward, the quarterback of the Titans, they'd gotten shut out 26-0 minutes before. He's blanked. He has his worst game of the season. He has really struggled, by the way. It has been a tough first 4 games for him on a bad team. And then he was sounding off after the 0-4 start. This is very raw, but I kind of like the authenticity here. We talk about guys going to the podium. Would I like you to kind of keep it in check in terms of vulgarity or cursing or kind of being a little bit more PR trained? Maybe. But I like when guys speak their mind freely and honestly, and he certainly did that.
I mean, if we keeping the buck right now, we ass. So we 0-4. We have this one. We got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games, and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all 3 faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet, and that's just something that we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better, and we're doing that, but it has to show up on Sundays. It hasn't showed up yet, but it got to show up next week.
If we're keeping it a buck, Danny, that means if we're shooting you straight.
Okay.
If we're calling it like we see it.
So to be real with you guys,
It started with,
let me be honest.
Let me keep it 100.
Okay.
Now that's a buck, so keep it a buck. So that's what he was saying, just so you're up to speed.
Thank you very much.
But at 0-4, again, I'd love it without the cursing. Like to me, you're the CEO of the Fortune 500 company. I know I'm the crazy one and the nerd and the one that looks for a little more, but I do like what he's saying. He's a leader, kind of challenging his guys. We basically got the locker room speech at the mic in front of the media.
Yeah, I have no issue with it, none. And to me, it's different than these guys suck kind of thing, right? Where years ago, not to dredge up old stuff, but when Robert Griffin's up there saying like, yeah, Aaron Rodgers can't be Aaron Rodgers without his guys. Like, my guys ain't doing the good enough job. And then it causes Jay Gruden to respond, and none of it was good.
That was brutal.
That was terrible on everybody's end. No part about that was good.
Well, he was asked about himself, by the way.
Yeah.
The follow-up was like, how have you played? And he goes, ass.
Yeah, and he's honest about it. It said it starts with me, totally correct, and then we can move on and include everybody. We all have to do a better job. We're 0-4. We're getting smacked. No problem.
Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, after Liam Cohen and Robert Saleh get into it on the field post-game. Cohen basically challenging Saleh to keep his name out of his mouth. Those two guys staring each other down, getting separated. This was Shanahan afterwards.
After game, Liam and Saleh were exchanging words. Are you surprised that, I assume over sign stealing, are you surprised that Cohen maybe wasn't thrilled about that?
No, try to clear it up, but I didn't see what happened, so I'm not sure. Don't think you should be that sensitive about it, but it is what it is. Not too worried about it.
So I'm team Liam Cohen here. In general. I love his play calling, and I love him as a coach. This was one of the guys I would have wanted to hire. He's got some Ben Johnson to him. They're very similar in that Ben Johnson screwed over the Commanders when they were trying to hire him. Liam Cohen basically lied to the Buccaneers. Remember that whole weird thing when he went to Jacksonville, and then he took the job, but he said he wasn't taking the job and all that. So there's some similarities between a couple of really smart offensive guys that have made some kind of bad decisions. That said, on this, I'm totally Team Saleh. He said what they do is legal. They steal signals and they use it. He did not say it was illegal. He didn't say investigate this guy. And I think Cohen just took way too much offense to it. And if you really are angry about it, that's fine. Call the dude or text the dude or talk to him pregame or postgame or whatever. What he did, the whole keep my name out your mouth, I think this is more of a let my team see me being a badass guy.
That's exactly
It's such a fake tough guy bit. I did not love it.
No, I can't stand this. But you see this happen from time to time in this kind of way. Like you take on this personality. Nick Sirianni is the best example of it. Yes. The guy barking at the fans. The coach turning around yelling at the fans. By the way, in their Super Bowl season, he's a goofball, but he's their goofball. So the Jaguars are buying in, and they actually look competent for the first time in a while, right? That has been a clown show under a collapsed circus tent for years. All of a sudden, defensively, they're getting takeaways. Their run game is reinvigorated. They're trying to revive Trevor Lawrence's once ascended career. They're 3-1. They're in a good place, and that's their goofball. Like, that's goofy. That's ridiculous behavior, but he's theirs.
I've always wondered, this defensive coordinator in Miami is one of the names that comes up every time I ask anyone about future head coaches. He actually interviewed here for the job. Anthony Weaver is his name. He was the D-line coach in Baltimore when he was interviewing here, and I thought it was strange. He's not a coordinator. He's never been a play caller. He's a D-line coach, and yet he had like 4 head coaching interviews. And this past offseason, again, after the Dolphins didn't really have a great year defensively, he's getting head coaching interviews. And I'm always like, what is this about? Like, their defense is not very good, by the way. I don't understand. And then I see him speak, and I'm like, oh, I totally get it. Here's why Anthony Weaver is going to be a head coach in the league. Because he's a leader of men, like, who is going to basically spit fire like a video game script. Movie
I'm
script.
Old school. I may sit up here, I'm a nice guy, I smile, I do all those things, but all of our problems that we need to solve can be solved through violence. Yeah, they want to legislate it out of the game, but we play defensive football. And in defensive football, at some point, you draw a line in the sand and you say, I'm going to set the edge. I'm going to stick my helmet under this guy's chin, and I'm going to set the edge. I'm going to violently take the ball away. And that's what we need to do. With a steely-eyed focus, with resolve, with resiliency, and we're going to stop people. And I'm determined, we're all determined for that to happen.
So prediction, you're going to hate that and like just his general like football cowboy stuff. But his deep voice, the way he speaks, I've seen a couple clips like this year like that. He will be a head coach because everyone
just see it. Yeah,
everyone's looking for Dan Quinn.
He has that air. Of course, he has the air.
He like the sergeant slogan. You know what I mean? Like everyone's looking. If he can turn his hat around backwards, you're DQ.
He has that presence about him. It was hard to hear over the typing. Again, the people. I understand you're trying to transcribe quotes, but why are you so mad at the keyboard? It drives me crazy when I hear those clips. But yes, you could just see it. Like there's a reason. Like he's got charisma and he has the follow me into the breach.
Audio Vault, Grant and Danny, some of the best audio we found on the internet. We'll keep it moving here. We're going back to the Titans. A lot of Titans today. Brian Callahan, annoyed by a question. Poor guy's 0-4. Second season. He is on an HOV lane to being in big job trouble at this point. And he's just getting eviscerated in the media after they got shut out. This is an offensive coach. They get shut out. Your number 1 overall pick quarterback looks bad, and you're 0-4.
Do you think this is a resilient and relentless football team?
I know what you're doing there, Paul. I know what you're doing, and I'm not going to answer that right now.
Well, I mean, those are the themes that you've tried to catch on this football team. You're 20-some games in, and you're stuck.
I'm going to just compose myself here before I say something I regret. But, yes, I think this team is resilient. I think it is relentless. We haven't played good enough football, and I think those are two very distinct, different things. We have to execute at a better level. We have to coach better. That's really all I can say.
So the backstory there is I think his principles, like on all the T-shirts and stuff, are resilience and whatever the other word is. And he's asking him, like, are you think you guys are resilient, resurgent, whatever the other word is, team? He's just basically, it's a gotcha thing where it's like, your team is so terrible, man.
Yeah, so like when Ron Rivera's like, do your job, okay? It's like, do you think the guys did their job? Remember the sign? Remember the thing that you told me about?
20 games in, he's telling them. Yeah. I think it's starting to turn now. They're starting to go, man, we got to see some results here. And in Tennessee, you fired Mike Vrabel for this guy.
Yeah.
Like you were a pretty good team with a pretty good head coach.
So, respectfully to Brian Callahan, even though he did sell 500,000 brake pads, like that's a big deal.
Brian just sold 500,000 brake pads.
That's the brake pad factory in Sandusky, Ohio. All right, that's a huge deal. Despite that, how dare you get annoyed? Like I got a fan base that's pretty annoyed. You know what I mean? Like I got a lot of people that are annoyed. You're terrible. Your team stinks. So you could bristle all you want, man. If that's too hard for you, welcome to coaching in the NFL.
This is apparently a weekly thing now, though, because like during the game when they were getting beat, it was like 13-0 at the time. Someone said and tweeted, I can't wait for Brian Callahan to get super mad at the media in a couple hours like it's their fault. And cue. Like
on cue.
Must be a theme. Let's go to the college level. Lincoln Riley, the head coach at USC, is mad about a schedule where USC had to play a really early game, get on a plane, play the earliest window, and then next week, after playing the latest window, they have another early game. It's almost like they should just be playing schools from their time zone instead of being in a conference with a bunch of schools that aren't in your time zone. It's almost like I don't feel bad for you, Lincoln Riley.
I mean, we've tried to be aware. I mean, going from the absolute latest kick in the country to the absolute earliest kick in the country has its challenges, but the challenge is like it is what it is, right? We don't make the schedule, and so clearly, and so we've had to adapt a little bit in the way that we prepared and how much that we've done, and even when you go back to Purdue being a factor now, being so late and getting back so late, like it compounds if you're not careful. So we've tried to be mindful of getting our work done, but at the same time knowing that we need to take a fresh football team. We need to put a fresh football team on that airplane.
The audacity.
Yeah.
To be complaining about the schedule and the time of games after you leave a conference to go to another conference where people aren't in your time zone. Give me a break.
Yeah, it was probably a tough flight to the Las Vegas Bowl that you won last year. Come on, dude. 11 years or 10 years, $110 million. Please recruit better. Please find a way to compete. Not everybody's Ohio State. You know what I mean? In that conference, like suck it up, quit whining, grow up, dude.
My favorite audio clips of the week, back up to the NFL. So this is right after Mac Jones leaves a game-winning drive, and for the 49ers won last week. I don't need this whole clip. I'll cut it off. I just found this hysterical, how he giggled. So he talks about throwing an interception. Listen to what he said about his own throw.
Matt threw it right to the guy, so it wasn't like he made a good play. I mean, good for him. He caught it. Like, awesome. But
I think that's so funny. Like the way he's giggling, he's like,
I still right to that dude, man.
He sounds like the Joker or something. He's just like chuckling. Let me hear that again. He's like, I threw it right to him. 100% all out belly laugh.
a good play.
Like, that's hilarious.
I turned it over. Like, wow, yeah, it's pretty good.
Some of the best of football. I'll give you one baseball clip here that we can revel in. The Mets didn't make the playoffs. The Mets.
What? No, that's not true. Their payroll is so huge. Of course they did.
It's really large. And
of course they did.
Best team in baseball for 6 weeks.
Yeah, so that would take a huge collapse, Grant.
Epic collapse.
Yeah.
They didn't make it. SNY TV final call after they have a listless performance, get beat by the Marlins in 2 out of 3. All they had to do was win that game and they get in. And they couldn't do it.
And he pulls one on the ground, a chance for 2 to second one, back to first. And the Mets' agonizing 3.5-month slow motion collapse is complete. It is unfathomable that this collection of talent winds up outside of an expanded playoff system.
We could play that for 4.5 hours. As far as I'm concerned. Really, genuinely, sorry about your luck there.
Oh, man.
Mets fans. Grant and Danny on the Fan next. Marshawn Latimore has not played well. Is it as bad as everybody thinks, and should there be a consideration of doing something else at corner as far as the personnel on the roster? That's next. All of the football conversation on the Fan today is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Toby, Ryan, and Darius, whenever you're ready, let's go to break. With us here on Grant and Danny on the Fan, we are taking you up to 6:30. I was going to say ahead of Nats baseball,
but
we don't have to say that anymore.
No, this is the postseason, sir.
Not for a little while.
Has been a minute.
It will be some time. Opening day 2026 is the next time we will be saying
no pressure,
that.
Paul Taboni, but here we go.
I am excited for the press conference tomorrow, though. You can hear it on the Fan at 9 a.m. The Junkers will be over there talking to Paul Taboni. And there's a birdie chirping. There's a little chirping bird out there.
There is?
Yeah, I'm hearing some things about Paul Taboni.
Oh.
I am hearing Paul Taboni, the 35-year-old president of baseball operations, old Nats Pobo, could be paying his pals a visit next week right here in this studio.
Oh, Greg and Dave?
Yeah, Greg and Dave.
Guillermo and Donnie?
Sounds like early on the Thursday show, maybe.
How about it?
We could have a Paul Taboni cameo.
How about it?
On Grant and Danny, which I'm fired up about. So I asked you this earlier about the possibility of benching Latimore. I was surprised to hear you say, because you are first team all, he's been terrible. I don't think he's been quite as bad as you do, but it hadn't been pretty. I'm not benching him. I don't think they have a good enough option. It sounds like you're in lockstep with me, though. You would not subscribe to kick Sandra still outside, put Igbenogany in the nickel. Basically, it'd be last year's DBs with the exception of Trey Amos, who's been their best corner so far, being on the outside. You're not playing that game, though. So I ask you this. Would you make any personnel changes defensively going into this week, or do you just kind of go back to the drawing board as Joe Witt?
I would try one more or two more, maybe back to the drawing board. I don't think there's a great fix. I don't think the personnel is here. I don't think Darnell Savage coming in or Tyler Owens getting more playing time or Noah I having a larger role is really a solve. To me, this has to be I need to hide Marshawn Latimore. I need to hide Bobby Wagner in terms of coverage. At least Wagner, to me, does something productive where he's going to make tackles and the like, whereas I don't think Latimore does anything productive at this stage. I think he's a massive liability and a huge issue, maybe the biggest issue on this defense, but they need to stop pretending that he's something else, because that's what I think has been the big problem through a handful of games, is that in their minds, the minds that said, let's not move on from him. We have a great out in his contract. We'd only have a $2 million dead cap hit. We could have gone out in free agency for a younger, better, more productive player who has been good within the last 5 years, unlike Latimore. I think they think he's still the dude. He's still the guy that they traded for that was just a little bit of health away from being the stud that he was in New Orleans back in 2021, the last time he played a full season at an all-pro level. He is not that guy anymore. So I think they need to get out of that mode and go back to hiding him and having him be part of an ensemble defensive cast. So whatever that means, if it means more Noah I, if it means an extra safety on the field, Percy Butler when he comes back, etc., let's do that. But let's stop pretending. Let's stop having him travel with anybody. Let's stop putting him in motion. Let's accentuate whatever strengths we have, take our losses. Eventually, though, if we get a couple more games where you have adjusted your scheme, and I'm not smart enough to be able to tell you, Logan Paulson would be or somebody else, but when they've tweaked enough things and it's still broken, now I'll just say, that's it, I'm done with you, have a seat.
Who was the guy earlier in the year that we were talking about possibly benching for the Commanders?
Forbes?
No. Earlier this year.
Oh, this year.
Josh Connerly. In the 2 games since that conversation, has been a lot better. Now, I don't think he just suddenly made this huge leap. I think they've done a better job insulating him with play calling, with balance, with a tackle next to him operating as a tight end, with tight ends helping to chip. And it also benefits him, I think, that specifically this past week for the first time, he was not taking on an all-pro caliber edge. So for all of these reasons, his play was the best it's been in week 4, and over the last 2 weeks, considerably better than the first 2 weeks. I bring that up as an example to say not only that let's preach some patience here early in the season, which is something, but more importantly, possibly, Danny, I bring that up to say you can insulate defensive players too, and you should. It is time to think about more pressure. How do you get there? More blitzing, more aggressiveness as a defensive coordinator. 2 games of pretty conservative play calling from Joe Witt, I think, are also part of the issue here. There aren't that many corners in the NFL that would have looked good on that 43-yard out and up double move completion Drake London beat Latimore on. And a big reason is clean pocket, all day long, hitch, climb, throw from Michael Penix. It's too much time. When you're asking a corner to defend for 5 seconds on an island, that's a ridiculous ask. It's not reasonable. So it's going to take help to make him look better. Is he who they thought he was? No, probably not. There's a little bit of both things being true here. He's not a Pro Bowl corner anymore. He's not an elite defender. But is he as bad as everybody thinks? No, if you don't have plays where he's got to defend on an island by himself for 5 seconds because nobody's getting to the quarterback, you probably are going to like him a little bit more watching him a lot of the time. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get you some observations on the NFL. 3 things we think next. We'll also talk Terry McLaurin. Will he be back against the Chargers? And if you've got a thought on Marshawn Latimore's quality of performance, what they're going to do, what they should do at corner, we'll hear from you next at 800-636-1067. It's a Survivor Tuesday. Who's getting sent home? We find out in our final segment on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders are on to Week 5, where they'll take on the Chargers. Going in with a record of 2-2. Today, the Commanders signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad, formerly known as Robbie Anderson. Injuries around the NFL. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill dislocated his knee last night and tore multiple ligaments, including his ACL. Underwent surgery today after he stayed in the hospital overnight. Surgery went well, according to the doctors. He hopes to be ready for the start of next season. Also, an injury coming out of last night's games. Jets running back Braylon Allen left the game early with an MCL sprain. He's likely to be placed on injured reserve. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, unlikely to play in Week 5 against the Texans. Could be out 2 to 3 weeks with a hamstring injury. The Ravens need to get back on track as they're 1-3 on the season. Baseball. Nationals outfielder Dalen Lyle was named NL Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month for the month of September. Baseball playoffs getting underway today. The Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1 behind a great performance from Tarek Skubal, 7 2/3, giving up just 1 run and striking out 14. Most strikeouts since the 2019 postseason. The Cubs beat the Padres 3-1, game 1 of their series. Red Sox and Yankees about to get underway, and the Reds and the Dodgers will be at 9 o'clock tonight. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It's a Commanders Survivor Tuesday. We'll tell you at the end of the segment, end of the show, who's getting sent home and who gets immunity. We're brought to you today and each day by the law firm Condori and Murad.
They do a lot. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Grant and Danny poll today presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. Danny and I disagreeing on the poll. Has Marshawn Latimore played as badly as everybody seems to think that he has? You say yes, I say no. I think we're on the same page, though, that he has not played anything like what he needs to as a guy you traded 3 picks for and then re-upped with, essentially signed to an extension this offseason.
Yeah, I am everybody in that poll. They had a chance to get out of it, and they said, we saw enough last year. Now, again, it would have been a costly thing, and people might have hammered him for a day or two. With, oh, my God, they give up so much, they give up on the guy? Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't have been a day or two. It would still get brought up frequently, and it was a huge L of a trade at that point. But that doesn't matter as much as it wouldn't still be hurting you now.
Yeah, it's chase, whatever it is. Don't put good money after bad. I mean, that's the thought. That's what it is it's going to turn around. I mean, I think they stuck to their evaluation, which is coming back to bite them, barring a turnaround that I don't see coming.
That cost, man. Whoa. A 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th round pick. That is a huge package. I mean, that's bigger than the Laramie Tunsil trade. That is a gigantic package. Now, they did get a 5th rounder back, I believe, with Marshawn Latimore, but still, man, oh man, they gave up a lot, and then you doubled down. It has not gone well. I am not giving up yet. There's no race here. You don't get an award for being the first one to punt or to call your shot early. You don't get extra credit if you're the first one to say a guy's washed. I want to make sure. I want to see if you can be a little complimentary defensively with pass rush, if you can make this work with a big physical guy who's got some decent traits still. Let's hit the phones on this before we give you the things we think and go around the NFL. Mark's in Largo. What's up, Mark? How are you?
Yeah, I wouldn't give up on Marshawn. But I tell you what I would do. If I was Bobby Wagner, right now, I would go to the defense. I would go to the coaches and say, I'm killing the team right now. Because I want you to think of something, Danny. Bobby has been with this team since last year, and they were having problems stopping the run last year. If you get Bobby to run sideways, he can't do it. He could tackle you straight ahead, but if you give him the run sideways, God, he just looks bad. And last week on that screen pass, Man, he looked like Abraham trying to find Isaac. That's a Christian thing.
That's a deep cut right there.
That is
You're not
funny.
going to understand that, but maybe everybody else would. But you see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. What were you saying? What were you saying, Danny?
No, all good, bud. I appreciate it. I mean, thinking about Wagner at this point, like I understand, like to go full departed on you. I know what you are. I know what you're not. He's not a sideline to sideline guy anymore, which is what he was. There is still something very useful about him, and this is kind of what I'm arguing. And this is the case maybe against Joe Witt. You need to understand that too. Bobby Wagner still has value, and if your scheme calls for him to try to chase Bijan Robinson out of the backfield, I think there's 30 middle linebackers in the NFL that would really struggle with that, and he might struggle more than the average Bear against that. But he's still an excellent blitzer, still great downhill. That's worth something. That's worth using. Whereas some of the other guys don't really have a skill set to contribute.
I don't think anybody's saying otherwise, though. I think everyone's acknowledging.
Well, Mark just said he should go to the coach and say I'm killing the defense, and I'm saying it's probably not that far.
Against those looks.
Oh,
now if maybe I misunderstood. If he's saying Bobby Wagner's not helping anymore, he's a bad player. Bobby Wagner, in most sequences, is still excellent. He was incredible rushing the passer against the Raiders. He's really good at that. Right now, this moment, he's 35. He's not aging in this way. When it comes to turning things back inside and just running between the tackles, the old drill, where you set up the cones at a high school practice, everything's got to be done within these 7 feet or whatever. There's like a fullback and a running back and a linebacker. You take them on, you make the tackle. Bobby Wagner's the best in the league at that. But there are ways to take advantage of him, and you're going to get schemed up. I don't think it's as simple as a lot of guys can't do that. He does it worse than all of those guys almost. I mean, and it's not to knock him. He's 35 years old. I don't know that it was a strength 9 years ago for him, but it is certainly now a big, big problem. And that's what offensive coordinators get paid to do is find a way to get
put you in spots you're not good. Yeah.
One-on-one. So on certain downs and distances and certain moments, I don't think it has to be that he has to play on 100% of snaps. I agree with that part. Jermaine's in Bowie. What's up, Jermaine?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, bud.
So I think we overpaid for Latimore 100%. I mean, he's not lived up to his potential. But you think about it. Last year we had St. Jude's, so we had to do something. But we could have got, a lot. We could have got a better cornerback for a lot less in free agency, or not even gave up anything. Just pulling out of free agency. But I think we were kind of in desperation mode last year because we were, we started with Forbes in St. Jude's, so we had to do something. So I'm okay with that. My thing is, and I guess, I may sound like a negative Nancy for right now because I'm looking at Joe Witt, and it's probably not the most popular thing. But even going back to last year, I questioned Joe Witt's scheme. I questioned his preparedness for the defense. I mean, last year we couldn't stop the run. This year we can't stop the pass. Last year we outscored teams. It's how we did so well. It's consistently the defense. Now, we got injuries. I mean, Will Harris was playing lights out before he got hurt. I think that, that contributed to it. I don't think De'Vere Revis is the answer. I mean, he's not been playing well.
Latimore, you're
so
talking
we just
about.
got an array of problems.
Yeah, appreciate you, buddy. It's a good call. Look, they gave up 55 in the NFC Championship game. The flaws are not new. If you're a fan of this team and you saw them going into the offseason defensively trying to upgrade, you knew that the first thing they had to do is to get better stopping the run. What I would have liked to have done, though, is not to gotten to a point where it seems like that was not only the first priority, but it was also the second and the third priority. Like you spent the $15 million on the big D tackle Kinlaw. They did spend a second rounder on a corner in Trey Amos. So it's not like they didn't do anything in the secondary. But the commitment to Latimore is the thing I keep coming back to and circling. Yeah. We said this all offseason. That's a big bet. You don't make a lot of splash acquisitions. You don't spend a lot of money. They're not going to be in the business of doing a lot of these trades of 3 draft picks for veterans. Again, that exceeds even maybe the Tunsil package when you look at like the Jimmy Johnson draft chart. If you're wrong on stuff like that, it sets you back in a big way.
Yeah, when you're wrong on Cleveland Farrell, it doesn't matter.
Who cares?
Right.
But it's not that. It's look at your budget for the month, okay? If you spend $14 at the gas station because you were hungry driving home late at night and you got Doritos and a Coke Zero or something, whatever. But when you go drop $700 on something and you end up regretting the purchase, it's not very good, That'll screw you up for a couple of months. Like, you can't have that when the car brakes go and you got to go and they said we need the brakes and the tires and the this and the that, and you're leaving and it's a $1,900 bill. You're going to wear that for a couple of months. This was taking the car to the shop and getting the $2,000 bill if he can't turn this thing around. Let's go to Wade in Southeast. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Hey,
Thank you for taking my call. Look. It's so much variables on it. Can't forget that like football is the ultimate team sport.
Correct.
So if my defensive end is not there, or and then it's the play call. If we be instructed to the play call that Joe Wood is calling, we out of position. But it's certain times we see the glimpse of what it could be, but we see too much of what it is and what it was, and it's like it's so much I want to say. But one more thing I want to bring up. Have you noticed that jet screen that we was doing at Depot? We showed them off in the final dress rehearsal preseason game where everybody finally get to play one drive, and then we start the game off with the Raiders with that, and then we do the same play against Atlanta. Like the first play, it's
been working. In fairness, they got 19 against the Bengals. I think it hit for some yards against the Raiders. And it's not like they're drawing that up for 50. It's just a different way to spread out a defense.
But I also bet you Cliff Kingsbury ain't no dummy. I guarantee there's a reason for it. And this is one of those, we're going to show something, we'll show it again, and there'll be some hidden look based off a fake, off a thing that they'll break out in week 16.
Right.
Like, that to me is intentional. So, yeah, open it up with the end around or whatever you call it, the jet sweep, the Deebo Samuel for a handful of yards. Okay, if you don't like it because you already saw it, I bet you there's a purpose behind it.
Well, if he gets 4 yards, great. It's 2nd and 6. You're ahead of the sticks. That's a win. And now I run that jet action later, and I fake to Debo, or it's a timing thing where I turn and they're going, oh, here comes Debo again. And I give to Ja'Cory Krosky merit, and the hole's a little bigger, and he pops for 17.
Or there's an extra lineman on a goal line play, and it's a touchdown to Trent Scott.
Or to your point, 3 weeks from now, Debo gets the first play of the game or whatever. You hand it to him, and he tosses back coming the other way as Luke McCaffrey, and now he stops in the backfield and throws down the field to Zach Ertz for 29 yards or whatever. So, yeah, there's a lot of things they could do. I have no problem with giving the ball to Debo in any capacity. He's the best player on their offense so far this season. On Latimore, by the way, through 4 games, 20 targets, 11 catches, 173 yards, 9 first downs allowed, 6 penalties, he's very handsy, and 3 15-plussers. I just think the symbiotic nature of the defense, the fact that there was 0 pressure on the 43-yard play, that is not how it's drawn up. He squatted at 10 yards because that's when the pressure is supposed to be getting there. And he squats at 10 yards and plays the out route because 70% of Drake London's targets this season coming into the game were within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. They hadn't thrown the ball to him vertically. So you guess as a corner sometimes, and you guess wrong. Aaron's in Suitland. What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? Man, I think that Latimore trade is a bad trade that is going to get worse the more he plays. I think the wheels that he had, the physical ability without getting the pass interference called on him, I think all of that is out of the window or leaving the window quick. So I think this is a bad trade that's going to get worse the longer he plays. And I don't see any trade value for him right now, so you can't trade him. You really can't bitch him because you don't have anything else to go to. I just think it's bad getting worse.
I'm with you. Feet out of the same trough.
That's been the trend so far.
Yeah, I just don't see a solution here. And again, it may ultimately just be so untenable that, you bench him and it's no monogamy and we'll just sort of do that. But again, there's no great option waiting in the wings. It's not like years ago when LeVar Arrington wasn't playing and Greg Williams was like, who do you want me to take out? Ronaldo Wynn? And everyone's like, yeah, do that. Take out Ronaldo Wynn and put in the playmaker.
You want me to not play Warwick Holdman?
We're like, yeah, do that. Real simple. There's no LeVar waiting in the wings that can go make some plays for you. It's pedestrian, readily available corner off an assembly line. Now, maybe when Jonathan Jones comes back, that might improve things some. But again, I just don't see a fix in sight. But yeah, to me, I think Latimore is just, they think he's something that he's not, and we're going to keep beating our head against the wall. Meanwhile, offenses are going to throw against them.
Let's go around the NFL here. Stretch run on Grant and Danny. Things we think after 4 weeks of football. I'll get it started. The Vikings have a quarterback issue. J.J. McCarthy did not look good in the couple of games he played to start the season. They went to Carson Wentz, and for a week, they scored 48 points. They win by 38. They scored 2 defensive touchdowns. They played a backup quarterback. They made Jake Browning and the Bengals look terrible. You saw the Bengals, by the way, scored 3 points on Monday Night Football last night with an extra day to prepare. That's a bad, bad team without Joe Burrow. The Vikings, turning things over to Carson Wentz against the Steelers this weekend, a defense that had been struggling, but is certainly better than Cincinnati's, looked very, very different, didn't it? Wentz is a ball-holding magnet for defenders, sack-attracting presence in the pocket. He did some okay things throwing the football. I actually thought early in the game he was good, but he turned the ball over. He made mistakes. This is such a good roster outside of quarterback. Them being 2-2 already right now, they should be 4-0 based on how they've played in other areas. They should have beaten the Falcons. They scored 6 points in that game. They should have beaten the Steelers. They should be 4-0 and they're 2-2. The quarterback spot is going to ruin their season.
Don't look now. The week 1 result really was an aberration. For the Detroit Lions, that's the best team in the NFC.
Got that one on my list.
They have the best point differential in the NFL. All of a sudden, they're able, with a healthy enough defense. That defense isn't great, but it'll be opportunistic. It's kind of like built like those old Colts teams back in the day. They're designed to throw, get a lead, and then it's let's release the hounds with kind of dueling pass rushers, Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis and company. That's how they're built. They're built to win that way, and I think that's what's happening to this point. That division is still really good. You already mentioned the Vikings, how talented they are. I still think Green Bay is a pain in the butt to play. The Bears aren't pushovers anymore, but Detroit, I think, is the best team right now this minute in the NFC.
Yeah, I'd written the Lions are just fine. Again, after week 1, because I was skeptical throughout the offseason, they didn't just lose both of their coordinators, which is a big deal. But they lost a lot of key starters, too, especially on defense. I didn't know what they'd be, but they look very, very good. All right, thing I think, NFL edition. The Panthers can't give Bryce Young a second contract. I thought last year, in his second year, in the second half, he showed some major signs of progression. Didn't you?
Yes.
Go back and watch the Atlanta game. I think it was week 18 for him. He was terrific in that game. He had some really good games at the end of last season. I have been unimpressed in the early going this year. And by the way, it's year 2 now with Dave Canales in Carolina. There's not really a good excuse for scheme or anything like that. Now, do they have a great supporting cast? No. I didn't understand why. I didn't like them trading Adam Thielen, who was his kind of third down war daddy. You need a guy like that who can get open and be crafty. But they're 1-3. He's completing barely 60% of his passes. 5 touchdowns to 3 picks so far. But if you watch those games, it has not looked right. It's not all him. No position more dependent than quarterback. It's not a great situation. But you're coming up on having to ask for the bill from the waiter and figure out if you want to pay or not and how much you want to pay. You cannot give this guy a second contract and expect in that second deal when he gets big money to make some violent leap or be a Super Bowl caliber team. I think when you get a guy, even if he starts playing pretty good football, don't get to it here. Like be careful, Carolina.
Don't look now, but the Pittsburgh Steelers are doing it again. They have a negative point differential, and they're 3-1. They have a bye week coming up, and then they play Cleveland. And then they play the Burrowless Cincinnati Bengals. Don't look now. They're going to be 5-1. And if you muster up a couple of wins down the stretch here, there, and everywhere, with Cleveland under schedule a second time, a Miami team that'll probably have quit by that point, another Bengals game, etc., they're going to be a postseason team. Now, they're not going anywhere, but they're doing it again, right before our eyes. Again, I say it, a negative point differential, and they're 3-1.
Thing I think. The Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be a big problem in the AFC South.
I got to come up with a new one.
The Jaguars are 3-1, and this is about their defense. I think their offense will only get better as the year goes with a new play caller, head coach, OC, Liam Cohen, working with Trevor Lawrence, who, by the way, so far has been pedestrian. I think he'll play better as the year goes, and I think they've had some tough matchups in the early going, including San Francisco this weekend, Houston last week defensively. But that defense, do you realize, Danny, has turned the ball over 3 times on teams, 4 straight games. Never happened before in the history of the league.
Wild.
There's 4 takeaways of San Francisco this week. Every time they would take the field, you go, can they make one more stop, come up with another big play, and take the ball away from San Francisco? I think with their running game, ETN's running wild, and that defense, and Lawrence with a trajectory where he should improve as the year goes on in a new offense, they could be not only a double-digit win team, but maybe like Washington a year ago where nobody thinks they're going to make the playoffs. The next thing you know, they upset a team or two on the road. Like, I really think it could be that type of operation.
So that was my third thing I think that the Jacksonville Jaguars are a mother bleeper. Like, they are a pain in the ass to play. So here I'm going to pivot. The New England Patriots are going to the postseason. With the seas parting, Joe Burrow injury, Ravens falling apart, all of a sudden what I thought was a really crowded field in the AFC is going to be a little bit less crowded. Now, they're going to drop one this week on the road in Buffalo. But to come back, they've got New Orleans, Tennessee, Cleveland, the Jets, all coming up within the next handful of weeks. They'll be able to stockpile some wins. They're currently
Bengals pre-Burrow, by the way.
Yeah, 10th in the league in points, and they are 10th in the league in points allowed. They've got something going with Mike Vrabel, Drake May and company. They're still a little underskilled, under-talented on offense in my mind. It's a past his prime Stephon Diggs. It's Hunter Henry. It's a cadre of running backs. But I'm telling you, they're going to play the Vrabel hard-nosed way, and they're going to look up at the end of the year. They'll have 9 or 10 wins.
There you go, your NFL things we think. Our football discussion on the Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You cannot count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Speaking of television, I got an email today from YouTube TV, and it's happened. They say that they did not reach a deal with Monumental Sports, and they were kind enough to inform me, Danny, with all that money that I give them, that if I want to watch my local broadcasts of my sport teams, if I want to watch Caps games, season starts a week from tomorrow, they have a preseason game tonight. If I want to watch Wizards games, I'm going to have to find another way to do it.
Oh, no. Yeah, not thrilled about that.
This is, let me think of a word, unacceptable is what I would say. Like, sports fans, man, just kicked in the teeth and in the ribs and in the shins, left, right, and center. What was I watching the other night where it was one of the NFL games, maybe?
It was on NBC, because NBC is about to pull off of
Right.
YouTube TV. So.
Now, that one I bet you doesn't happen, because YouTube TV can't be a bully to them. They could be a bully to, some local run network the owner has here, where they're operating out of the building next to their arena. But with NBC and NFL, my guess is they find a way to get a deal done there, just like they did with Fox and with CBS and all these other ones where they threatened to not have them. But that's what it was. It was Sunday Night Football, and they had a great graphic that kept scrolling the whole time, where they're like, "Welp, YouTube TV's at it again." I mean, whoever typed the Chiron had a little personality. It wasn't like, "It is unfortunate that we have to inform you that we may be..." No. They're like, "YouTube TV's doing the bit. Those bastards." Did you see the thing scrolling?
Yes.
So funny.
Their shenanigans are at it again.
It's almost like if they're in a fight at school every week with somebody else, maybe it's them.
Right.
I don't know.
They always need another roommate, because there was a problem with each one. Maybe there's one commonality. I don't know, man. I don't know what I don't know. I'm not privy to any of the negotiations. I have no idea. I have no idea if the local network is going, because in the years past, it was always the cable company, right, would go, "All right, we want to carry your channel." And ESPN would be like, $20 per subscriber. And they'd be like, "No, that's ridiculous." And they negotiate. Whereas, I don't know, the Grant Paulson Did You Get a Haircut channel. It's where Grant goes around asking people if they got haircuts recently. You're like, "Will you please take my TV channel?"
How are the numbers not better on that channel, by the way?
"Will you please take my channel?" The cable company's like, "Very well, we'll do that." And then a bunch of, in the thousands of language that nobody locally speaks. We'll do that. This is the thing where maybe the locals are overcharging. Maybe they're not. I have no idea. I don't know who to blame. I know that YouTube TV seems to be in these little imbroglios all the time, and I know that you're now making it harder for me to watch the thing that I want to watch, so I don't like anybody that's involved.
It's time on Commander's Survivor to figure out who's going home and who's getting immunity. First time ever, apparently, our servers crashed based on all the votes. Facebook completely went down. Darius, how many votes did we get?
I mean, we are talking close to a $1 million mark.
Wow.
Which is outrageous.
Guys,
Just absolutely outrageous.
Almost 1 million votes by our listeners. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny today on Survivor. Who's going home?
It was not very close. Quan Martin, it was not a good week for you, buddy. You have been dismissed from Commander Survivor.
Here you go.
The fan base is spoken. Exit stage left. Matt Gay, Marshawn Latimore, Austin Eckler, Quan Martin have now been booted. Bobby Wagner was immune. He was safe. Who will be safe after the Chargers game?
It is your current wide receiver one, Deebo Samuel, who again won in a landslide. The people know who they want to vote for. They know who they want to vote for.
24-yard touchdown, active, 9 touches on offense. I like it.
Yeah, only guy doing much of anything on the offensive side from Sunday.
Good voting today from the people.
Quality voting.
So far, 2 big league playoff games are finalized today. You had the Chicago Cubs at home beating the San Diego Padres. And on the road, the Detroit Tigers behind Tarek Skubal punching out 13 in 7+ innings, beating the Cleveland Guardians. So they're up 1-0. Yankees-Red Sox is underway. They're in the 2nd inning right now. And the nightcap tonight will be the Dodgers and the Reds, a quadruple header of wild card action. I cannot wait to go home and plop on the couch and watch baseball all night. Toby does have overtime coming up, so listen to that as the evening goes on. If you want to hear a bunch of baseball talk, State of the Union on the Nationals, breakdown of their full season, Toby and I had a brand new Bust and Lose baseball podcast that we dropped. It is available for you today wherever you get your audio. And also, if you want some insight on the Commanders, film breakdown from Logan Paulson on the Falcons game, looking ahead to the Chargers. Take Command is available wherever you get your audio. Keep it right here for OT next. Thanks to Darius, Tobes, and Ryan. Grant and Danny saying so long. We are back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.